my sincerest apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why the stream decided to stop there, but it did. So we're having to restart on a new live stream. So if you could share this link around with anyone looking to view the live stream, that would be fantastic. But back we go then. You should hopefully be seeing a picture here in YouTube. No picture as of yet. Hopefully you can hear me. The junior Rotax heat number 2 coming to an end. Checkered flag is now out. And apologies if we missed a lot of that heat number 2. I was sitting here commentating as if we were live, but turns out we were not. So again, sorry about the difficulties with technology. I have no idea why that's decided to start streaming there. But Joshua Withcombe had a great race out in front there, winning by over 1.5 seconds by the end of that. Jaden Sherwood and Dalton Hayward rounded out the podium, with Charles Green, Danny May Rees, Dylan Morton, Canish Grau, Noah McNicholas, Sonny Morgan and Charlie Hume rounding out the top 10. Great run through the pack there for the novice of Sonny Morgan. Behind them were Eva Morris, Freddie Worlock, Harvey D. Winteridge, Aranas Sarkis, then Chase Rainsbury, Spencer Trahorn, Elijah Dush, Madison Chappell, Lucy Lovell, Alexander Stefankov after getting taken out earlier on in that race down at the bus stop, gets back to 20th place. Behind them, Jacob Sinfield, Josh Spence, Jonas Janazauskas and Ben Ward. The finishers there with Matthew Whitmarsh, I don't believe, making it to the grid there for that one. Let's just double check. You are indeed seeing a picture, thank goodness. Right, we'll take a short break before we go into the next heat of the day, and I'll try and once again share around this stream. But as we get on to the following stream, that was race number 9. Race 10 is of course the Honda Cadet heat number 2. Right, okay then, cars back out on circuits, getting ready for the Honda Cadet 160s heat number 2. Already seen these drivers out once so far today. And let's have a look at the grid for this one. Let's also see if we can see what the result was from the earlier heat number 1. So the grid for this one looks as though it will be Arthur Way and Stanley Curley on the front row, James Devereaux and Oliver Spence there on row number 2, Seth Jones and Nikita Roberts on row 3, with Tyler Banks and Arvie Froud on row 4, then Oliver Ratton and Daniel Barton on row 5, with Arthur Casia and Toby Wood on row 6, Oakley Powter and Connor Yu on row 7, with Max Smith and Henry Duncan there on row number 8. But of course, your second heat of the day was the Hondas. It was Arthur Way with a dominant performance in heat number 1. Won the race by over 5 seconds. Can he replicate that here though in heat number 2? Well, he's starting from pole position, so he's putting himself in the best stead already to carry on that momentum here into heat number 2. He's in the Project 1 racing outfit machine. Just behind him, the 46. That is James Devereaux on the Birol ART branded kart. Good to see a good mix as well between drivers running some teams, and also lots of privateers as well. I can see the driver number 19 racing for BKC Racing, but we're almost underway here in the Honda Cadets. Off we go then. Arthur Way leads us off the line and he immediately takes the lead of the race. It's over because he knows he doesn't need to defend that inside line. Just holding on to third place, and yes it was under pressure already. The 11 is Seth Jones, so Seth Jones through on Oliver Spence in the first couple of corners, and now moving his way, well, trying to move his way up into third place through on James Devereaux, but I'm sure James will have other things to say about that. Change in the background though. That's a change for fourth place. Who's that pressing on? They've just got past the 11 of Seth Jones. Is that Nikita Roberts potentially moving through the order? We saw Nikita very fast in heat number 1. Now challenging for third place, but actually being re-overtaken. It is the 63 of Nikita Roberts. Made a great move on the number 11 early on in that lap. But Seth Jones fights back and goes back down the inside in the final section of the track. It was a great re-overtake down into Climate. I think the 63 just misjudged the braking point ever so slightly, got it a bit wrong, and was overtaken into the middle part of the corner. And once again, Seth Jones under a bit of pressure here. Heading into the bus stop chicane. If Seth and Nikita can work together though, looks like they can catch the driver ahead in third place of James Devereaux. And then Stanley Curley not far ahead either, but already Arthur Way making a huge gap out in the lead of the race. It's almost like he's using a senior Rotax car in this Honda Cadet heat. He's so quick. Through the start gantry they come there and move for thinking about it down the inside. So it's Nikita Roberts. It doesn't happen this time though. Through Johnny's they come. Second to fifth place, Linus Stern. Move down the inside for fourth place though. Seth Jones goes through it on James Devereaux and makes the move stick as they head now up into the bus stop chicane. It's going to be another overtake on James Devereaux, this time from the 63 of Nikita Roberts. And Oliver Ratton almost thought about following through there around the outside. Almost tried to make it through wide through the bus stop chicane, but definitely thought better of it there. And I think that was the right decision from Oliver, as Oliver now gets a poor exit though out of midgets, gets overtaken himself. That was the 60 making a move, thinking about it down the inside, but changed to second place. Through goes the number 11 of Seth Jones. So Seth Jones gets past two drivers on that lap and now finds himself leading the charge towards the leader. But back down the inside through the first couple of corners goes Stanley Keeley. What a battle it is between these drivers. 6 drivers going at it here from second to 7th place. Still just about headed up by Stanley Keeley, but they are the most Linus Stern that they can be. Heading into the bus stop, James Devereaux gets forced to the inside there, has to chuck on the anchors, and he's not happy about that one at all. Slams on the steering wheel with frustration as he's forced out wide by the driver making the overtake. I want to say that was Daniel Barton sending it down the inside and forcing him a little bit wide. Change to second place again. Down the inside of the final corner once more for Seth Jones. But up and under goes the 41 of Stanley Keeley. Stanley on the other side of this time as they head down to the first couple of people. Stanley loses out then. Up the inside goes Nikita Roberts. Stanley fighting back. Stanley and Nikita side by side. Johnny's round the outside goes Stanley Keeley. That was an incredibly important move from such a young racing driver. Now already Stanley Keeley pressuring Seth Jones once again then on the number 11 rated car. And again, all this battling between these 6 just allowing for Arthur Way to continue to pull out that gap in the lead of the race. Incredibly impressive stuff from him. Very late move to the inside. Lots of contact made there between the 58 and the 63. And Nikita Roberts won't be too happy with that one. Daniel Barton has made up a couple of places today with a little bit of argy-bargy, shall we say. He gets overtaken there by James Devereaux, but does the up and under. An impressive re-overtake there from Daniel Barton. So Oliver Ratton now getting involved with this squabble as well. And indeed, as I say that, Daniel Barton getting a contact warning for those couple of issues there as they head through sector number 3. Here they come then, through past midgets and down into Climate. Drivers on the absolute edge of grip there as they head through that fast right-hander. Out of Tolly's they come. And look at this, setting up the move already down into the first couple of corners, down the inside, late on the brakes on the 41. However, Seth Jones is trying to hold it around the outside, and he does so. And the two Johnnies retake second place. So it's going to be a bad exit for Sandy Keeley and Daniel Barton. Look at him as they head down. Two Rangers dip. Ransomed and back up towards the bus stop. You can just ignore Arthur Way. He's so far gone, he's practically not even in this race. He's going to take maximum points unless something goes very, very wrong for himself over these last couple of minutes. Speaking of which, 1 minute 20 left on the clock then for these drivers to battle it out. They've been line astern all race, chopping and changing, thinking about the move to the inside there. That would have been very, very interesting for me 11. Thank goodness that Seth Jones backed out of that one. But now it's the 58 of Daniel Barton who's gone up into second place. How has he made those moves work throughout the rest of that lap? I don't know, but either way, he finds himself up in the commanding position of this battle. Oliver Ratton now onto the back of the 41 of Sandy Keeley. But all these drivers still so close. You cannot call it between these few drivers. Late on the brakes down into bus stop then, it's Oliver Ratton making the move then. And what looked like a surefire second place for Stanley Keeley, he's now dropping further and further back. He's down into 5th, now under pressure from Nikita Roberts, who thinks about it up into midget, but can't quite make it work down the inside. Through they all follow, line astern, thank goodness, into Clymer. And round the final corner they come. Still 20 seconds on the clock though, so 2 more laps of this Forest Edge Kart circuit. Round into Haynes Loop they go then. Drivers trying all different sorts of lines, trying to maybe put the other drivers off, but not working, and all staying as they were then as they head through the rest of this lap. There's a good battle as well, headed up by the 73. Oakley Powter, Arlie Brown, Arthur Kaiser, Kobe Wood and Max Smith are all battling over 10th place. The battle for second is just too exciting, so apologies to all those drivers. I don't have 2 sets of eyes. I wish I did, because that battle looks fantastic. But we're going to have to focus on this one at the top of the field. Down the inside, finally takes the place. I do think that's Nikita Roberts getting kicked through. And James Devereaux ain't far off this battle anymore either. He's closed back in, thanks to the scuffling going on amongst these drivers. Last lap, has gone out then for Arthur Way. Look at that lap time, 48.3. That's ridiculous in Arthur Way. 6-7 tenths faster than any other driver out there on circuit at the moment. It looks as though potentially this battle for second might have just chilled out here as we go on to the last lap of the race. So it's super close between all the drivers involved throughout this one. As they head into sector number 3, they're closer than ever. Potentially a move on down the inside. Oh, just shots off the nose cone there. There's the driver in 4th place. Here comes Arthur Way round the final corner. He's already going to win the race. But here's the rest of the drivers through. Maybe a late dive for 4th place. The 63, thank goodness, so of that. And the 2 behind gutted. Stanley Keeley and James Devereaux clearly feeling that they could have got a bit more out of that race, but they'll have to settle for 6th and 7th respectively. So it was Arthur Way. Again, a dominant victory. But look at this battle. Continuing on in the background, the 73 holding on to the position just ahead of the 38 of Harvey Froud. And behind them, the 21 there of Kobe Wood just about sticks in behind them. But what a brilliant race up and down the field, that one. Daniel, I was saying about Arthur Way, another dominant performance. Last race was just over 5 seconds. This one, nearly 7.5 seconds, the gap between Arthur Way and Daniel Barton at the front of the order there. Seth Jones ran at the top 3 positions with Oliver Ratton and Nikita Roberts there in the top 5. Sandy Keeley and James Devereaux in behind, not happy with that result, but they've got another opportunity in heat number 3 to try and pull back some points there. Tyler Banks, Henry Duncan, Oakley Powter rounded out the top 10 with Harvey Froud, Kobe Wood, Max Smith, Arthur Kaiser, the final of your 14 runners in that one. Sadly, we didn't see Oliver Spence or Connor Yu take it to the start then. We definitely saw Connor Spence in heat 1. Hopefully we'll see him back out in heat number 3 later on today. But that's it then for heat 2 for the Honda Cadets. Again, we're going round again with all these karts, so I think we can expect next out it's the Rotax Cadets. Well, Rotax cadet heading out of the pit lane then. They head on for their warm-up laps for this race. Just make sure that the timing is updated for you on the live stream. And as you can tell, looks as though no cameras at the moment. My cameras have come back, at least on the live stream anyway, so hopefully the officials down in the other buildings on the other side of the circuit also have cameras back. But let's run you through the grid then for this one. Ellis Honey and Freya Bond are there on the first row of the grid. Joseph Cox and Matthew Lilly on row 2. Ethan Coutland and Elijah West are on row number 3, with Rio Peacock and Max Tomsit on row 4. Kieran Ranger and Oakley Riggs round out the 10 drivers involved in this race. Just trying to get up the finishing order of the first heat before these guys send it on to the race start. And they are about to send it on to the race start. Elijah West took the win in race 1. Can he repeat that here in race 2? Down the inside goes the 30 of Ellis Honey to try and hold on to the lead of the race here through the first couple of corners. Through follows another driver. They're going to be so close at the apex of Johnny's. They just about managed to keep out of the way of each other. And Elijah West is the one pressing on, trying it round the outside as they head down towards Winger's Loop. But we'll see as they come back into my view anyway at the bus stop. Elijah West is already up to 3rd place. Down the inside he goes to the bus stop to take that 3rd position. What an exit he's got. He's following through into 2nd, potentially already going for the lead is Elijah West. Up to 2nd he goes. He follows, I think it was Joseph Cox. Joseph goes into the lead of the race. As down the inside goes Elijah West. Takes the lead away from the number 20 it is, Matthew Lilly, who's in 2nd place. But Elijah West, it's taken him a lap to get from 6th in this race already. Still followed 2 by 2 then through sector number 1. Matthew Lilly, to be fair, still all over the back of Elijah West here. Can we finally see someone challenge Elijah West in the Rotax Cadets? Up to the bus stop chicane they come there. Matthew Lilly there and thereabouts, but not able to think about a move just yet. Bit of a wobble there for all 3rd, 4th and 5th place drivers. I think they both sort of watched each other have a wobble, got a bit nervous and had a bit of a wobble themselves on the exit there of the bus stop. Continuing down though, through into the final couple of corners, into Tollies they come. Still Elijah West leading Matthew Lilly for now. And one driver pointing down at his engine, that's the number 31, Oakley Riggs, potentially thinking that something is amiss with his engine. So we'll keep an eye on that. He's still powering on at the moment, and we saw him have an impressive result in race number 1, highest placed novice. He's still the highest placed novice in this one. But potentially being out of the race soon enough if engine issues prevail. That's such a late move down the inside of the bus stop. They're going to go 2 by 2 around the bus stop, and around goes the driver who tried to make the move. Oh, and gets collected by the driver. So lucky that they landed on 4 wheels there. Oh my goodness, that was a scary moment for one of our Rotax cadet drivers. He pulls over to the side of the racetrack up by a marshal post and gets out of the car. Driver seemingly all okay. That was quite the scary one. We had a spin there in the middle of the track. Was it the 24? Yeah, it was Freya Bond who went for the move very late on the brakes up into the bus stop. Not late enough to go fully through on the driver she was trying to overtake. They went side by side through the bus stop. She spun it on the exit curb out of the bus stop, was there in the middle of the circuit, and the driver came through, rear left tyre clipping the front bumper of the car, sending them up into the air. Luckily coming back down the multiple wheels as I say, but driver just feeling a little bit, I'm a bit nervous after that one. That was a scary one, but driver out of the car, sitting down in the marshal's hut, looks all okay. And indeed got feedback from the marshal that the driver is all okay. So that was Rio Peacock in the number 66 having a bit of a scary moment, but luckily Rio all okay up in the marshal post there. Onto a new lap we go. 3.5 minutes still left to go on the timing screen. And it is still Elijah West starting to build out that margin at the front of the field once again. Matthew Lilly's doing a good job of trying to stick with him, but it's like drawing blood from a stone really there, trying to keep up with Elijah West. It can't quite be done. And through Tollies comes Elijah to start a new lap of this race. What's that gap looking like now? It was a quarter of a second. Now it's 1.1 seconds as Elijah West takes the fastest lap of the race. been a good one for Ellis Honey, though. They're in third place, being chased down by Ethan Coupland. So Ellis Honey, I've just seen, was disqualified for a non-compliance after heat number 1. So a bit of a redemption race this one then for Ellis Honey. Finished the race in third place in heat number 1, but of course with that non-compliance gets dropped to last place. And I do believe when you get a DSQ like that, no championship points for you. You don't even get the championship points of 10th place. You don't even, it was like you were never there in the race because you didn't comply to the rules given by the stewards at the circuit. Side by side moments there through the last couple of corners, the 30 and the 43 going at it. That is Ellis Honey and Ethan Coupland. Ethan had a bit more of a challenging race in race number 1. The number 43 was down 3 spots, second on the grid, crossed the line in 5th. Currently in place in this one, but all over the back of the Kart ahead. So Ellis Honey feeling the pressure now. As thinking about it once again into the bus stop, almost a carbon copy of the move that sent Rhea Peacock out of this race, but luckily Ethan Coupland thinks better of it. Up they go into midgets, then Ethan just dropping a little bit off as he had to brake earlier for the bus stop chicane there to get out of the move, but already closes back up onto the rear bumper of Ellis Honey. As here he gets a good exit, maybe the up and under, but no, defending the inside line is the 30 of Ellis Honey. Gonna get a better run through these couple of corners though is Ethan Coupland. Can he do anything about it? Through Johnny Segal, and no, he's not going to be close enough. In the background, the 82 is now under pressure, so Freya Bond trying to get back up the order. She's now pressuring Kieran Ranger, and that is her 7th place. Once again, the two drivers are third place, absolutely nose to tail as they head into the bus stop section of corners. 45 seconds left to go on the clock. Again, think we'll see 2 laps left of this. There is the move though for third place. Midgets finally gets it done. Does Ethan Coupland? Coupland was feeling a bit like winning it through there. He wanted Honey, he's finally got Honey. Up into third place he goes, and on to the penultimate lap they go then. We'll see if the 43 of Ethan Coupland can start to build the gap now. I've just noticed that you're not getting updates on the timing screen. Let's make sure that works once again. Or has it stopped altogether? Yes, I've got no updates. There we go. Finally the timing updates, and it has a need update on your end as well. So the stream all correct now in terms of the live timing. The timer dropping down to 0 then as the leader heads to sector number 3 once again. It's been a slightly more challenging race this time for Elijah West, but he's still looking like he's going to win the race by quite some margin. 3 comes then, sees the last lap forward. Matthew Lilly's playing a really good race here, but just can't quite match the pace of Elijah West. Rest of the drivers coming through as well. Here's the number 28 and the 31 coming through your camera shot. Joseph Cox and Oakley Riggs there. We saw Oakley early on in this race seemingly complaining, pointing down at his engine, but that hasn't been a cause of concern later on in this one anyway. As now it seems as though, yes, Freya Bond has got 7th place away from Kieran Ranger then. Now Elijah West just dealing with the back marker of Max Tomsit, that is. But Elijah West gets past him through the last couple of corners. He comes round Tollies, and Elijah West is going to take 2 from 2 today here in the Rotax Cadet so far. Very happy with that performance once again, as he should be. Matthew Lilly comes across the line in 2nd place. Here comes Ethan Coupland, a great fought battle between Ethan and Ellis, but Ethan comes out in top in 3rd place. Ellis Honey settling for 4th. Joseph Cox finishes in 5th. Only 3/10 of a second back was Oakley Riggs from Joseph Cox, so another impressive result there from the highest placed novice. Freya Bond, of course, had that spin that caused Rhea Peacock to go out of the race after Rio collected her. But Freya finishes the race in 7th. Kieran Ranger just behind in 8th, with Max Tomsit there in 9th place, 1 lap behind your leaders. And Rhea Peacock, sadly, as I mentioned, getting knocked out there on lap number 2. But luckily, driver all okay. And we can see him up there at the marshal post in sector number 3, just getting himself sorted in the car and hopefully getting his car back to the pits as soon as possible. But another good race from the Rotax cadets and another dominant performance then from Elijah West. He's looking good to take maximum points here from round number 2 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in the Rotax cadet class. But we're done with the cadets then, on to their slightly older brothers and sisters. It's the Rotax Inters for their heat number 2 coming up next. Rotax Inters out on circuit then. Our next heat of the day is coming up. Let's run you through the grid then for this heat number 2 for the Rotax Inters. Louis Barker and Daniel Wisnauskas line up on row number 1, with Konstantin Krastev and Fenton Stoneman there on row number 2. Warwick Milam and Ethan Cousins are on row 3, with Elliot Dimilov, James Finley and Oscar Stotley King rounding out the 9 karts on the grid then for this one. Back in race number 1, what a race it was from Fenton Stoneman. Only ended up winning the race by 2.5 seconds ahead of Daniel Wisnauskas and Ethan Collins, who are having a great battle. I will say actually Warwick Milam was the one in 2nd place. He did get a penalty though. False start on his first attempt at the start. So what was that? Oh, it's plus 5 seconds for a front fairing penalty for Warwick Milam. So he would have been 8/10. So yeah, Warwick would have been in 2nd place. About a second or so off of Fenton Stoneman, but yeah, with that front bumper penalty, drops him down into 4th. So points lost then for Warwick Milam. So bit of a point to prove then. Can he get back up to the sharp end in this one? Can anyone challenge Fenton Stoneman for the win? He went up 6 places in heat number 1. He's starting in 4th this time, so he doesn't need to gain 6. He only needs to gain 3 more places to get up to the lead of the race. Can he do it again? To the start line they go, and underway and racing for the Rotax Inter. Heat number 2. Oh, big sliding moment there in the back of the pack. That was the 17 of Ethan Cousins, getting it very sideways and nearly taking to the grass there. Move up the inside, Johnny's was a scary one. The 46 of Louis Barker trying to fend off another couple of drivers, but wasn't able to do so. Loses momentum as he heads down to the middle of the circuit, and he's going to lose 1, 2, 3, maybe even more positions. Change to the lead then. Up to the... As the 57 of Daniel Wisnauskas tries to find his way across. But look at that. It took Fenton Stoneman at least a couple of minutes starting to get to the front of the field. This time, the chicane Fenton had already gone from 4 to 3rd. Really impressive stuff there from Fenton Stoneman. But they continue on to lap number 2 then. And Fenton Stoneman leads us through into the bus stop section. Warwick Milam, again, the top two from the last race. We're very, very close throughout the last race, but now it's them up at the sharp end once more. Can third place driver Daniel Wisnauskas stick with them? And drivers in behind batting well. What a nice move to the inside there from the 43 Norris plate of James Finley, and he gets it done. Great move from James Finley there into the last corner. Very opportunistic move to the inside of the circuit and gets it done. So the number 13 and the 17 losing out there. Was it the 17 getting overtaken? No, it was the 13 of Konstantin Krastev who loses the position there, drops into 6th place. Warwick Milam, though, is catching Fenton Stoneman at the front of the field. These two nearly nose to tail once again. Warwick Milam set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. It was only 200ths faster than Fenton Stoneman's lap on the same lap, though. This could be a brilliant battle for the lead between these two. As a contact warning comes out for the number 17, so Ethan Cousins just needing to play it a little bit safer here. Too many of those contact warnings, and you could be getting yourself a penalty at the end of the race. 4.5 minutes left to go on the timing screen. And we continue to look at this battle for the lead. It looks as though Warwick Milam's just lost a little bit of time through the first part of this lap. He set another fastest lap of the race last lap, he was 0.2 of a second quicker than Fenton Stoneman, but Fenton has made that time back up, plus even a bit more, I would say, through this lap. And no one can keep up with these two. The 27 of Daniel Wisnauskas is setting personal best down in the 44s, but can't keep up, and that's why Fenton Stoneman, new fastest lap of the race. 44.16 for Fenton, 44.3 for Warwick, was still faster than his personal best. But wow, Fenton Stoneman, no one able to match that kind of speed in this race at the moment. Up towards the bus stop chicane they come then. We're still looking at the battle for 4th place. It's the 17 who's trying to pressure. That is Ethan Cousins. Of course, he's got that contact warning. He needs to be careful, but he goes down the inside. Up at midget. Takes 4th place away then with James Finley. James Finley, what a run it's been. They make contact. They do make contact, but luckily they both hold on to it down the inside. He tries to hold on to it, does James Finley, but can't quite do it. So an impressive attempt there to try and hold on to the place, but James Finley unable to do so. And through goes the 17 of Ethan Cousins. Big check over the shoulder there for James Finley as he now sees Louis Barker in his imaginary rearview mirrors. The top two back together once again though. Up to the top section of the circuit, he saw there, that was maybe a bit of a mistake there from Warwick Milam as he hit the back of Fenton Stoneman. Stoneman then realised he was there and covered the inside line. So Warwick could have been open for the move there, but wasn't able to do so because he let the 48 know that he was close enough behind to go for a move through that section. Through the second gantry they go then once more, and this battle for the lead is not going to let up here. We've still got 2.5 minutes left to go on the timing screen. And these two here. The Rotax enters. Up towards bus stop they come once again then. Still Warwick Milam not quite close enough to think about a move from Fenton Stoneman. Now he is though on the exit, but once again covering the inside as Fenton Stoneman into midgets. I feel like that's the one part of the circuit where Warwick really does get overspeed on Fenton, but it doesn't quite work. A little bit wide for the 48, up and under goes the 35, takes the lead of the race there. What a move from Warwick Milam. Finally it changes and Fenton Stoneman isn't leading a Rotax into race, but forces him out. Fenton Stoneman the inside and takes the lead of the race. There was definitely a little bit of contact there, a little bit of argy-bargy as they headed through the first section of corners. But through they go, and through they continue, and Fenton retakes the lead of the race. I think it was a little bit given by both drivers there through the first section. Neither willing to give the room back down the inside. This time Warwick Milam retakes the place then. But they're still side by side. Heading down into the second to last corner. Super close on the brakes there between the two of them. But Warwick Milam holds the inside line into toys. Fenton Stoneman trying to get the goal. He's going to be something to the first corner. Fenton Stoneman. What a battle this is between these two drivers. And it's Ethan Cousins, to be fair, the number 17 in 4th place, who has the fastest lap of the race. 44.13, just 300s faster than Warwick Milam. Fenton Stoneman thinking about it down the inside as Fenton Stoneman actually with that fastest lap. Oh my goodness, both drivers getting into each other again there. Towards midgets they go, trying to force the door open. It's Fenton Stoneman, but Warwick Milam showing how defence is done here, but he goes a little bit wide through the second to last corner. Forces Fenton to the outside, and Fenton gets it all slidey on the exit and loses out a good bit of time there. And Fenton Stoneman gets a contact warning for his troubles as well. So that would have been for that bit of contact down at the Haynes Loop a lap or so ago. I think pretty justified there, but it was that bit of time lost there for Fenton Stoneman was because Warwick sent him back to the outside into Tollies, squeezed him right to the grass, and that bit of grip loss for Fenton Stoneman saw him get the back end all slidey and couldn't get the power down onto the front straight, thus lost all that time to Warwick Milam in the lead of the race. Potential change to 3rd place. It is a change to 3rd place, but a big wide moment for the 17, potentially under pressure again from Daniel Wisnauskas, but Ethan Collins now takes 3rd position. Not far behind either, James Finley and Louis Barker here. Last lap of the race has started though. Last lap has been started by Warwick Milam. So could we see Fenton Stoneman not be able to continue the perfect run through today? Warwick Milam, big hit to the curb there through the bus stop chicane. That's not going to help us that time, but luckily Fenton Stoneman I think is just far enough back where that's not going to cause an opportunity for a move for himself. So if Warwick Milam had carried on with that 2nd place, we'd have joint points between these two, but because of a penalty he'd still be 2nd after today's running. 35, Warwick Milam takes the win of the race, and across the line he comes, Fenton Stoneman with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap of 44.01. Fenton was pressing on, trying to retake the lead there, but just not quite enough time left for him to do so. Ethan Cousins rounds out the top 3 with Daniel Wisnauskas in 4th. James Finley there, your top rated novice, in 5th place with Louis Barker, Konstantin Krastev, Elliot Dimelu and Oscar Sotley-King, your 9 finishers in that race. But what a battle at the front of the order then between those two young drivers, Warwick versus Fenton, and this time, second time of asking, it goes the way of Warwick. So that's it then. Rotax into heat number 2. We'll of course see them out for their heat number 3 later on today, but we're quickly running through the second round of heats, and indeed it was a pretty crazy race first time of asking. Let's see how heat number 2 is then for Senior Rotax. Senior Rotax out the pit then for their second heat of the day. Now, of course, we didn't get a huge amount of running in the first heat of the day due to the flipping of the car for Elliot Barrell. Great to see that Elliot is out in this race, so despite the car going end over end, he's totally okay, and somehow they've managed to fix the car as well. So let's run you through the grid then for this Senior Rotax heat number 2. It's Michael Pugh and Bradley Howes on the front row of the grid, then Henry Stratton and Ian Natay just behind, then Finley Patterson and Ben Ballou. Got to run through this quickly, it's already coming around the last couple of corners. Elliot Barrell and Matthew Lambert are there, then George Hewell, Elliot Reichard at the top 10, and Aaron Phil, Kieran Ives, Sam Harrison, William Ray, Paolo Nuzaranda, Ben Hicks, Matt Jones, Ethan Lomax, James Griffin and Aidan Blair. Round the final corner they come then. It's a 17, no, we're going round again. We are going round again. False start, so that quick run through the grid for no reason there, sadly for me. But yeah, 20 drivers on the grid then for this one. Now Elliot Barrell, I can see on the grid, was supposed to be 7th place on this one, but I can assume potentially just for his own mindfulness, starting at the back for this one, which I think is understandable, as yeah, definitely a scary moment he had in heat number 1. But great to see him out racing again in heat 2. 2 novices in this one, James Griffin and Aidan Blair. Let's see what they can do from the back of the order as well. Of course, it was Aaron Full who took the win in the last race. Only a few laps were completed though after the red flag called off proceedings. But let's see if we can go for the full 7 minutes plus a lap here for Heat 2 in the senior Rotaxes. We're underway and racing as they head down its the first couple of corners, nearly off onto the grass there through the opening left-hander. But the up and under tried, and I think just about holding on to the lead. One driver nearly getting forced off into the barrier on the outside. That being the 83 and the house as Henry Stratton gets through. We've got 1 driver or 2 drivers off on the exit of the 20s. I think actually 3 drivers off. 1 driver still in the car, red flag called already. So it took a few laps to a red flag in there. Heat 1, sadly, already in heat number 2. We've not even got to the end of lap 1, and already it is a red flag. I think the driver who's hopped out of the car holding their wrist, so potentially a broken wrist there. I think that's the number 80, I want to say. There is no 80 in this race, so my eyesight... Oh, it's the SC plate, that's why I'm getting confused. So Benjamin Ballou then, who has stopped on the SC plate, the ambulance over to attend to him. But yeah, Ben Ballou holding his wrist. I know Ben does a lot of karting at many different clubs, so this will be a huge knock to his career, at least for the 2024 season, if there is a bit of damage to his wrist there, but hopefully just a bit of a sprain or something, and hopefully he continues to only do this year, but hopefully it's not too bad and we see him back out today. But as you see on the cameras then, the drivers are pulling to the start finish line, red flag conditions, and they're going to be jumping up and out of the car. So we're just going to go to a few minute break once again then, and hopefully we'll see the senior Rotax heat number 2 continue. We'll keep you updated as soon as we can. ladies and gentlemen, a bit of an update for you. So that senior Rotax heat has been stopped for now. Senior Rotax drivers back into the pit lane. They're going to get fully regridded and go again. The 177 race. So we'll be seeing race 14 before we see race 13 effectively. But we will see the senior Rotax out again just after this one. Let's run you through the grid then. Harry Simpson and Joshua Pickford are the ones signing up on pole position with Colin Davis and Adrian Jeffrey there on row number 2. Daniel Wright and Reece Thewin are there on row 3. With Drake Davis and Lisa... okay, I remember now. It's not Lisa Hutchings. It's Oliver Hutchings who's in 8th place. But I've been told that it was Lisa who signed them up and accidentally put their own name. Oops. So I'm going to call Oliver Lisa Hutchings from now on in 8th place. Then Neil Hebling and Ben Avery are there on 9th and 10th. Then Adam Clark and Sam Ward on row number 6. Daniel Tetsiak and Lincoln Bailey Anderson are there on row number 7. David Simpson, Gary Cox, Oliver Appleby, Chris Thomas, Archie Elliott, Tony Chase, Robert Simpson, Winston, Ryan O'Connor. They've already got the race in the way though. And leading us through is Joshua Pickford. He is still leading as they head through John Lees on number 56. Couple of drivers driving to the inside there with John Lees on the 14. Getting a bit hung out to dry there. That was Gary Cox getting hung out to dry, sadly for him. And particularly frustrating him because Gary came 3rd place in the opening race, won the class of the Masters, so dropping down the order early on in this one, far from ideal. They head to sector 3 then to complete lap number 1, and already building a nice gap here is the 56 of Joshua Pickford. The 71 and 90 close together behind us, Adrian Jeffrey, all in the back of Colin Davis. To head through the Haynes loop, drivers line, there's still a couple of drivers, 2x2 to the inside, that offers over the 24. We've got a spinner though as well. The 24 that was trying to go down the inside. Robert Simpson with a bold move to the inside of Johnny, so luckily not making contact with the other driver involved. It was the 41 who's gone for a spin, so Ryan Silverthorne spinning 180 degrees down at the Haynes loop, but continuing nonetheless. Wide moment there, and they've moved down the inside from the 29. Great overtake there, opportunistic from Oliver Hutchings. So Oliver Hutchings through into 4th place then. It was just a mistake there from Daniel Wright that sent him a little bit wide. And through went Oliver Hutchings up to the bus stop they go once again here. Still 2nd and 3rd very close. That's Colin Davis and Adrian Jeffrey. Of course, Colin Davis though currently the leader in the Masters class. He might be overtaking it down into the right-hander though. Both drivers are very, very close there as they headed through climber, but not a move able to be done just yet. The 63 now in 5th place. What's happened to Daniel Wright? Daniel Wright shot from 5th to 8th place on that round. So Sam Ward, Lincoln Bailey Larson and Jake Davis have all got through. There's a move down into Windows Dip there. Great move down the inside from the driver in the mid-pack. Couldn't quite see who it was, but whoever's getting position and stuff late got to the inside there for 2nd place. Through goes Adrian Jeffrey. He was looking that a little bit faster, and Adrian Jeffrey takes away 2nd place on the road up to Midget's corner. And now the 29 of Oliver Hutchings is starting to close in. Oliver Hutchings has the fastest lap of the race. Just like I say that though, Lincoln Bailey Anderson takes that fastest lap, and Lincoln had it for most, if not all, of the race earlier today as well. Yeah, what's the most of the race was Archie Elliott stole it right at the dying moment, said Archie. And Archie was a race winner in race number 1. Archie's still in 10th at the moment in this race. Moved for 3rd place though, down the inside. Once again, that is Colin Davis getting shuffled back because Oliver Hutchings finally finds his way through down the inside, and now Oliver is forced eyes forward ahead to 2nd place. Adrian Jeffrey overtakes Anthony on the carpet spot. Joshua Pickford potentially already having gained too much of a lead here for him to be caught. Contact warning for the 54 of Archie Elliott coming out over the starting gantry. tyres squealing as they head through Johnny's section of corners. Second, third and fourth, nearly line astern here. Between Benz and Colin Davis, it doesn't seem like he's been dropped from this angle anyway. Still leading that Masters class. The closest on the Masters driver is Daniel White, down in 8th place at the moment. So as they all follow through to start a new lap of this race, Archie Elliott now gets the fastest lap of the race at 41.71 for Archie there. Very close to second place, move for second place, down the inside, Oliver Hutchings goes for it then on Adrian Jeffrey, takes away second place. There's still just over 2 minutes left in this race. Is it going to be long enough for Oliver Hutchings to close in? There's a move in the final corner to the 75 there, nearly collected as they go across the line by Sam Ward. Sam Ward overtaken then by Lincoln Bailey Arneson. Lincoln Bailey Arneson super quick throughout today's running, continuing that on here into heat number 2. And now as they fly their way up towards the bus stop chicane, I'm not sure if there's enough time here for Oliver Hutchings to try and close in. We have got fourth and fifth, Colin Davis and Lincoln Bailey Arneson getting very close. And Lincoln potentially thinking over the move soon enough to take that fourth place away. But Colin Davis still the leading Masters driver at the moment. Is Daniel Wright, second place in Masters at the moment, loses a position himself. So the 9th and 10th battle between Daniel Wright and Chris Thomas, actually the battle for second place in that Masters class in this race. Less than a minute left to go on the clock then. Likely 2 more laps of this Forest Edge Kart circuit. And yeah, it doesn't seem when Oliver's got to the front of the field, he's still gaining on the two ahead, on the leader ahead, but not quickly enough. With 39 seconds on the timing board as they come across the line, they will just about have 2 laps left to go. Still battles going on up and down the order as well though. Battle being led by the 24, that is, so Robert Simpson leading a battle from 12th down to 17th place. So still points to be taken over these last couple of laps of this one. Close battle as well up into midgets as a move down the inside. And that is the move for 7th place, that is, so that will be Archie Elliott through. And it is indeed Archie Elliott past Jake Davis. Last lap then in the 177s. And the 177 Masters carry on the one more lap of this Forest Edge Kart Club track. Up to the bus stop comes your leader. And he doesn't look like he'll be challenged over the last half of this lap. Really impressive race from Joshua Pickford. He's getting to the front, he's managed it really well on the number 56, and overlooking staying maximum points. Where was Joshua Pickford in race number 1? He was in 11th, he got a penalty as well, so Joshua Pickford, redemption then in race number 2, takes some maximum points, and battles to the line as well. Great race there, and all spins last corner for the number 60! It's all gone wrong for the number 60! Toby Case will just 1-2 positions there. 16 to 18, he tried the move on the final corner, too late on the brakes, locks up his rear axle and round he goes. But that was it for 177s and 177s Masters. Joshua Pickford, Oliver Hutchings, and Adrian Jeffrey, your top 3 then. Your winner in the Masters there in 4th place, Colin Davis. There's Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Sam Ward, Archie Elliott, Jake Davis, Chris Thomas and Daniel White then your top 10, and David Simpson and Robert Simpson there. Robert Simpson over the 12th place, Bernard Clark, Gary Cox, Neil Hemming, Ben Avery, Harry Simpson, Toby Case, Dennis Trutsiak, then Ryan Agora and Ryan Silverthorne, the last of your finishes I do believe. I think Reese threw in there, did get to the checkered flag, just a few laps down on the rest of the field. Oliver Appleby Not making it to the start though in that one, sadly. And Oliver Appleby didn't make it to the start of the last one, so I think we can assume that Oliver is not here today. However, we've done a dusted with the Rotax, the Masters and the 177 Masters. Let's see how we go then. Second time of asking for Heat 2 in Senior Rotax. Hopefully we can get a Senior Rotax race done without a red flag, but it looks as though the seniors are already ready to go, so I don't even think any need to go to a break here. We've got green flags out on circuit, and the seniors will soon be leaving the pit lane. Let's have a look then at the grid for this one. So of course, back to how they were before, and to let you know as well, Benjamin Balloon was involved in that incident earlier on, seen by the medical staff, totally fine, no injuries for the SC players in Kart. I'm interested to see, is he out there? Yes, Ben Balloon out on circuit once again. So visual grid, Michael Few and Buddy Howells on the front row with Henry Stratton and Ian Matei on row number 2. Billy Batson and Ben Balloon there on row 3, Elliot Bowell and Matthew Lambert. I think actually Elliot was starting at the back, won't he? Yes, Elliot Lambert, Elliot not there in P7, so that bumps everyone up one place. So it'll be Matthew Lambert and George Hume on row number 4, Elliot Rice and Aaron Fuller on row 5, and Kieran Ayres and Sam Harrison on row 6, row 7, William Ray and Paolo Nuzaranda, Ben Hicks and Matt Jones on row 8, with Ethan Lowe, Max James Griffin, Aidan Blair, and then Elliot Barrell rounding out the 20 starters. This one, we've seen some bit of a wrist issue in heat number 2 earlier on. We've seen a barrel roll from Mr. Barrel in heat number 1. Let's hope for a clean heat 2 here. No, we're going round again. Both done in the Senior Rotaxes. All the good for us. At the last moment there, and they go round once again. Another attempt at the race start in Senior Rotax heat number 2. Let's have a look then back at the heat number 1. Of course, heat number 1 curtailed quite considerably by the red flag earlier on. It was Aaron Phil who took the race win. He had been blessed with a pole position though in that first race. That probably helped given that we went to red flag relatively early on. However, he did have to hold on to that lead for those few laps that he was there, so not taking anything away from him. He starts a little bit further down the order in this one though. He's down at the bottom of the top 10. So what can Aaron Full do? Try and get back up the order, or will someone else get involved? Michael Pugh was up 6 spots in heat number 1. He started on pole for this one. We're underway in racing then. A little bit unsure there across the line was Michael Pugh. He holds on to the lead, trying around the outside there. Was another driver as they head into the far centre of the circuit. It was the 18-minute Bandy has to stick back though into second place as they head down to Windsor Skip. We're pulled to my line up into the bus stop chicane. Still, as they were top, they'll move down the inside there for 5th place. Still looking at George Hume. He's been up to this time, move for second place. Definitely inside because near the second. Sorry, second place already fitting to go. Move for second place again. Wide is the 84. That's Ben Miller up to 3rd place. So after going earlier on, and goes in the red flag with an issue, he now moves his way up into second place. And on the S2 car, and his way into P2. And the 83 of Paddy House, which is second position there, down at the Haynes Loop. So Michael Pugh, giving a bit of breathing room as he presses on, big moves up into third place there, super late on the pace. There's 2 drivers piled across, the 2 females one driver getting hung out the drive there, dropping down the order. So he's in 6th place. As an opportunity to move around the last corner there from the 30 rated Blair season. Steal over the position from James Griffin there through Follies. As we might have an issue here for the 59. Henry Stratton comes across the line very slowly and looks to be heading back to the pit lane. But Benjamin Balloon continues to chase down your leader Michael Pugh. Benjamin Balloon now has the fastest lap of the race. Close battle there for 5th position, thinking about the move, potentially lay down the inside here, not quite close enough. It's the last one, there is the move down the inside. Late on the brakes and near the 8th. But he does steal a better position there from Bradley Howes. And Aaron Phil, look at that. Maybe I was underestimating Aaron. new fastest lap of the race for Aaron Bull. And Aaron Bull is in a 40.29. That is an impressive lap. But he's got a lot of cars to clear if he wants to get up to the same position that he finished in heat number 1. Benjamin Ballou continuing to etch away, just eke into that gap that had been formed earlier on in this race by Michael Pugh, now falling drastically. Third place is still the 11 of George Hume, then it's the 37 in behind Matthew Lambert. The 83 of Fanny House now under a bit of pressure from who else but Aaron Bull. Aaron Bull continuing on, lecturing on as they head towards the middle section of the circuit, potentially close enough to think about a move there down into Windsor Slip, but things better over this time. Aaron just waiting for the perfect opportunity and continues to sit behind as they head through the bus stop chicane. Just behind Aaron as well, Elliot Rice is pressing on nicely, and now Matt Jones in 10th place as the fastest lap of the race. Ben Ballou though all over the back now of Michael Pugh. He's closed the gap as they head down into Haynes Loop. Not going close enough to this time around. And we'll try and keep an eye on everything that's happening behind them. But still seeing whether Ben goes lumbering for the lead anytime soon. Pressuring hard is Ben Ballou, but not able to find a way through just yet. In behind, possible move, yep, down the inside, that's for 5th place, that is. So Aaron Bull down the inside of Bradley House, he already got past Elliot Rice at the end of the previous lap, now up into 5th place for the number 28 of Aaron Bull. Still as they were at the top two, Seaplay gets a great run down towards Windsor Slip, but not close enough then to make a move stick. Has to continue on and think about it a little bit more. Later on in this lap, again getting a good exit out of the bus stop, but he just can't seem to find a way past Michael Pugh here. Michael Pugh making his car as wide as possible as they head down through second to last corner of Climate, then into Solly's. End of the lap once more. 2 minutes and 50 seconds ago, change to 3rd place though. The 37 on the inside of the final corner. And there, the 28 of Aaron Bull follows through as well. So Lambert into 3rd, Bull into 4th, and George Hume down to 5th place. Oh, bit of closer comfort there down to Windsor Slip. That 3rd place battle is really hotting up, and that's giving more and more space to the two leaders. Not ideal for Aaron Bull. He's worked his way through the pack nicely here, but already quite a big gap has formed between the top two. And this 3rd place battle, Matthew Lambert though who holds onto that 3rd place now as they come into contention. Behind them, down to Haynes Loop. You saw him get all sliding as he headed through that first section of the circuit. Oh, Ben Ballou's got the lead of the race. I've missed that. Ben Ballou's got the lead of the race. He had the lead when they came across the line last time, so how have I missed that? I got so excited by the rest of the drivers going at it. We've had a change to the lead, and Ben Ballou has snuck through then. Ben Ballou heavily defending though here on the SC plate. Less than a minute left to go. Aaron Bull into 3rd place then. Matthew Lambert just about bending off Elliot Rice in 4th. And then Matt Jones, I think, got past George Hume on that last lap of the race. William Ray making some nice moves through the pack as well. But now Ben Ballou making his way through sector number 3 and already starting to put a nice little gap between himself and Michael Pugh. Time is dropping down, I don't think quite fast enough. We're going to have 2 laps left then of this Forest Edge kart circuit. More contact warnings going out, and it's getting pretty close to cover in the midfield. Late dive to the inside there from the number 11, and the 65 follows through. So that was George Hume going for a move, and William Ray follows him through as well. It was Matthew Lambert who got hung out to dry, and it looks as though Niam Nate also scampered their way through the gap there. Last lap board will be seen next time around by our 2 leaders. After building a bit of a gap though, Ben Ballou has sort of been closed in, back in a little bit by Michael Pugh. Still opportunities here over this last part of this race to potentially retake the win. Onto the last lap goes Ben Ballou and Michael Pugh then. I think for the first time in this entire race, no moves committed there at the final corner. And as the leaders head through, Johnny's now trying to hold on to that grip levels, attempting to move in the background there. That was the 22 of Sam Harrison getting a bit feisty, trying to find a way through on Niamh, can't quite do it. Here come the leaders though, through the final section of corners. Ben Ballou looked to be out of the entire day after a red flag in heat number 2, but they've restarted it, he's restarted it, and he takes the win on the SC plate. Impressive stuff from Ben Ballou there. Moves there at the final corner, but all staying as they were. Impressive run through the order then from Aaron Full. So he's got a first place and a third place pending any penalties in the bag, heading into heat number 3 later on this afternoon. Elliot Rice and Matt Jones round out the top 5 in that one, with George Hume, William Ray, Matthew Lambert, Niamh and Sam Harrison, your top 10. And it was Kieran Ives, Ethan Lomax, Bradley Howes, Paolo Nunes-Aranda, then Finley Patterson, Aidan Blair and James Griffin, your 2 novices there in 16th and 17th respectively. And that was your last finisher in that one. Sadly, Elliot Barrell, of course, didn't make it to the end of heat 1, didn't make it to the end of heat 2 either, and neither did Henry Stratton in this one, and Ben Hicks not making it to the start. Well, Senior Rotax Heat 2 is done and dusted.
Great.
Race number 13 is done. So is race number 14, of course, because we had the 177s out prior to the seniors. So only 2 more races then before we go into the lunch break. Up next are our Formula Blues for their slightly curtailed grid, I can't lie. Let's have a look then. How did heat number 1 go down in the Formula Blues? Anthony Cleal on the number 1, up 4 positions to the lead or to the win in that heat 1. Joey Foster was up 6 to B2, and David Watts was up 3 to heat 3. Now I will say, hold on a second. Oh no, that's right. Okay, I'm getting confused here. No penalty, it seems. I could have sworn that David Watts on the O-plate finished second in that one, but anyhow, that was your finishing order in heat number 1. Let's look at the grid for heat number 2. It's Mark Cook and Paul Alexander who line up on the front row. Callum Johnson and Joey Foster there on row 2, with David Good and Stephen Groves there on row number 3. Harry Smithson and David Watts on row 4, with Michael Bell and Anthony Cleal on row 5. Then it's supposed to be Leanne McShane and Alfie Lenton on row number 6. However, I will say 12 karts on the grid for this one. Only 10 were involved in race number 1, and sadly, it looks like we've lost another one from that grid. Only 9 drivers taking to the start in this one. So actually, it'll be Paul Alexander, Callum Johnson, David Good, Stephen Groves, David Watts, Anthony Cleal, and Leanne McShane taking to the start here for the Formula Blues. Off we go then. Race underway. Smoke plumes out the back of these Formula Blues as they head down towards Haynes Loop. Holding on to the lead early on then in this one is the number 4 of Paul Alexander. How long will it take though for the O-plate of David Watts, the number 1 of Anthony Cleal, to get through to the sharp end of the field? Up into the bus stop they go then. Is that a change of the lead? Yes it is. Stephen Groves has already got up to the sharp end of the field then. Change to second place. Very late move down the inside. Relegates the drivers down to 3rd place. I think the number 4 it was. Yes. Now down into 4th place. And Paul Alexander relegated by 2 positions in the same number of corners. Number 7 is Stephen Groves, leads Anthony Cleal, leads David Watts. So my question to the racer, how long will it take them to get to the front of the order? Well, 1 lap it seems, as all 3 now lead us away onto lap number 2. Line astern are those 3 drivers. In race number 1 it was Cleal leading Foster, leading Watts. Foster not involved in this battle. Foster, I think, is the driver that we lost, who's not here from race number 1. Potential change to second place down the inside, late on the brakes, and I do believe that's our O-plate driver, David Watts, getting the move done then on Anthony Cleal. No, it was getting the move done on the number 7 of Stephen Groves. Anthony Cleal is in the lead of the race. So once again, the number 1 plated driver, your championship winner from last year, takes the lead of the race once more. I will say though, identical fastest lap of the races then from Anthony Cleal and David Watts at 44.02. So potentially still a battle on our hands between these two. Anthony Cleal finished race number 1 a good 2 seconds ahead of Joey Foster in second place, and then that was a further only 2/10 to be fair, so 2.5 seconds separated the top 3, separated Cleal and Watts. Currently only about a few tenths of a second separate those two. Exactly the same again, that's unbelievable. Last lap, Cleal and Watts set an identical lap time. This time they do it again. 43.50, new fastest lap of the race for both Cleal and Watts. So again, the gap stays at 0.29 seconds. So close in pace between these two. Of course, the number 1 of Anthony Cleal, championship winner from last year. The O-Plate, David Watts has won their special O-Plate event. The two drivers that are clearly used to being up near the sharp end of the order. They're doing just that again today, aren't they? Number 7 of Stephen Groves trying to stick with them. He finished 4th place in the first race of the day, and it looks like it could be 3rd on the cards in heat number 2. Side by side across the line then, that's Leanne McShane trying to hold off the number 4 of Paul Alexander, and manages to do just that. But Leanne McShane staying then in 6th place, or getting up to 6th place on that last lap. Because Leanne, being a novice, has to start at the back of the grid, and it was actually Paul Alexander losing 3 places on that last lap. Callum Johnson, David Good and Leanne McShane all getting through on that last lap around the Forest Edge kart circuit. To the final corner come our two leaders, 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Still lap times falling. I will say though, on that last lap, they weren't identical. This time David Watts 0.05 of a second faster, and that lead once again goes back to 0.29, which makes you think on the last lap Anthony Cleal was 0.05 faster. These two, you could barely separate them. So close on pace. Clearly, drivers that know each other very well, and they are matching each other's times almost to the 100th of a second every lap here at Forest Edge. The Formula Blues nearly halfway through this second heat of the day for them. I will say as well, Leanne, if you're watching this back, you need to let us know in the live chat why you have a pirate flag by your name on the entry list as well. I don't know if there's any reason for that, or if you've accidentally clicked it, but either way, I am intrigued. But Leanne's having a good race once again. Some good battles in the first race for Leanne. And continuing on in this one now, she's pressing on towards David Good as well. A slight extension of the gap there, 43.22 for Cleal, 43.25 for David Watts. So again, you can barely separate the two of them, but that gap nearly a half a second now. It's going to take a mistake here from Anthony Cleal for there to be any chance of David Watts getting back involved in this race. But through they come into your camera shot then, through the final section of the circuit, still as it was. Through the bus stop come the two leaders then, still line of Sir, but I do still think that Anthony Cleal, well actually to be fair on that last lap, close back in did David Watts, but that gap looks to have extended again on this lap, so still trading times these two at the front of the order. 30 seconds left to go on the clock, so they'll get 2 more laps here at Forest Edge. But these are going to be the last opportunities for David Watts to try and steal away a race win here. Liam McShane slowly but surely closing in on David Good, but I'm not sure it's going to be fast enough. Got about 3/4 of a second between each other as they head on to the penultimate lap of the race. Two leaders still as close as ever as they head on to the final lap then, but the O plate of David Watts just hasn't quite been close enough to challenge, and there is a new fastest lap of the race from Anthony Cleal. 43.10 for Anthony, impressive stuff. Through the final part of the lap they come then. Still Cleal leading Watts. It's never looked like it was going to change in this race. They've been super close on pace, but no mistakes from the number one of Cleal. Sees him take his second win of the day then in the Formula Blues. David Watts follows him across the line. Can't quite be a thorn in the side then for Cleal. Battle still going on in the background though. This is Leanne McShane. She has closed up and thinking about a move then into the final corner is Leanne. Potentially the up and under. Not quite close enough. Nearly loses the back end, having to chuck the anchors on there. Couldn't quite get past David Good, but it was a good showing again from Leanne McShane, pardon the pun. So Stephen Groves ran on the podium with Callum Johnson, David Good, Leanne Manchester and Paul Alexander. Your 7 finishes in that one. I think I'm right in saying only one more race before we go into the lunch break. So that's Formula Blue done and dusted for race 16. Yes I am right. One more race before the lunch break, the last of our heat number 2s, and we're back to the supercars. Last race of what effectively I'm going to call the morning's running. I know it's nearly 1 o'clock, but we're going to call it the morning's action anyway. Here come the supercarts. Had some good battling in the first race. Let's see if that continues here into heat number 2. It's Aaron Mayle and Spencer Chappell who line up on the front row. Matt Olnuts and Ross Cornick are on row number 2. Sam Gillis and Aaron Powell on row 3, with Mark Smith and Daniel Hammer on row number 4. Brian Payne and Matthew Duncan line up on row 5, with Callum Smith and Daniel Buckland on row 6. Richard Cornick and Fraser Everett on row 7, with Ash Goodliff and Ian O'Rourke row number 8. Of course, once again, the supercars are going to be coming round to start on the grid for this one. And we're going to hope that no one stalls it on the grid, unlike last time. Who was it that stalled it on the grid? It was Richard Connick, the number 61. He's going to be hoping that that doesn't happen this time around, because not only was it quite a scary moment of drivers piling in behind you, you can't see where they're coming from and you're just wincing, hoping no one's going to be crashing into the back of you. Luckily for him, all the drivers with very quick reactions avoiding him that time around. But hopefully that doesn't happen again then for Richard Connick. Well, this time actually it seems like he's starting at the back of the grid, so if it does happen again, no one's going to be behind him to crash into him, so at least that's a positive. 47 was very quick in the first race. Aaron Mayle up 6th place to 4th. Up 6 places to 4th place, I should say. He's starting on pole position for this one. Matt Olner up 8 as well. Spencer Chappell up 5. Aaron Powell up 3. Lots of drivers to watch in this one as we go into the final 7 minutes. Plus 1 lap of racing before we go to lunch break then. Drivers are going to rise. We're underway and racing for Supercars Heat number 2. And the drivers fly down towards the Haynes Loop. Spin already for the number 77. He's round and nearly collected there by the 81. Good reactions, but Callum Smith finds himself on the grass. He's rejoining the track well behind the rest of the through Windsors Dip they go, up past the bus stop came. Of course they go straight on in these supercars, doing a ridiculous amount of speed there. They head up into Midgets at the top of the circuit. But it looks to be our second place on the grid driver, the number 25, Spencer Chappell, who's taken the lead already. Spencer, second place in heat number 1, now up into the lead already in this one. As you can hear in the background, these carts are very, very loud, so sorry if the microphone quality today isn't great. We've got a lot of cart noises in the background as well, so having to shout so you can hear me over the top of them. That was a late move for second place. What a move down the outside, or around the inside I should say, for Matt Olnut. He was super quick, sending some brilliant moves in heat number 1, and he's doing it again here in heat number 2. Your pole sitter, the 47 of Aaron Mayle, down to already. I'll tell you the problem. The 55 has a problem as far as Robert turned up into the lane then, but something goes wrong for the number 55. But as I was going to say, from race number 1, and they're already in the top 4 once again. It was Alan Powell leading Spencer Chappell, leading Matt Olnut, leading Aaron Mayle. Now it's Spencer Chappell leading Matt Olnut, leading Aaron Mayle, leading Aaron. Can the winner from race number 1, the Oakley driver, get back to the lead of the race here? Set on the front. These things are simply terrifying to watch. I can't imagine what it's like to be in the driving seat of one of these. Basically on a school dinner train going about 95 miles an hour up towards Midgets. It's rather ridiculous, I will say, but God is it amazing to watch. They head through the last couple of corners then. The 25 of Spencer Chappell starting to build a nice lead, but look at that. Aaron Powell with the boxes out of the race now. He's trying to chase down the rest of the drivers ahead. That box is up. Now taken by Spencer Chappell. He's built that gap out of to nearly a second and a half now. He'll soon need to worry about a couple of lap markers as well if he's going that fast. Look at how much speed the Oakley is getting up towards Midget. Late down the inside for the Oakley. Makes the move work. Aaron Powell, what commitment there into Midgets. Late on the brakes. Completely unsighted with the 47 of Aaron Mayle, but luckily gives the room and they both come onto the race. So going on there, down the inside, they put 73, nearly making contact as they head through the hanging around the outside, but still side by side, do Johnnies. Oh, they not hit each other there as they head into the middle of the circuit, and the 73 can't really get through. So Mark Smith falls onto 6th place ahead of Matthew Duncan then, as they head now to the circuit. Luna has made it through on the mark at the 81. Because the closing speeds of these parts are ridiculous at the best of times. Here is that battle. Headed up by the 96 of Mark Smith, still ahead of Matthew Duncan, Daniel Limit and Sam Gillison. Ash Goodlin and Richard Connick not far behind either, to be fair. The Oakley of Aaron Powell now has his sights set on the 36 of Matt Olnut. They head down through Climber at the moment. Now through the trolleys and onto the race. A minute and a half of racing left to go on the clock then for the second round of heats. Change in that battle it seems. Daniel Hanna, I believe, has gained a place there. There's only 81's gone for a spin. That's in a route off for a spin. The first corner looks like he's out of the race as well. Getting up and out of the car. It's in, but all okay. Just a spin off of the first corner. So They're just losing out of the Parsons there for the 81, and he is out of the race. 25 still leading this one. Ian is out of the race as the number 0 of Aaron Powell, who continues to close in on the 36 of Matt Ulmer, but it might not be enough. 31 seconds to go on the clock, so 2 more out of the race, I think we can assume then, from our leader. As it's very close to second place now, the overplay of Aaron Powell has now closed the gap as they head down into Clymer. Into 20 seconds, I think he's going to be a little bit too far back this time. However, I can't see it being too much longer. Takes a much. Oh, there's someone up in the bushes down at the first couple of corners. I missed that. One driver out of the race, down to the Haynes Loop, and they've gone straight on. So that is... I can't actually tell who that is that's gone off down there. It's Mark Smith on the number 96 who's gone off. And Mark Smith with his helmet off there, all okay, standing by the side of the circuit, but he's really gone very deep there. So whether that's a mistake, he just gone straight on, or a brake failure of some sort, I'm not too sure. Last lap ball comes out for the leader then. And the 25 passed another back marker, this time the 44 of Daniel Buckland, who Spencer Chappell has had to navigate. Spencer Chappell leads us up then, past the bus stop on this last race. And the back marker of the 42 could scupper Matt Ulmer here. Matt Ulmer down the inside, so is the overtake then of Aaron Paul. He's just too back. And it is going to be the 25 of Spencer Chappell who takes the win in number 2. Civil laws for him. Bends off there to hold on to second place. With Aaron Mayle there in 4th. Ross Cornick will come around the last corner then to finish in 5th place. And just in behind them, still battling the 73 and the 86. But it will be Matthew Duncan who holds on ahead of Daniel Arnett. Finishing the 8th race with Sam Gillis there in 9th. Here comes Richard Collins across the line in 10th place, followed closely behind by Graham Payne and Callum Smith. Daniel Buckland finished 1 lap off the leaders, with Mark Smith and Ian O'Rourke off down at the Haynes Loop on that one, and Fraser Everett sadly lost him after 2 laps of that race on the number 55. But that seems to be it for both the first and second round of heats then here for round number 2 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. I hope you've enjoyed that bit of action as much as I have. What a great bit of racing we witnessed today here at Forest Edge. We'll be off for the lunch break of around 30 or 40 minutes time, and then we'll be back after lunch for the third round of heats, and then of course the all-important finals later on. Now I just want to say on my timing screen, it looks as though we'll be back around 20 past or half past. However, I know we're a little bit behind schedule on this one. So yeah, around 30 minutes time, we'll be back for more racing actions. We get the third round of heats underway. My name is John Ratcliff. If you enjoyed the commentary on this Forest Edge Kart Club live stream, make sure to drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. I hope you enjoyed it as much as me. We'll see you very soon for the third round of heats and the all-important finals. Hello everyone, welcome back to this afternoon's action then from the Forest Edge Kart Club. I've just managed to hop it over after grabbing a bit of lunch on the other side of the circuit. Big thank you to everyone at Forest Edge for giving me a cheeky free chicken wrap. Oh, thank goodness we're going around again. That helps me a lot. So thank you to everyone for making that possible. Right, here we go then. Afternoon's action into the third round of heats, ladies and gentlemen. Also kicking it off with the junior Rotaxes. They'll actually both be at the start and the end of this third round of heats because they're the only category that will have 4 heats due to the amount of entries that we've got today for round number 2. So the grid then, probably only be able to tell you who's at the front. Actually, I remember now, junior grids are very messed up on advertising, so I don't think I can actually tell you who's at the front of the order for this one then. But hopefully you will have a nice relax over the lunch break and you're ready to go for these third round of heats. I can tell you the numbers as they come across the line. Number 12 and number 33 go side by side across the lead. Morris, Sinfield running through the circuit, and then for 20 it dropped towards the bottom end of the circuit. Up to Bristol they come then, right in a turn through bus stop. We have seen a couple of moves through there. We do see one there round the outside. Impressive move with the number 30, Sonny Morgan making up a couple of positions side by side, up through midgets. Someone trying around the outside out of the bottom of the circuit. Good attempt, move for the lead. Close to 57. Zach Bird has got a race. And we'll stop him. Together. 2 guys get together and boss out wide. I'm 57 in the race. Charles Green, opportunistic there. Came together on the first one. But they've got shot on the wide as you want to see on the camera. And Charles Green slipped his way through. Impressive start from Charles there, well read as the other drivers in front of him dove out wide off of the racing line then. Making sure that's all updated for you ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we come to the end of that, number 2. 57 on Zach Berkshire in second place, but under a bit of pressure. The 29 and the 18, Josh Wickham and Travis Rowe, sorry, the 16. As they do change. Both of them, I think, getting through. Yeah, the 57, Zach Berk down to 4th place, and moves down at the Haynes Loop. So Wickham up to 2nd, Rowe to 3rd then. Good battling early on, but that wide moment at the front of the field that allowed for Charles Green to squeeze ahead has now given him credit to him as well. He's put in the fastest lap of the race, down in the 42s. Only a couple of drivers are in the high 43s, and Charles is in the 42s. But for how much longer will he hold on to the lead of the race? Because look at new bosses up in the race. Josh Wickham, 6. Dalton Hayward. We know Dalton is very fast rider and he just about squeezes through on Tony Cooper. So there's some big names in this junior max group. I've just noticed we've lost a driver at the end of the lap. That's just round on the exit of midgets then down into the second to last corner, which name I continuously forget. Climber, just before Climber, we've got to drive off. Now it will be the 21 of Alexander Stepankov there, who's out of the race. We've seen him battling up near the sharp end in both P1 and P2 earlier on today, so sad to see Stepankov on top of this one. Drivers side by side is the Johnnies, just around the 41 make net ahead of the 99, so that's Elijah Douche losing 2 places there. Toby Tree on the last match. 3 drivers line astern now as they head into the final part of the lap. Down the inside, very late on the big set, and continuing to move forward is Dalton Hayward. Dalton Hayward at the fastest out of the race, but is just taken away by Joshua Whitcomb. And that means, although 77 has been leading very nicely since he got to the front, it's been a pretty chill one. But outside of the line, 22, two nicest having a good thing going matter as well. That was Matthew Whitmarsh and Josh Spence going side by side then. But yes, I was going to say, since getting to the front, Charles Green hasn't really had anyone to play with at the front. However, he has got a driver closing in, and that being the 29 of Josh Whitcomb. They're also chasing down the back marker, the number 12 of Lee Wintridge. They're going to be able to enjoy this, not the 11, it's the 17, I believe. Yeah, to the 17, one of our lady races, that's Lucy Lovell, who went round in the last corner. So Lucy, trying to hold on to the outside line. We've seen it many times already today. Trying to hold that outside line into the final corner, gets squeezed onto the grass on the entrance, loses traction, and round she went into the barrier. But luckily, no damage seemingly taken and nothing too heavy, and Lucy continues on for the rest of her race. Leaders now, though, are very close together. And this is a matter of time, I think, before the 29 of Josh Whitcomb closes in and makes the move for third place. Blue flag shown to the back marker, and our two leaders manage to scamper their way through. But when is Josh going to be able to take this win? He looks close down into Winger's Dip, but it's not going to happen this time. Up towards the bus stop they go then. Oh, and we've got another driver around in the last corner. This time the 26. He's very frustrated, so clearly feeling like he's been helped round there. Was Jacob Sinfield. I think Jacob was up battling with Whitmarsh and Spence. We've got someone else off I can see on the cameras down at the first couple of corners. They managed to rejoin the race as well. So a couple of drivers falling by the wayside. Still the leaders line are starting though. Nothing separating them across the line. Less than 2/10 of a second as they head through onto another lap of this race. 1 minute 10 left to go on the clock. Battles galore in this. It's between the 99 and the 42 there. There's a dash, just gets through on Jacob Clay, but I will say potentially a bit of contact used there to find their way through the last corner, but both did very well to hold the huge slides that they both had there down at that last corner. Tolly's a bit of a difficult corner for some drivers during this race, holding the inside line. The 77 comes across the line, then they're going to be side by side almost across the line. But look at the 77. Joshua Whitcomb's trying everything to get through here, but can't quite get alongside. Defensive masterclass so far from Charles Green, but he's still got at least 2 more to hold on. He's got the inside line into the bus stop. Finally, Whitcomb got alongside, but not quite able to get past as he was forced to the outside there at the bus stop. And I say that, Dalton Hayward, he's in third place. He's not that far off of these two leaders. If they keep battling like this could be very close. Lots of lap is out chasing the lead. Down the inside goes to 29, and he's got it. Joshua Whitcomb takes the lead of the race as they head on to the last lap. Dalton Hayward is so close now as they head down to the middle part of the circuit. Last lap of the race then. They head up towards big moment for the 42 once again out of the final corner, holds onto it once again, impressive stuff. But what a race it's been. Charles Green has been leading for most of it, but on the last lap just makes a mistake out of the final corner, and Joshua Whitcomb grabs an opportunity with both hands round the final corner. He'll come to win number 3, the junior. Hayward are your podium finishers in that one, with Zach Burke and Travis Rose in the top 5. Then Teddy Sonny in the top 8 and Lewis Sonny has been so impressive today, I will say. So fair play to the number 30. Nolan Nicholas and Chris Leo Westerfield there in the top 10. The Spencer Train, Tony Street, Dylan Morton, Aaron Sarkas, Lucy Lovell, Eliza Dash, and Madison Chappell, Jacob Clay, Rebecca Challis, Josh Spence, Jacob Sinfield, Matthew Whitmarsh and Harvey Lee Wintridge. The last of your finishes in that one. Sadly, we lost Eva Morris on lap number 3. Potentially it was Eva Morris who's up there at that end of the circuit. I do think it is the 21 of Stefankov that I can see out of the window who needs to make their way back. But yeah, Eva Morris and Alexander Stefankov not seeing the checkered flag there in Rotax Max heat number 3. It's going to be the same proceedings that we've seen in the first round and the second round of heats. So we start off with our junior maxes. We'll then go on to the Honda cadets, then Rotax cadets, Rotax into the senior Rotax, 177s, Formula Blue, and Super Kart. And then we'll finalise the heats with our only heat number 4 for those junior Rotaxes. And then, hopefully, for my voice's sake, we'll have a short break, and then we'll go into the finals, and we'll do it all again. But up next, coming up very shortly, is our Honda Cadet Heat number 3.
Cars back out on circuit then. This time the Honda Cadets are out for their heat number 3. What a day of domination it's been for Mr. Arthur Ray. Incredibly impressive stuff from Arthur. As all dear, we're going to spin the ball when we get around to start their practice laps. The 73, oh dear, doesn't seem like he's able to get it restarted again. Who is that that's gone for a spin? It's Oakley Powter. just before the start finish straight. Has gone for a little pirouette, but seems to be a bit stricken there. As the marshals go over to help. Let's wait for the grid then. While we're waiting for him to get sorted. It's Nikita Roberts and Tyler Banks who are on the first row of the grid. Then row 2 is Arthur Kaiser and Seth Jones. Oliver Ratton and Daniel Barton on row number 3 with RV Froud as, oh dear, maybe the reason why he had a spin there, one of his wheels has come off of the trunk of the stoppers. It was Oakley Pouncer, 3 wheels on his wagon, and he's not going along. Oakley out of this race already. Let's carry on with the grid. Army Froud and James Devereaux on row number 4 with Oliver Spence and Arthur Wayner on row 5. So Arthur, he's done it from multiple grid spots already today. Can he do it from P10? His pace has been unbelievable. The only driver seemingly be able to keep up with him. Who was it in this race? No one really. No one. They were having a good little battle for second basically, but that seems what anyone can do with Arthur Way in this race. Stanley Kearley and Matt Smith are on row 6, and Cody Wood and Heavy Duncan row 7. Oakley Pouncer and Connor Yu were supposed to be on row number 8, but it will just be Connor Yu, a lonely row 8 there for him. As Oakley Stanley, I wish we had cameras in this because I'm zooming in on his face. He's looking very dejected by the marshal from Royce on the way racing, almost a jump start there from the 19, but the fact he went on the gas, came back off and back on again, means he gets a very poor start. But the 63 of Nikita Roberts will be the one who leads us through the first sections of corners and takes the lead early on in this one thanks to their pole position start. We're coming inside of Johnny's for the 81. With the 41, that is of Stanley Kearley. He's already making up spots then. It's Stanley starting in 11th place on this one already, up at least one position into the bus stop they go then. It's the number 11 of Seth Jones that's made his way up into P2. He's under pressure now from the driver behind. I think that's Oliver Ratton. Oliver Ratton goes down the inside, takes away second place then from Seth Jones. Down to the final corners they come then of this first lap of the race. The 11 still all over the back of the 22 of Oliver Ratton. There's the 39. Where is Arthur Way though? As they come round to finish the first lap, Arthur Way already up into 7th place then, just off of the back of this leading battle at the moment. He's got the 41 of Stanley Kearley between himself and the rest of the field, but it's Daniel Barton in 5th place who takes that early fastest lap of the race. All 4 of them going on towards the bus stop side by side for 4th place. Release on the pace there, good move. Takes 4th place away to Daniel Barton, so he's got some great pace in this third heat of the day. From the cadets, of course, results from this and from the previous 2 heats, setting the grid for the final later on. I'm going to maximise your result here. And maximise your points for the weekend.
Over the line, then we've still got, what's that, the top 9 or in the row? Yes it is, top 9, but look at that, Arthur Way, new fastest lap of the way, race Arthur Way up into 5th place.
He's got on Stanley Kearley, so now has James Devereaux as well for the first couple of corners, so
up into 7th place now.
As it has not changed at the front, but they are very close as they head down into the bus stop. Still Nikita Roberts who leads the way. 3rd place though, under a bit of pressure. That's Daniel Barton trying to make up more spaces, and Daniel Barton does go through on the inside. Up into 3rd place he goes, and now look at this, Arthur Way trying it round the outside. Brilliant move from Arthur Way, but can he make it stick? Yes he can. Up to 4th place already. Now immediately his sights set on the number 58. They head down to the first section of the corners. Has Arthur got a good run? Yes he has, late to the inside for Arthur Way. Wow, that was a confident move for Arthur. And already up into the top 3 then. Who can stop it?
Racing driver, Arthur Way, take.
Wow my son, what a day. It's moving to the inside of the final corner for Arthur Way. Squeezes Ratton to the exit curb, and that's going to give the opportunity for the 58 Oliver Barton as well to squeeze through into 3rd place. So Barton following Way through the now, and now it's just Nikita Roberts. Nikita, don't look behind you. You're going to be all this mistake who's in your wheel tracks as they head down towards the middle section of the circuit. Got the 19, Arthur Kaiser, a bit of a straggler there, an issue for him early on in this race, seemed him way at the back of the field, but still carrying on, and that's what we like to see. So, it's Arthur Way, here we go, here's the move for the lead then. I thought it would be a little bit longer, down the inside of midgets, and Arthur Way once more then. Will anyone be able to challenge?
Just going to simply
scamper off in this last few minutes of the race. It's been a good showing for Nikita Roberts so far in this one to hold on to that lead. But now it's 5 of them. Line astern down in to the first few corners. Round into Johnny's they come, still line astern, and no changes at the moment anyway. Okay, off the race, still under a bit of pressure here through the bus stop there. Nikita Roberts all over his rear axle, but not able to make a move happen then. But Nikita Roberts finding some extra pace here, sticking on the back of Arthur Wade. Now we've said these Honda Cadet cars, they're pretty, they're not very aerodynamic, they're not very fast, and thus you can get long trains in Honda Cadets, and that's seemingly what's happening. But Arthur Wade needs the drivers in behind to start battling so he can start to build a gap here. Who is that that's gone for a POS? I do think it's Daniel Barton at number 58. He rejoins the circuit. Through Johnny's he comes now, but yes, it is the 58 of Daniel Barton. He was pressing on really nicely in this race, had some really, really good pace. But sadly for Daniel, spins it all on his own through the Haynes loop there on lap number 6. Battle for 3rd place now it is with Daniel Barton out of the, not out of this race, but down a few spots. He's trying to battle back through. In behind, James Devereux's going to remove Russell Connor Yu, I think, for position. And ahead as well, James for 3rd place. Down the inside, this is number 11. Squeezes the 22 out to the exit curve. So that's Seth Jones up from 4th to 3rd then with that move in the final corner. And then the back here was James Devereux getting through on Connor Yu as well. So great bit of racing between these drivers. But Daniel Barton has it all to do then. From 9th place, 50 seconds left to go on the clock. And fair play to Nikita Roberts. He's been hanging on very well to the back of Arthur Wade's cars. But Arthur Wade passes up the race last time, 48.47 for Arthur. Only half a second back is Nikita Roberts, but just isn't quite able to match that pace. A few tenths of a second off every lap. It's that battle in behind though, it's looking interesting. We saw the move of the final quarter last lap. Seth Jones through on Oliver Ratton. Oliver Ratton not able to respond just yet anyway. 16 seconds on the clock, then we'll have 2 more laps of this Forest Edge circuit. And then the next time we'll see the Hondas out will be for their final later on. Arthur continues to extend that gap out front. It was 3/4 of a second when they crossed the line last time. It's going to be even more than that when they come round to start the final lap of the race. The time has hit 0. That's a very late move in the bus stop, but they make it work nonetheless. Danny Kearley through on Tyler Banks then for 5th place. Impressive stuff from them, and that's actually allowed the whole group to close up now. So heading through onto the last lap, it's Arthur Wade. We now have a 4-way battle for 5th place here. Now headed up by Stanley Kearley, but he's got Tyler Banks, James Devereux and Connor Yu all in his wheel tracks here. Heading through Haynes Loop and into Johnny's they go. James Devereux's got some great overspeed. He's going to the inside, but so is the driver ahead. Very close down into Winger's Dip. But no one able to make a move. Devereux thinking about it down to the bus stop, but it doesn't happen this time around. Ahead though, move for 3rd place. Finally makes a real overtake. Happens over Ratton right where he needs to. But up and under goes Seth Jones. Brilliant re-overtake. Here comes your winner. Arthur Wade around the final corner. What a perfect day it's been for him so far. Brilliant battle. But it's side crossing. And just getting it. It's on Ratton by 3/100ths of a second. Place again by 3/100ths of a second. What a finish there in the Honda Cadets 160 heats number 3, 3rd and 4th, and then 5th and 6th, both separated by 3/100ths of a second there. Photo finishes across the line for both 3rd place and 5th place battlings. Wow, what a race with Arthur Wade. Unbelievable stuff. wins in Heat 1, Heat 2 and Heat 3. It doesn't matter where he starts from. Arthur Wade taking maximum points from today so far. Nikita Robertson and Oliver Afton round out that top 3. With Seth Jones and Sandy Curley in the top 5. Tyler Banks, James Devereaux, Connor Yu, Daniel Barton and Henry Duncan now in the top 10. Gutting for Daniel Barton. He was right up there for a strong finishing position, despite all on his own down at the Haynes Loop. Cody Wood, Harvey Fowden, Max Smith and Arthur Cager. Your 14 finishers then in that one. The Honda Cadets are done and dusted. Next time we see them out is for their final later on this afternoon. But race number 18 of the day done and dusted then. Next up is heat number 3 for your Rotax Cadets.
Those two numbers again? Or
Rotax Cadets out on circuit then for their heat number 3 of the day. 22 degrees, Elijah West and Matthew Lilly line up on the front row. This will be interesting. The 2 strongest contenders in the class lining up on the front row. Of course, Elijah West, just like in the Honda Cadets there with Arthur Way, Elijah West has dominated so far today in the Rotax Cadets. Only driver close enough to challenge him has been Matthew Lilly across the day. But Lilly just a few quite able to keep in his wheel tracks, and Elijah has scampered away in every race so far. Joseph Cox and Ethan Coupland are there on row number 2, Rhea Peacock and Freya Bond there on row number 3. Interesting to see them back together. Of course, it was Freya who spun at the bus stop and took out Rhea Peacock from race number 2. No fault of her own. She just came together on the corner race here, and Peacock was lucky not to roll the car. Good to see him back in this race. Ellis Honey, Oakley Ridge. There on Oakley Ridge, sorry for Oakley. On row 4, there's Max Johnson and Kieran Mains on row 5. And I get a little excited because I think we're about to start the race, but no. Round again. False start for the Rotax Cadets. And we wait for them to complete another warm-up lap here as you see them heading through the Haynes Loop at the moment. So Rotax Cadets. Trying to see as well. I'm struggling to look at my notes today because I know it turns off the live timing, so I'm trying to not take that information away from you guys if you're enjoying the live stream. Let's look at the Rotax Cadets then. Yes, it's Jack Blackman who leads the championship. He's not here today. It's Ethan Coupland who's second place in the standings, then Freya Bond in third. So I think we'll probably see a new championship leader after today with how much Elijah West has dominated. But we are good for a start then in the Rotax Cadets, and already a spin at the first corner. The 24 goes round at the first corner, so Freya Bond spinning it just after the race starts. Through the middle section they come, then you see Bella rejoining, trying to chase back down the pack, but she's got the work cut out for her now. Good starting position for Freya, but sadly dropping to the back of the pack. Change from the lead though, Elijah West has been overtaken. Matthew Lilly to the front of the field, but already trying to re-overtake. Great defensive move there from Matthew Lilly to hold on there. Elijah West trying to get a good exit though. Can he force his way down the inside here? Yes he can! Barely a car width left there by number 20, but that's just enough for Elijah West to force his way through and retake the lead by the end of that number 43, now all over the back as well. That's Ethan Coupland, second place in the championship, and the Rotax cadets going into this second round of the championship. So if he can put together a good results from today, he could take the championship lead, just given the fact that the two ahead of him on circuit at the moment weren't at round number 1, so thus have 0 points going into today's running. But Elijah West leads them through the middle section of the circuit. Out of the bus stop they come, and up towards Midget's corner already, after making that re-overtake early on for Elijah West, starting to build out that gap at the front of the field. Into the final quarter of Tollies they come then.
Right moment on exit there for Matthew Lilly. It's going to put him under pressure. Down into the Haynes loop, but he knows it, moves over to defend there from the 43. Battle's going on in behind though, the battle for 5th place starting to hot up. That's the 28, just ahead of the 30, so Joseph Cox and Ellis Honey going at it there for 5th position through the first sector. And still under pressure here, ooh, thinking about it down the inside into the bus stop there, was the 43 of Ethan Coupland. Not quite able to get it done, and having to back off early there means he gets a very poor exit out of the bus stop chicane. Drops a good few kart lengths off of the back of Matthew Lilly, and that stops any
attack anyway.
But take that, he's already close back onto the back of him as he heads into Tollies for one more time. On to a new lap we go, 4.5 minutes still left to go in this 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat race. To see Max Thompson as well, getting those laps into the back of the field, just gaining confidence race on race. So good to see the number 16 of Max out there, putting his laps in and getting faster and faster as he does so. Look at this though, 4th place, the 31, Oakley Riggs, one of your novice drivers, getting faster and faster, putting in personal best last lap of the race, and he's closing in this battle for in place. Could we see a novice up in the podium spots here in heat number 3? It's not out of the question just yet. And if the 20 and the 43, if Lilly and Coupland start battling here,
Could see Riggs start to get involved.
behind as well we've got 3 cars. Rio Peacock is now getting involved with that battle for 5th between Ellis Honey and Joseph Cox. Of course, Rio Peacock being that driver who nearly became a Ryanair flight in heat number 2. Luckily landed back down on all 4 wheels and is able to participate here in heat number 3. Again, a Pessa being piled on to the second place driver of Matthew Lilly there through the bus stop chicane.
Continue.
Close in is Oakley Riggs. The number 31 thinking about it, all very close in behind. The second place now is Ethan Coupland, but Ethan
Seemingly unable
to find a way past, and it's been a battling between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Is again allowing for Elijah West to continue his perfect day here at round 2 of the Forest Edge Kart Cup in 2024. Continue on once again. Look how close he is. Gets sent to the outside though. There's the 3rd place driver. That's about the 3rd or 4th time we've seen that so far in this race. I think Matthew Lilly knows he doesn't have the pace up the hill. I think probably also helped. He was already helped by the slipstream heading up towards that section of the circuit. The winner's guy down a bit again, sending him to the outside there at the bottom of the hill. Potentially opens up an opportunity for Oakley Riggs, but he doesn't take it through the final corner. And they carry on as they were once again. Still over 2 minutes of running left to go in this heat number 3 for Rotax cadets. They carry on as they were. They're battling behind as well, still going strong. Honey versus Cox versus Peacock. Oh, it's changed. Finally has got through to 2nd place as Ethan Coupland. That would have been down in the first section of the circuit, but I've missed that overtake for 2nd place, and through he goes after lap of waiting, trying to find the perfect time. Ethan finally gets the move done into 2nd place. Now, not too much longer, a minute and a half for the number 20 on Matthew Lilly to try and find a way back past, but again that's just allowing Elijah West to extend that lead. 3.5 seconds now the gap. Coupland, and actually I will say, rather than Lilly going to re-attack Coupland, it seems more the case that Riggs is starting to attack him for third place. Up the long straight they come then into the chicane. Well navigated, very well navigated by third place of Lilly, carrying way more speed through there, but again, up into midgets, not quite close enough to think about any sort of move. I love seeing them getting properly sideways down through Climber. It's always fantastic to see them diving in right on the edge of grip and seeing that back end starting to come out on them, especially with drivers such a young age in a class like this. Continue on lap number. Elijah West continuing to be in a little league of his own here in the Rotax Cadets. In behind though, for Matthew Lilly. He set his personal best on the last lap. He's closing it up towards midgets, but not quite close enough. You saw him pivot the kart there, thinking about the move inside, but thinks better of it. A little bit too far back for now. Timer has hit 0. Elijah West comes around the final corner to see that last lap board then. One more lap for the 20 of Matthew Lilly to try and regain that second place he had for the majority of this race. Through Johnny's those leaders go. In behind as well, the 66 of Peacock now really pressuring Cox through the first section of the lap. But we look forward back to the leaders. I just don't think that Lilly is quite close enough here to make a challenge in the last section of the circuit. Here comes Elijah West. Shot now. He flows through the last couple of corners, out of the final corner to see the checkered flag burst. Perfect day so far then for Elijah West. 3 wins from 3. I think we can assume he'll be starting on pole position for the final later on. Ethan Coupland did a great job there. Lilly for second place, and Lilly has to settle for third. Oakley Riggs, another brilliant result for the novice there in fourth place. Well done to Oakley there on the number 31. Oh, then Sonny in 5th, Joseph Cox in 6th, Rio Peacock in 7th, with Freya Bond in 8th. She fought back well there to only be a second and a half over the rest of the pack after that spin on the first corner. She's still going to be gutted with that. Could have got a lot more from that race. And it was Kieran Ranger and Max Thompson who round out your 10 finishers in that one. So once again,
done and dusted, we move on to their slightly more powerful brothers and sisters. It's the Rotax Inters for their Heat 3 up next.
Again. Out on circuit go the Rotax Inters then, and one thing to mention from the previous heats, of course, Benton Stoneman and Warwick Milam were the quickest in heat number 1 and heat number 2. Stoneman in first and Milam in second in heat number 1, but Milam got a penalty. 5 seconds, dropped into 4th place. In heat number 2, Milam finally beat Stoneman. Milam first, Stoneman second, but once again Warwick Milam getting himself a front bumper penalty, dropped himself down to 6th place. That's how much 5 seconds cost him there in heat number 2. So let's see what happens then in this one. Is it going to be Stoneman? Is it going to be Milam? We'll have to wait and see. Well, it's Stoneman on road 1 of the grid with Ethan Cousins, then it's Konstantin Kristev and Warwick Milam on road number 2. Elliot Davidov and Daniel Wisnowski on road 3 with Louis Parker, Oscar Sotley King and James Finley rounding.
The drivers come through the track.
Right then, up towards the starting line, and 7 minutes plus 1 lap is on.
Already moving to the inside, ahead.
I think as he already takes the lead of the race. The one moment there through the middle couple of corners. And indeed it is Benton Stoneman already to the lead. As Roy Milam got them into second place, I think he just might have done. Up towards the Boston chicane they come then, and yet Roy Milam already finds himself in second place. So our two main protagonists here in the Rotax Interclass already making their way up to the top 2 places. However, Roy Milam under a bit of pressure here. Under a bit of pressure, Ethan Cousins trying to get back involved on the number 17. But Ethan unable to make a move stick then. End of the final lap. And it's Stoneman in the lead, Milam in second, Cousins in third, Wisnauskas fourth, and Krastev in 5th place. For the 17 of Ethan Cousins. And as he does that, if Cousins can get involved and upset Milam here, this will be for Benton Stoneman. He'll be very happy looking behind him and seeing him to scroll, and he'll be like, okay, I'll just drive away then. Thank you very much, guys. Not quite happening at the moment though. No moves made from Ethan Cousins. And still they follow line astern, but already the 48 of Benton Stoneman just trying to build that gap. Past the start line they come then. Past our vantage point of the circuit. There you can see them, a couple of drivers going side by side there through the Haynes loop. That was a great little battle. Further down the field, they're going for it again down the inside into Winter's Stip, and it's all changing around. And that's Louis Barker, Oscar Stockley King, and Elliot Dimmelov around in a great battle. It was Louis Barker and Stockley King side by side. They now head into the bus stop chicane, and Stockley King comes out on top. Impressive stuff from Oscar there, making the move up into 7th place, while our novice drivers pressing on nicely. I will say, that gap has not increased between the top 3. If anything, it's closed up. Look how close that is. 44.41 for Stoneman, 44.44 for Milam, 44.41 for Cousins. 0.03 of a second separating all 3 of their lap times on that last lap. So the gap's but that's not going to help Milam. Cousins, they need to start lapping quicker than Stoneman ahead of them. They want a chance at the race victory here in heat number 3. Stoneman has the win in both heat 1 and heat 2. If he can get the win here as well, once again we'll have a driver having a perfect day, and once again we'll definitely know who's getting pole position in the final. But look at this, Milam has closed up over this last lap. 44.38, new fastest lap of the race then for Warwick Milam. The 35 pressing on ahead. Clearly he can see himself closing that gap, and that's just pushing him to want it more, to press on harder towards Benton Stoneman. He pips Benton Stoneman to the front of the field in heat number 2. Of course, got that 5-second nose cone penalty, dropped himself to 6 after that was all said and done. But can he try and get it on the road once again here in heat number 2? Close, very close there through Climber, and then nose to tail out to the final corner. These two close together, but the 17 of Ethan Cousins can't quite keep with them, and it's a new fastest lap of the race for Warwick Milam. 44.17, he goes a little bit wide out of Johnny's there, just loses a tenth or 2, and that gives him a bit of breathing room back to the leader. You can see there as they come through the final section, you'll see as they come through into this camera shot, that gap has been extended once again by Benton Stoneman. Not any fault of his own, just because Milam made that mistake there earlier on in the lap. And now Warwick under a bit of pressure once again from Ethan Cousins in behind him, like Cousins was down and out of this battle. But because of Milam's mistake, he's very much back involved with a shout. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock then. And in behind, the rest of the drivers just creating some slight gaps between each other now. No huge battles going on, so it is that battle for second that we continue to keep a watchful eye on. They head up through the bus stop chicane at the moment. And now up through Midget's Bend. Down into the last couple of corners then, Climate and Tollies to come. And getting it very sideways there. Through Cliver was the 17. Clearly Ethan Cousins is pushing as hard as he can here to try and keep on the back of the two leaders. Again though, Milam and Cousins both faster. Field. So once again, second and third place, closing down the leader. It's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Could still be a change to the lead in the dying moments of this race. Warwick Milam has shown some really good pace across this heat number 3, and again is closing in. Bit of a mistake there from possibly from the leader. Almost opening the door there into Kleiner, but just not quite close enough for the 35. But once again, this lead battle is on. Just over a minute left to go on the timing screen. And that of course means probably 3 more laps of this Rotax Kart circuit, considering the drivers are in the 44s. Up towards the bus stop they go once again. Still Stoneman holding on to that lead. The great exit out of the bus stop. It does seem like Milam is very strong through this last section of the circuit. He's all over that rear bumper of the leader. But the leader will leave no space on the inside. Milam will have to try it to the inside there, but things better over this time. Through they come, 20 seconds on the timing screen. So penultimate lap has been started then by Stone and Milam. Milam squeezes through. On the inside, they're going to be side by side. Everybody's squeezes in. The move there from Warwick takes away the place. But back through into the lead there. The bus stop chicane goes to 48 of Benton Stoneman. It's been deemed, I think, up here there was a bit of Benton Stoneman has re-overtaken here on the penultimate.
It'll be a 1 lap
Cheer for these
to decide who takes the win in heat number 3. Last
lap 4 is out, ladies and gentlemen. Defending hard to the inside is through the Haynes loop. Milam doesn't quite have a good enough exit alongside this time. It's back into second for now as they head down towards the dip. And then they'll fly back up towards the bus stop once more. Line of serve, and again it's Stoneman with the better exit from the bottom end of the circuit. But what a good exit that is off of the bus stop, but not quite good enough for Warwick Milam. Not able to get on Stoneman now under a bit of pressure from Ethan Corson's getting involved as well, potentially thinking about the inside line. Here come the two leaders round the last couple of quarters. Can anyone make a move? Or does Stoneman make it? 3, Smith for second place. Wow, what an end to our this was! Brilliant stuff there! Warwick Milam won it for the whole race, and the smallest mistake to the last corner. He got lucky there to not really get collected by Cousins. On the outside, manages to get second place across the line, but Wisniewski's there gifted third place as Warwick tried to restart the kart there, jumps over the line, has to settle for fourth, but it is a perfect day then for Fenton Stoneman. 3 wins from 3. I think we can assume he's going to be on pole position then with the later on. James Finley there place with Konstantin Krastev, Louis Barker, Oscar Sotley King and Elliot Dimilov. Your 9 finishers there in the Rotax Inters, but straight from the Rotax Inters, I'm sure it'll be a quick turnaround. It's the seniors next, let's see how this goes. There are 2 red flags already, hopefully we don't see a third.
Out on track then go the senior Rotaxes. I've been told off in the booth here, I might have commentators cursed here. I hope not, I hope we don't see another red flag, but you never know in the seniors. Right, let's have a look at the grid then. For their third heat of the day, it's Kieran Ives and Ethan Lomax who line up on the front row. Sam Harrison and William Ray on row number 2. Paolo Nunes-Aranda and Elliot Barrell there on row 3 with Matt Jones and Henry Stratton on row 4. Of course, Elliot Barrell is out of the weekend, Kart beyond repair, so he won't be there on row number 3. Behind them, yeah, Stratton, then Bradley Howes, Ben Pix, Benny Batson, Liam Nate, George Hume, Ben Ballou, Matthew Lambert, Elliot Rice, Matthew Pugh, Aaron Phil, Aidan Blair and James Griffin. And I will say, I've seen the replay now, the Ben Ballou crash. Someone goes up and over the top of him, and then they restart it and he wins the race. Unbelievable from Ben Ballou. Let's see what he can do then in this heat number 3. Everyone getting very slidey through the first couple of corners. 3 wide into the head. Oh, that was close. Everyone just about misses him. On the canvas, and yes, you did. Through they all fly down towards the tip of the middle section of the circuit. Winders dip, they all attack it, they're all through, and they're all up towards the bus stop. Late move to the inside for a couple of drivers into the bus stop. All managing to keep it facing the right direction, though they've got to be careful they don't check each other up and get those nose-turn penalties. 5 seconds at the end of the race is far from ideal. The leader, though, already making some nice moves to the front of 47, building a bit of a gap. Kieran Ives leads us over the line after lap number 1. All 3 wide, wow! 74 losing out there, but what a close one that was. Elliot Rice, Billy Batson and Aaron Phil. Trying to make up places. He's pressing on now towards his teammate up the inside. He joins it on Ben Ballou, but Ben Ballou giving no room down the tip and forces Phil to stay behind for now. Second and third very close as well. That's Harrison and Lomax still battling there. And now they've got William Ray for company as well. William Ray is very quick at the Wilson Mill Car Club. He's been quick as well today, but not quite challenging those top positions. What can he do here in this final heat of the day? Oh, that's not the line. Oh, jeez. 5. So close between those two. I was going to say, it doesn't seem like Phil can cross the checker flag line without being side by side with someone. We'll see what he does this time around, but I wouldn't be surprised. He's now got another driver in his sights. I think the 76 of Michael Pugh it is. But look at this, leader 47 of Kieran Ives, now finding the drivers in behind, closing him down. 59 losing out the final quarter there, Henry Stratton getting overtaken by Lambert and Hume. If I'm not mistaken, it was Matthew Lambert, the driver that went up and over. Obviously Matthew Lambert won a spun balloon during that incident in the earlier race, but again, as I say, amazing that Benjamin Ballou is still in the racing action today, and he is battling hard out there. Is he back through on Hume? Oh, sorry, on Hume. Hume's further ahead, isn't he? I'm thinking of Aaron Phil, and yes, Ballou has got back last on Aaron Phil. Ballou through on the 59. Phil through on the 59. They're pressing on together nicely. I will say they've got very similar colours on their car, which made me think that they were teammates. Aaron Phil and Ben Ballou were not teammates, just very similar looking cars out there on circuit. Through into the chicane they come then, very close to second place, taking another move of colours to the inside there to Sam Harrison. It's Matt Jones behind who's trying to find a way through, and it's Matt Jones who has the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 40.47. And let's see, that's Ben Ballou getting a contact warning as they come out to end another lap. And Ben Ballou makes another move and follows him through. It's Aaron Phil. He's side by side with someone across the finish line. He's getting crossed by the line though. He's giving you an easy job. Matthew Lambert boxing him back out wide, and Matthew Lambert retaking the place. Impressive batting there from Matthew Lambert as he forces Phil back out and says, you're not coming through that easy. But that's allowed for Ben Ballou to start scampering away here. The 10 number 2 from Phil, down the inside he goes, up at the top end of the circuit, and finally makes the move stick. Phil up into 11th
7th place then. It is Aaron Full who has the fastest time of the race. Through the last corner, the 11th, the 76th. Oh, that was Michael Hughes now. No, that was Gil and Hughes. It was Paolo Hughes and Orlando losing out to those two. And I do believe Ben Baloo managed to sneak his way through as well. 2.5 minutes left to go then of this senior max heat number 3. As I'll be saying for most of the heats this afternoon, next time we see them out, it's going to be their final later on. Change for 2nd place, that's 3rd place. Down the inside goes William Ray, is that for 3rd place. Cheeky late move that was. The number 65 it was William Ray to 3rd position. And that was the 32 of Ethan Lomax who lost out there to William Ray and now finds himself under a bit of pressure from Sam Harrison as well. The absolute rocket these carts make, hitting that exit curve out of jollies is
Mental! All those tyres flying over the exit curb shows they're absolutely on the limit here, flying around the Forest Edge kart circuit and creating some great battles for us to watch. Speaking of which, move down the inside once again in the final section of the circuit. The senior Rotaxes love the moves here in sector 3, and that was the 76, I want to say it was indeed. Michael Pugh making up a place on Liam Natay there. And behind them, oh, who is it? It's Ben Baloo and Aaron Full, 8th and 9th respectively for those two. Good race it's been so far from Kieran Ives. I've not really looked about him too much out in the lead of the race, just being consistent, leading this race from the front. But he's now got a lone Matt Jones who's chasing him down, and Matt was a good 1/10 of a second faster on the last lap. Only 55 seconds on the gantry though this time around. I think that'll just mean 3 more laps then. Down the inside goes the 22. That's a move for 5th place. Oh no, that's Sam Harrison. Was that for Ethan Lomax? It was. For Sam Harrison up into 4th place then. Ethan Lomax down to 5th. Through the bus stop chicane they come once more. Drivers, the gap's extending ever so slightly. I mean, as much as they do in a senior Rotax race, it's just nothing. In a senior Rotax race, half a second is a big gap. Late move to the inside from the 32. Takes away 4th place now from the 22. So Sam Harrison had battled back past Ethan Lomax on that lap. Ethan Lomax re-overtakes once again at the final corner. Doesn't look like it's going to change too much here heading through the penultimate lap. Gap just big enough at the front where Kieran Ives doesn't have too much to worry about. Matt Jones still closing in though, and of course this time around Kieran will be the first one to see that last lap board. Battling for 4th though, very close. 3 drivers line astern. Who's going to go for it late to the inside? Double overtake attempt! Nearly works out there. They're going to be 3 wide across the line of Benbaloo. It's his game. He gets in the same number of corners to Benbaloo. Forced back out wide. It was opportunistic from him, but didn't quite work out that time around. Leaders heading up towards the bus stop chicane. He is close, he's thinking about it, move for the lead, down the inside, on the last lap, goes Matt Jones, he might have snuck it away, he's holding the inside line now, as they come down into the last couple of corners, not allowing any room to the 47, and Matt Jones holds the inside line, trying the up and under, it might be a photo finish, no, Matt Jones takes the win there, at the dying moments. What a heat 3 that was, in senior Rotax. Kieran Ives and William Ray, your top 3 then in that senior Rotax heat number 3. What a race that was. I'm going to need to catch my breath after that one. Sam Harrison and Michael Pugh round out the top 5 with Ethan Lomax, Ben Baloo there in 6th and 7th. Aaron Phil, Liam Natay and Elliot Rice rounded out the top 10 with George Hulme, Paolo Nonazaranda, Matthew Lambert, Ben Hicks, Henry Stratton, Finley Patterson, Aidan Blair, James Griffin. Finishing the 18 finishes in that one, sadly, we lost Bradley Howes on lap number 4. Seniors done and dusted then. Of course, their final will be coming up later on today, but race number 21 has come to a close. it's the 177s who are coming up next.
Fake prediction.
Yes.
Who started one?
What, in first?
Yeah.
Lincoln Bailey Arneson. You just do it when you feel like it.
I was there.
Yeah.
In here.
Yeah.
It's hanging on the but I wasn't that far look at that one. Everyone's pretty hard to look at you.
177s out on the grid then. Of course, this being our joint grid between the 177s and the 177 Masters. But to be fair, you would have thought the old boys wouldn't be able to mix it in with the other 177s, but they are. Impressive stuff. And it's eventually meant it's been one race, really, which has made my life a lot easier. But let's run you through the grid then. Lincoln, Bailey Arneson and Adam Clark are on the front row, with Dennis Trosiak and Chris Thomas on row 2. Archie Elliott and Ollie Hutchings there on row 3, with Neil Henning and Robert Simpson on row 4. Gary Cox and Jake Davis there on row number 5. With Joshua Pickford and Toby Case on row 6, row 7, David Simpson and Oliver Appleby, row 7, Reece Fluin and Adrian Jeffrey, and there's Daniel Wright and Sam Ward on row number 9, Harry Simpson and Ben Avery round out the top 20 there on row number 10, with Colin Davis, Ryan Agara and Ryan Silverthorne. Your 23 runners here for the 177s, they're coming around slowly from up the long straight towards the bus stop chicane. They're coming around 2 by 2, so it's going to be 75 on the left of your shot, the 81 on the right of your shot. Lincoln versus Adam to the first corner. Who will be leading on the exit? Big move to the inside, and it is the 75 of Bailey who takes the Lincoln Bailey Arneson, I should say, taking the lead of the race. Move for third place. Cheeky move on the outside there. That was for 29. That's Ollie Hutchings again, moving his way up in the order nicely. Headed good. Heat number 2. And he's carrying that on here into heat number 3. Already the top 3 starting to pull away. Late move to the inside. Stop and nearly spun around there. Very late on the base of the 24. Goes straight into the back of the 81 of Adam Clark. It was Robert Simpson who outblocked himself there and went into the back of him. Luckily, just enough of it where they didn't spin each other around. But I can't imagine that won't be a nose cone penalty there for the driver that went into the back of them. Out the 24. That would have been the 56, that would have been of Joshua Pickford, who slammed into the back of Robert Simpson that time. Joshua Pickford, that was quite the into the rear axle there, going into the final corner, but again, an incident certainly got to the stewards. That one, potentially a contact warning coming out at some point in the near future. Into the bus stop chicane they come, and you'll see as they come through this last camera shot, the gap that the top 4 have already made in this race. Bailey Arneson, Elliott, Hutchings and Thomas all pushing on together ahead of the moment. What's that gap now back to 5th place? Well, the number 81 in of Adam Clark is 3.5 seconds behind Chris Thomas in 4th place. So we've effectively now got 2 races going on at the same time because the top 4 are so far ahead of each other. Something's going to have to go really badly wrong for these top 4 for them to not all finish in these top 4. Late move to the inside though, there's a change for 3rd place. Through goes Chris Thomas on Ollie Hutchings.
And yeah, the 16 making up places then. So that's 16, Chris Thomas. He's the only 177 Masters who is up in the top of the order. The secondary group though, so close. Driver's nose to tail. The 18, 25 and 14 having a good battle. That's Neil Hemming, David Simpson and Gary Cox battling over 8th place. Still as they were though as they head up into the bus stop chicane. Youth fastest lap of the race goes the way of Lincoln Bailey Arts, and we've seen him be fast throughout this race, but this is the first time he's had the ability to be out there on his own, pressing on forwards. But don't count out Archie Elliott just yet, was a little bit faster on that last lap, closes down once again to your leader. As all of the 18 we've seen him get a bit feisty earlier on today. And that is the 80 of Ben Avery. We've seen him spin at least one person out on a corner in the previous heat. Nearly did it again there down the Haynes loop, but back down the moon just in time. And allow for the driver to retake their position. Oh, a bit of argy-bargy into the bus stop there. The 24, I think that was, yes, Robert Simpson nearly having a pirouette there. Helped by Colin Davis. Luckily holding on to the slide there. They come through to finish another lap as the leaders head through your second camera shot. Down towards the dip they go. Three minutes and 10 seconds left to go on the clock then. Leaders still way ahead of the rest of the field. What's the gap now? 4 seconds separates 4th place of Willie Hutchings and 5th place of Joshua Pickford. Pickford's got through on Adam Park in the last few laps, and Pickford is pressing on with some good pace, but the leaders have just drawn out such a big gap early on in this one. I think it's not really going to matter even as they head into the last few minutes here. Number 81 under a bit of pressure, then Adam Clark fending off from Sam Ward. Down through Haynes Loop they go. Sam Ward looking to find a way past. They head through Johnny's and down towards the dip. But no news happening just yet. Good exit off of the bus stop though, potentially moves the inside down from Midget to the Nizamu. That will be for 10th place, that is, I think. Adrian Jeffrey potentially through on Neil Hemming. I know it was the 83 getting back through, so I don't think it clearly already happened between Adrian and Neil. If you've just been watching the timing, you would have thought nothing happened on that lap. But thankfully we've got the coverage for you today. So no, an issue for Neil Hemming, I think that is. Yeah, the 83 coming to nearly a stop on the edge of this corner. He's carrying on though, so not sure what happened there to the 83, but he's slowed down massively and he's well out of the top 10 now, is Neil Hemming. Him and Adrian Jeffrey are having a good battle there, but something has happened between the two of them. And Hemming falling down the order. Oh, that's a late victory inside of the final corner. Squeezing the 24 out of the curb, so actually both of them losing the place to the 74. Oh geez, it is for the 71. Big battle between Colin Davis and Jake Davis there. Potentially brothers there going wheel to wheel through the first section of corners. And yeah, something really wrong with the 83, fiddling with the engine on his right hand side, but I do think Neil Hemming is going to have to call it a day there in heat number 3. Yep, he comes into the pit lane. 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Here come the leaders over the start line. It was a new boxer's lap on the last lap for Archie Elliott, so he's closed down your leader, Lincoln Bailey Arson. Into the bus stop chicane they come then. And Elliott just not quite close enough to challenge for the lead. Then there is a good battle. The third as well. Still Ollie Hutchins chasing Chris Thomas, but after Chris made that move, laps and laps to go. Ollie just doesn't really have an answer. Hasn't been able to fight back. On to the last lap they go then. The number 75 will see the last lap board first. Any potential for a move though. They come up through Johnny's now. Still as they were between the two of them. No moves down over the dip, trying to keep an eye further back as well because there's battles galore in this 177 Rotax heat. Wow, that was a good move down into the first section. Who was that made the move? That was number 13. Really committed move there. That was Daniel Wright past Ben Avery for 16th place. But here come the leaders then. They're still as they were as they went on to the last lap. Will this be a win? But Lincoln made it out. So now in the final corner they come. It's going to be across the line, side by side. But Lincoln just about takes it ahead of Archie Elliott. 0.07 across the line. Battle's still going on though as they head into the final corner. Keep a watch of that camera. Still drivers going side by side as they get to the line. It was Chris Thomas who rounded out the podium in behind them with Ollie Hutchings there in 4th place. Just not quite able to get back past Chris. With Pickford rounding out the top 5. Sam Wood, Adam Clark, David Simpson, Gary Coxley and Adrian Jeffrey were rounding out the top 10 in that one. Tony Case, Colin Davis, Drake Davis, Reese Fuhren, then Roy Simpson, Daniel Wright, Ben Avery, Harry Simpson, Dennis Tutsiak, then Ryan O'Gara and Ryan Silverthorne. And Silverthorne, your final of 21 finishes. And that one, of course, we sadly lost Neil Hemming. He was in the midst of a brilliant battle, but sadly something packed up on his car and he had to head back into the pit lane. But he's gone then for the Rotax Masters. I think, if I remember correctly, we've only got a couple of heats left to go before we move on to the finals. Yep, the Formula Blues, then the Supercars, then heat number 4 for Junior Rotaxes, because we've got so many cars involved. And of course, to remind you, for the Junior Rotaxes, they'll be the only class as well to get an A and a B final. So that will be exciting as well. Something else to add into the mix. It's the exciting round number 2 of the Forest Edge Car Club in 2024. But already, the Formula Blues are heading out of the pits. Let's run you through the grid then. Heat 3 in the Formula Blues. It's Anthony Cleo and Harry Smithson on the first row of the grid. Actually, I remember now, there's no point in reading about Formula Blues because there's about 4 people on it who aren't here today. So we'll watch them as they come through and I'll try and remind myself of who it is. And we've got the 2 top contenders on the front row of the grid. So the number 1 alongside the 0. I think that's the main thing to worry about in this race. We've got your championship winner from last year, Anthony Cleo on the pole position, with David Watts on the O plate alongside. Row number 2, that's the number 6 and the 72. So that's Joey Foster, 3rd place. And I was going to say, maybe it's not the 72, I could have sworn it was Leanne McShane, but of course Leanne, I think, has to start at the back of these races, doesn't it? So maybe it is the 72 of Callum Johnson there on the 2nd row of the grid. David Good is there on the 4th row, I think with Stephen Groves. Yes, it is those 2. No, Stephen Groves on the back row, but it's number 4 who's alongside David Good. So that's Paul Alexander. Then it's Leanne McShane on the back row of the grid, along with the number 7 of Stephen Groves. Off we go then. Formula Blues underway for their final heat of the day. Early move to the inside to take 4th place there for the number 4 of Mark Cook. And Mark Cook makes his way through. So do the rest of the field. Oh, cheeky move to 2nd place. Big move there, to be fair. The 0 dropping down to 3rd. That was Joey Foster through on David Watts. So far today, it's pretty much just been a scrap between Anthony Cleo and David Watts for the win of the race. But here comes the number 6 of Joey Foster. Finding a bit of pace here in heat number 3. End of lap number 1, Cleo leads Foster, leads Watts. Behind then Johnson, Alexander, Groves, Good and McShane. very close then, Cleo, Foster and Watts, very close as they head down into the middle of the circuit. Great to see that Foster, after getting past Watts, it wasn't just a luck overtake there from the number 6, he's definitely fighting in amongst it with these top 3. So good to see as we head into the final heat of the day with the Formula Blues that we have another contender at the front of the field. Still though, the number 1 Anthony Cleal, I think if I remember correctly, I'll just double check the Alpha timing results, but I want to say he's won both races so far on the number 1 plate. Yes indeed, yeah, he won and he too, both went the way of Anthony Cleal, so this might be what, the 3rd or 4th time today that we're potentially seeing someone have a perfect day out there on circuit and get all 3 wins from all 3 heats. It actually seems as though that David Watts is not quite keeping up with the 2 at the front. However, I will say on the last lap he was only 200ths of a second slower than Cleal, who set the fastest lap of the race, 43.39 for Anthony there at the front of the field. Jeremy Foster sticking right with him as well. So where's this pace come from the number 6? He's getting in and amongst it, that's for sure. Let's see where he finished in the previous races. Joey Foster, he was did not start, but heat number 2 was Joey Foster. And in the first race, he did finish in 2nd place. So I'm not sure of the reason as to why Joey was unable to compete there in heat number 2. There's clearly some issue with the cars or something going awry that meant the number 6 wasn't able to compete, but he was up there right at the sharp end in the first heat of the day, and it seems to be we're going to repeat of that here in heat number 3. When I say that, those 2 leaders start to build a bit of a gap now on the 3rd place runner, the O-plate of David Watts. So the question will be, can Joey Foster hang on to the back here, Anthony Cleal, and potentially stop him from having that perfect day so far? Looks as though there may be a little bit of issue for the number 48 of David Good. Yeah, looking now at the engine, something not quite right there on the number 48 car. He's crawling through the Haynes loop and back into the pit lane. We still look at these 2 leaders then. Gap doesn't seem to have really changed then. Joey Foster putting the first best on the last lap, but it still couldn't match Anthony Cleal, and Cleal sets a new fastest lap then. 43.26. Can anyone stop Anthony Cleal? They're on to the last lap then in his Formula Blues heat number 3, and Anthony Cleal builds out an 0.8 of a second gap as they head on to it. David Watts, after being involved in that lead battle to begin with, has just dropped off ever so slightly in this race. Still faster than the drivers in behind him, but just a few tenths of a second off of the 2 leaders. But here they come then, round through Climate, into Tollies, and the number 1 of Anthony Cleal will continue a perfect day. Heat 1 win, Heat 2 win, Heat 3 boom for the number 1 place ticket up for Joey Postulos and Daniel getting staying on 3 times. Sorry, David. David Watts rounds out the podium. Then it's Callum Jobson, Stephen Groves, and we'll soon see Liam McShane coming around the final corner. Should be the last of our finishers, as I said. We've just seen David Goodford to the pits, and sadly we lost the number 4, Paul Alexander, early on in that race as well on lap number 4. So Formula Blues, another category done and dusted for their heats for the day. Next up, it's our big fast boys once again. The Supercars are up next for their heat number 3. Supercars out on circuit then. Every time I see it, it surprises me with quite how fast they are heading up into the top section of the circuit at the end of the long back straights. Let's run you through the grid then. We've got 2 different winners so far today in the Supercars. Aaron Powell has a win under his belt, and so does Spencer Chappell. But who's going to take the win in heat number 3? Will we see a new winner, or will one of those two race the top of the timing screens once again? This time on the grid is Daniel Hammett and Graham Payne, who line up on the front row. Mark Smith and Callum Smith alongside each other on row number 2, with Fraser Everett and Sam Gillis on row 3. Daniel Bucket and Ash Goodlip are there on row 4, with Richard Connick and Matt Allnuts on row number 5. Ross Cornick and Aaron Mayle are there on row 6, with Aaron Powell and Matthew Duncan on row number 7. Spencer Chappell and Ian O'Rourke are there on row 8. So it's going to be a challenge for Spencer Chappell to continue and get another race win. He's starting for the last row of the grid. But of course, just like our Honda Cadets, the Supercars will come round into your camera shot now. And I'll grid up, ready for a standing start here. Luckily we didn't see anyone stall in heat number 2. There was one stall in heat number 1, but they weren't collected by anyone, thank goodness. Let's see how this start goes. As they into the dip, and we'll now see them fly up into your camera shot as they head towards the upper section of the circuit, and the lead has changed. Samuel Hanna retakes it at the front of the field. Potentially they're going to be side by side, heading down into this quick right-hander. Late move to the inside from the 96, takes third place away. That's Mark Smith through on Smith, then Chicago line. One lap done and dusted over this heat 3. They continue on lap number 2, move down at the bottom of the circuit. It's a tough one as well, but you need to get a good exit off. You're going to lose all your speed all the way up to the top end of the corner. These drivers going side by side at ridiculous speeds, but still moves going on down the inside. That's a change for, there's another change for the third place. The O-plate moves their way up through the order. We've seen how impressive Aaron Powell's been in the leader's health. To a great start to this one, finds himself putting into the plane. Watching Daniel was leading so well through this race, but it's not meant to be, and that means that Aaron Powell now only has one driver to the lead of the race no longer. Down the inside he goes to the lead of the race. The O-plate of Aaron Powell has been so impressive today, and to the front of the field he goes. End of lap number 2, and always that no problem. Stroll over the corner of the 93, nearly causing an accident. 93 and 73 come together. 92 of Ash Goodman and the 73 of Matthew Duncan there, stricken in the middle of the circuit. I think the 93 had a bit of an issue with getting to the corner, couldn't get the power down, and the 73 latched onto his rear bumper, and once they were together, there was no ripping apart. Off onto the infield they went. Well, calamity in the middle of this race then. We look back towards the two leaders. It's still the O-plate leading the 36. Aaron Powell ahead of Matt Olner. They're confused as to where they're going. Oh dear, another problem. 77 seems to be out of this race now. That's Callum Smith from 8th place. They are dropping like flies here in the supercar heat number 3. As the 93 tries to get his stricken car further into the infield. Yellow flag out then through this final corner, and obviously down into the first section where we've got these drivers stood at the side of the circuit and nullifies their zone. But to be fair, I was going to say not much of a overtaking zone. That last corner certainly is. So 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And still pressing on is Aaron Powell. He's been so impressive through today. I want to just see, how's Aaron Powell not won a race today? Has he had any sort of penalties? No, Aaron was 3rd in heat number 2. And of course he was our race winner in race number 1. So a 1st and a 3rd from heat 1 and heat 2 so far for Aaron. A win here in heat 3 will surely secure him pole position for the final. Puts himself in great stead to take home a fantastic amount of points from round number 2 here at Forest Edge. These two drivers pretty close, setting up into the corner section of the circuit. Wow, late move to the inside there. What an overtake that was. The 5th place on the road, that is. Aaron Mayle through on Mark Smith for 4th place, and it's Aaron Mayle with the incredible wing on the back of his cars. Again, as I said earlier, I'm not sure it's doing very much, but it looks pretty damn cool, and that does enough for me anyway. 47 flying on through, takes a place. Another driver with a bit of a rear wing, the 61 under a bit of pressure now. That's the 61 of Richard Connick, having Ross Cornick. I thought they were both said, but that is a different last name. Richard Connick versus Ross Cornick. Same initials, very similar last names. One just ahead of the other for the moment, and it is Richard holding off from Ross at the moment. The 81 there, Ian O'Rourke, novice, just getting overtaken. Bit of that on him. And to be honest, I'm pretty understanding that he's not going full throttle in that car. I would be, as Jeremy Clark said, a lot of something would shoot out, and that's exactly how I'd be feeling in a supercar. The amount of speed that these drivers are getting at the end of the straight, going up into midgets, is just insane. Here comes the O-plate across the line. 15 seconds still to go on the clock, so 2 laps of this Forest Edge car circuit. The driver's just extending a little bit more. Is that a change of position? Yes, that is. The 14 of Ross Cornick is through on Richard Connick. In behind The 18 the 18? Where's the 18 on the list? Sam Gillis in 8th place, and closely followed behind by Graham Payne and Daniel Buckham there for 9th place. And they're battling as they go through Johnny's at the moment. 32 and 42, minus third there. Leaders start the last lap of the race though. Only 37 seconds it takes them to get behind this lap. Of course, they don't have to do the bus stop chicane, but still, the speed around this circuit is utterly ridiculous. Just for the fact that this track, 1,100 metres long, 1.1 kilometres, and they're doing a lap in 37 seconds. That's unbelievable pace. I'm trying to see who's in the lead of the championship in this class. Supercars, it's Spencer Chappell in the lead of the championship. Well, I think that can all change as Aaron Powell takes another win here. Heat number 3 goes to Aaron Powell ahead of Matt Allnutt. And Spencer Chappell, great run from him to be fair. Spencer, starting on the pit row of the grid, secures a 3rd place. So although Spencer is in the lead of the championship heading into today's action, he's got his work cut out for him with Aaron Powell. I think Aaron has just secured himself the pole for the final later on today. Behind them, outside of the top 3, Aaron Mayle had a good run to 4th place, with Mark Smith there in 5th. Ross Cornick just flipped Richard Cornick there to 6th place, with Sam Gillis, Graham Payne and Daniel Buckham rounding out the top 10. And Ian O'Rourke, your last finisher there in 11th place. Callum Smith, Ash Goodliffe, Matthew Duncan and Daniel Hammett, none of them making it to the checkered flag there. And of course, we saw quite the accident between the 73 and the 93 there. Matthew Duncan and Ash Goodliffe getting together, but luckily both drivers all okay, and hopefully we'll be out for their final later on this afternoon. We've got 2 more heats to go, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the finals. Oh, I say 2, that's a lie, we've only got 1 more heat left to go until we get to the finals. Up next, the only heat number 4, we welcome back onto the circuit the Junior Rotaxes. Junior Rotax.
Are we still live? Thank goodness, yes we are. So, am I like it's live? Hopefully you can all hear me. A little bit scary to accidentally lock the laptop. The screen slowly goes down. Oh my goodness, right. I thought we were away from all the seating issues, but maybe not. Right. Final heat of the day then. The only heat number 4 because we've got so many Junior Rotax drivers here today. Another packed group though, 25 still on the grid for this one. Jaden Sherwood and Jacob Clay line up on the pole position and 2nd place. Ben Ward and Dalton Hayward just behind them. I've got to run through this pretty quickly unless we go to a false start flag. It looks like we might be going to a false start flag. Ben Ward and Dalton Hayward, as I say, on row 2. Rebecca Chalice and Lucy Lovell there. And all girls row number 3 with Freddie Worlock and Dylan Morton behind on row number 4. Yeah, false flag is coming out. Charlie Hume and Travis Rose there on row number 5. Teddy Cooper and Chase Rainsbury are on row 6 with Sonny Morgan and Canis Grau on row number 7. Sonny Morgan has been very impressive today. Highest placed novice there. I will say though, I don't think that's correct. Oh yes, I just remembered once again the junior Rotax grids are all wrong, aren't they, on alpha timing? So there's no point in me even reading you through that grid because it's definitely going to be wrong. And thank you for Sonny Morgan being in the wrong place on the grid, and also wouldn't have realised. So grid's definitely wrong. We had a bit of an issue with some guy who was getting away there on the aborted start for that junior maxi number 4 race starting. A driver with his hand in the air, but it does seem like he does care. He's trying to come round, he's being ushered through as fast as he can, but he's going to go straight across the grass. Fair enough, in the 68, that's one way of doing it. He's going to press on back towards the back of the pack, but he's still going to have a bit of trouble chasing them back down. So who is that on the 68? I don't think they've come across the line, have they? They're going round again. So again, giving the opportunity for the drivers to catch back up to the back of the pack. So the 68 of Danny May Reid that was, who decided to take an interesting line around the circuit. I think under race conditions you probably get it told off for that one, but we'll let it slide on the warm-up laps. And that is why you see there Danny May Reid with a 22.9 second lap time on that last one. Got to be a new lap record, that one, but he did take out the entirety of Sector 1. Right, here we go then. I'm going to try and see if my eyesight works. I can already tell you it doesn't, so I'm definitely not going to be able to see any numbers here. But we'll see as they come up to the start-finish gantry who's going to lead us to the lights. We have many different winners here in Junior Rotax. It's not been a grid where anyone's really been outstanding on their own. There have been plenty of names up there near the sharp end, but the drivers lead us 2 by 2 to the lights, then the 42 and the 11 on the front row of the grid. Jaden Sherwood and Jacob Clay lead us in the first couple of corners already. The 43 scampering through though up into second place. That's Ben Ward stealing away P2 and through into P3 as well goes the 69. That's Dalton Hayward. Dalton has been very quick so far today, and Dalton already pushing his way up into the podium places. Couple of stragglers at the back as they try to charge down on the pack. Move for second place though. Through goes Dalton Hayward up into P2, squeezes out Jacob Clay there, down at the bus stop chicane, and then behind, move for fourth place as well. Is that Rebecca Chalice, potentially, or Freddie Worlock maybe through on Rebecca Chalice? We'll see as they come through. Then it was the 88 making a move on the 42. So yeah, Freddie Worlock through on Jacob Clay. What's off goes Jacob Clay at the last corner of the circuit onto the grass. Rejoins the pack but loses a number of positions as Jacob Clay. And he's struggling to get back in a rhythm here is Jacob Clay. Luckily the driver's in behind having a bit of a scrap as well, that now gives him a little bit of clear air to start to get his head back in the game after being knocked out momentum there. But a change to the lead. Is that a change to the lead at the front? Potentially is. I think it is still Jaden Sherwood leading Dalton Hayward actually, so ignore me. But those two already pressing on ahead here, building a nice little gap over third and fourth. And it's still the 88 ahead of the 43 here in third and fourth position. So Freddie Worlock has actually got through on Ben Ward on that last lap. Teddy Cooper in behind, Zach Burke making up a position on Noah McNicholas. Then Dylan Morton and Danny May Reid there in 9th place. Rebecca Chalice has lost a few positions on the last couple of laps, down to P10 for herself. Foxy Red Photography, Tom Fox has found a great place for photos into the bus stop chicane. Those must look mega as they dive over that inside curb. I look forward to seeing those in the weeks afterwards. One driver getting bodied to the outside. Who is it? None other than Jacob Clay. He's got bodied a few times so far in this race, and it continues on lap number 2. Through they come then out of the final corner. Still Sherwood leading Hayward. But which wood will come out on top in behind the 57? Making moves as well as Zach Burke and Danny May Reid, the driver who took the 22-second lap time before the race started, has actually set the fastest lap of the race, not breaking the rules this time. 42.29 for Danny May Reid as they press on ahead, but these top three getting a nice gap now. The 43 of Ben Ward is the gatekeeper to the top 3, but not for much longer. Down the inside go 2 drivers on him. Up at the top of the circuit, 2 overtakes there at Midgets. Sees the 43 top 2 places, now 3, now to the inside, way too late on the brakes. How did the number 10 there not make contact? What's happened to Rebecca Chalice? Rebecca Chalice is out of this race. The 22, no she's not. Here she comes across the line now. But Rebecca Chalice was batting at the low end of the top 10, so something's happened there for the 22. But either way, I'm not sure how it's happened. She's going to, she's dropped down to the back of the field, and this is going to be a tough rest of the race for her. 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock, and still the top 2 scampering away. But Hayward not able to find a way past Sherwood at the moment. Sherwood 2 laps in the 41s, but Hayward now goes a little bit faster. Up and under, trying a driver out into Johnny's and gets it done. Good move, the 91 on the 30. Leo Barsafield getting back through, that was on Sonny Morgan. So Sonny Morgan now finds a challenger for best novice out there on circuit, and Leo pushes through, pushes back past, gets 12th position back for himself. Now Freddie Whitlock finds himself in a bit of no man's land in 3rd place. However, Dalton Hayward continues to close that gap. He does an identical time to his fastest time of the race. So last 2 laps for Dalton Hayward. Talk about consistency, identical lap times. Very impressive from Dalton Hayward. We've got one driver off down at the infield section. Just before they get to the bus stop chicane, there's a driver off on the outside of the circuit. He's hot-footing it over to the Marshall hut. And that will be Jacob Sinfield, who finds himself on the edge of the circuit. So the 26 now out of this heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. Round the final corner comes the leaders. 2 minutes on the clock. Move to the inside of the final corner. 29 makes a place up on the 91. Joshua Whitcomb through on Leo Barsterfield. Leo has lost out to Sonny Morgan in the last couple of laps, and now Joshua Whitcomb goes through for good measure. He's now got Chase Rainsford to worry about as Chase chases him down and tries to get past. Change for the lead of the race. Dalton Hayward is through on Jaden Sherwood. As they come up through the bus stop chicane, I've noticed that the lead has indeed changed, and Dalton Hayward now released at the front of the field. Through the final corner they come then, both the 91 and the 18 getting contact warnings. They need to be a little bit careful. Late on the base into the final corner goes the number 30, but the 85 battles back. That's Kalish Grau and Sonny Morgan there. Kalish just about keeping his cart ahead on the exit there, but no, the 30 battles back through, and indeed Sonny Morgan does take the place away. Just behind them, Joshua Whitcomb getting involved, now has the fastest lap of the race, so 41.33, and I will say Dalton Hayward is not driving away with this one. Jaden Sherwood is right on his rear axle. Not long left to go in this race either. 41 seconds, 40 seconds as they cross the line. I think that will just mean by a second or two that this is the penultimate lap of the race. Battle for 5th going on down the inside. Late on the brakes into the first couple of corners. They nearly make contact. Just enough racing room given, and through goes the number 19, Dylan Morton, up to 5th on Danny May Reid then on the second to last lap of this race. Freddie Whitlock has had a pretty chill one there in 3rd place so far. He's been sat by himself for most of this race now. But here's the battle between the top 2. Through they come through Climate, down into Tollies, and they'll see the last lap board. The last lap of the last heat of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And off they go. Battle for, what's this? Battle for 5th place, still going crazy. It's now Danny May Reid in 5th, Zach Merkin 6th, Dylan Morton in behind. All getting a bit closer comfort here. Try and watch that battle as they come through, but also keep an eye on the leaders. It looks like Jaden Sherwood has had a bit of a poor first part of the lap and isn't quite close enough to challenge here. 5th place has just created enough of a gap to not be under pressure. Now it's the 57 of Zach Berg who's under pressure here. But through comes Dalton Haywood. He's going to come round the final corner and take the win in heat number 3. Jaden Sherwood 7th for second, and Freddie Worlock, a good finishing position there in 3rd place. Drivers come across the line to finish the race then. Teddy Cooper and Danny May-Reed finalise the top 5 with Zach Burke, Travis Rose, Noah McNicholas, Dylan Morton and Joshua Whitcomb in 10th place. They are your top 10 in that heat number 4, for junior. Rotax, Ben Ward, Sonny Morgan, Canis Grau, Leo Masterfield, Chase Rainsbury, Toby Street, Charlie Hume, Jonas Janazauskas, Harvey Murden, Lucy Lovell, Josh Spence, Jacob Clay and Rebecca Chalice, your final finishers for that one. Of course, Jacob Sinfield has his cart stranded there down at the bus stop, but as you can see, and the marshal's heading on round to assist and get him back to a safe place. But that's it, we are done for the heats here today at round number 2 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. What a fantastic day of heats it has been so far. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and if you've been enjoying the stream and enjoying my commentary, make sure you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. I'd very much appreciate that, but don't go anywhere. It's not too long until we get into those all-important finals. They'll be coming up shortly. Our first final out onto the circuit, then we kick off the finals with the Honda Cadet 160s. To remind you, these finals a little bit longer in length than the heats that we had earlier. 11 minutes plus 1 lap for these finals. And who else starting on pole position than the legend that is Arthur Way? He's got 0 points from today. which means he's won every single race. Because if you get lower than first place, you get more and more and more points. So the more points you have at the end of the day, here at Forest Edge anyway, that is worse for you to start off the final. So Arthur Way is on pole position. It's Nikita Roberts who starts alongside on that front row of the grid. Oliver Ratton and Seth Jones are on row number 2, with Stanley Keeley and Daniel Barton on row 3. Tyler Banks and James Devereux are on row 4, with Henry Duncan, your top novice there, alongside Harvey Froud on row number 5. Kobe Wood and Arthur Kaiser on row 6, with Max Smith and Oakley Bouter on row number 7. Connor Yu and Oliver Spence round out your 16 kart grid. Of course, Honda Cadets once again standing start for the Honda Cadets. And I mean, last time we saw Arthur Way out, he was starting very close to the back of the grid. I think he was P10 or P11. I think the last on the grid that wasn't a novice driver, because of course in the heats they have to start from the back. It's only into these finals where they can start anything other than at the back of the grid. But we've seen him win from P10 in the last race, so I feel like a P1 start for Arthur Way. We might be seeing a lights to flag victory here in the Honda Cadet final, but you never know what could happen. As there's a bit of confusion on the grid as to where the drivers should be starting. The 78 of Henry Duncan told to move forward. Actually, I think the marshal was correct there. He should have moved forward to 9th place on the grid, but anyway, they're going to get the start underway anyway, and off we do go. Arthur Way leads us in to 11 minutes plus 1 lap here for the final. Under pressure though already, trying it down the inside was Nikita Roberts, but not able to make it work through the first section of corners. 2x2 through Johnny's there. One driver losing out, and it's going to lose another place down into the dip as well. Winger's dip claims. Oh, maybe change the lead down the inside, not quite late enough for the lead of the race here, but Nikita Roberts is looking fierce here. Arthur Way tries to point forward, but Nikita Roberts I don't think is going to listen. Just sits back for now as they head through midgets. They do still have a couple of drivers to accompany. That's Oliver Ratton and Seth Jones right in there with them as well. Sandy Keeley getting involved too. But really, they need to get ahead of Arthur Way early on here. They need to put him back into the pack, or he's just going to go away with the lead of the race, that we've seen so many times already today. And this is what they don't want to do. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Going in for the battle already then. Through Johnny's they come. It's still led by Nikita Roberts in 2nd place, with Arthur Way being given the opportunity to scamper up here. Daniel Barton had the fastest first lap of the race. Daniel Barton has made up. No, he hasn't, sorry. He's in the same spot as he was off at the start. Just very quick on that first lap of the race. And he has now closed up to the leaders. Makes it a 6-way battle and now goes to the inside. Move for 2nd place as well. Oliver Ratton down the inside of Nikita Roberts, but as I said, any moves like this and Arthur Way will be off, and sure enough, you'll see as they come around the camera shot now into the final corner, Arthur Way already starting to build a nice gap. Side by side though, down into the first couple of corners, through it goes. I do think that's Daniel Barton making some nice moves. It was indeed. So the 58 up into 4th place now is Daniel. He's through on Seth Jones, still following Nikita Roberts, I do believe. Up into the bus stop they go, then Arthur Way, as I say, already building that lead. It was a 2nd across the line last time. I feel like it may be even more by the time they get round to see the start line gantry once again. Ratton under pressure from Roberts here. Roberts wanting to retake that 2nd place, but it's not going to happen this time around anyway down at Climate. Not quite close enough to put that kart alongside, and they stay as they were, but we've now got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all in a train. So Ratton, Roberts, Martin, Jones, Keeley, Devereux and Banks all battling here side by side for 2nd place, and round the outside goes the 63 of Nikita Roberts. Retakes 2nd place here, but the drivers have now just put the nail in the coffin there. But this is a battle for 2nd place, and it will not be a battle for the win as Arthur Way continues to press on at the front of the field. It was a new fastest lap for him last lap, and he was 3/4 of a second faster than the drivers behind him on that lap alone. But Nikita Roberts started P2, got relegated to P3 by Oliver Ratton, and now retakes that 2nd place. The number 11 of Seth Jones has re-overtaken Daniel Barton in the background as well. So this battle for second place could be rather tasty through the rest of this Honda Cadet final. Move to the inside, that chucks Daniel Barton to the outside, and Keeley might make the most of that as well. Yeah, the no, was the 46 of James Devereaux, so Devereaux through on Keeley, now through on Barton as well, making up a good couple of positions is James Devereaux. Yeah, Devereaux now finding himself in 5th place. He is still behind Keeley. It was just Barton who slipped back there through the first couple of corners, forced out wide in first two corners. So yeah, it was into the Haynes loop where he got forced out wide and lost those few positions. Still a bit slow to the last corner there for the 63 of Nikita Roberts. He's going to struggle to hold off the 22 of Oliver Ratton through this first part of the lap, but he's managing to for now anyway, as the 11 still tries to get back involved. So at the moment, closest battle on circuit, Roberts versus Ratton versus Jones. Up to the bus stop they go again. It's those three closest battle, but I will say that Stanley Keeley not giving up there, trying to get back involved, trying to close down on that pack. Ratton under a bit of pressure now from Seth Jones. Seth has been showing some good pace through today as well. He's all over that rear bumper of the 22. Gets it a little bit too slidey though through climate there. Loses a bit of the rear. Doesn't get a great exit. The 22 of Ratton does get a good exit though. Again, not feeling like he's on for it though through the first couple of corners, but does the up and under beautifully. Does Oliver Ratton, takes second place. So again, Roberts and Ratton switch out there on circuit. And although they're setting personal bests, all drivers still at least half a second off of your race leader of Arthur Way. That gap already over 3.5 seconds that Way has in the lead. Here comes Roberts. No, I thought so. Roberts' potential for the re-overtake there up at midgets, but it doesn't work out this time. Following line astern then. Second, third and fourth place, all still together. And we are now almost becoming a four-way battle. Good exit from the number 11. But Seth Jones will be sent to the outside. Down the first corner, 3 wide, late to the inside from 5th place. Great move from Stanley Keeley there. That sends Nikita Roberts back to 5th place. Only half a lap ago, he was up in second. He's going for the re-overtake though. Down at the tip, just squeezed to the apex there. Forced to the inside and not able to make the move. But that has split up that battle now. We've got Ratton and Keeley, is it? No, it's Ratton and Jones who are together, and then Roberts and Keeley in behind. Roberts trying to find a way back past Keeley. It's not quite working out just yet, and to be fair, there's not very much time then. Back to the 58 of Barton and the 46 of Devereaux. If battles continue, they could very much be back involved. Round the last couple of corners, there's a good battle between these two drivers as well, as 78 and the 21. So the battle for top novice here in the final. Big slide after the last corner for Henry Duncan. He just about keeps it ahead of Kobe Wood for now anyway. But what a good battle that is between the two black-plated karts. Great to see the novices absolutely going at it in this 11 minutes plus 1 lap final. There's the move down the inside for 4th place. Re-overtakes then. Does Nikita Roberts, is that getting through? Yes, it is. So it must have changed again early on this action. When they came across the line, Roberts was ahead. No, Roberts has stolen it back from Stanley Keeley. That's right. So Roberts back into 4th place. Still nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd though. Ratton leading Jones. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go on the clock. This final has gone by pretty quickly already. It'll feel like an age though at the moment for Oliver Ratton in 2nd place, as he's still being hounded by Seth Jones. Jones getting a better exit off of the bus stop chicane, but not quite close enough to pry that door open as they head through midgets anyway. And look at this, after being released, Nikita Roberts chasing them back down, almost a move there, trying the up and under, they're nearly going to be side by side across the line, but still Ratton holds on to it, and this bit of battling again is allowing for Stanley Kearney, Daniel Barton, James Devereaux, Nikita Roberts all to catch back up here. They head out of Johnny's down to the middle section of the circuit once more. Great battle, and nearly a crash there through the first couple of corners. The 21 goes up and over the back of another car just ahead of them. It was Kobe Wood almost up and over Henry Duncan there, but manages to get it back on all four wheels, and they all continue. But it does mean that the 21 of Kobe Wood loses out to Connor Hughes. So now that scrap is a three-way scrap for the best novice. But when you look back to second place, and I thought it had changed there. It was a battle, and now down the inside, changes second place. Through goes Seth Jones. He takes second place. Trying to follow through was the 63 there, but couldn't quite get it alongside Nikita Roberts. So Oliver Ratton just about holds on to third place then. But this four-way battle, with them going at it hammer and tong like this, it's quickly becoming a six-way battle for second place. The 38 of Harvey Brown now getting involved with that battle for ninth as well. I'm not sure where to look on the circuit. Not too much longer to go then. A minute and a half on the timing. But look at that. Nearly 7.5 seconds the lead now that Arthur Way has. Right down the inside for second place goes Oliver Ratton. Look at that, the up and under completed already by Seth Jones. This is brilliant racing. Such young racing drivers out there in the Honda Cadet. This isn't the battle for the lead, but you've got to hand it to Arthur Way. He's been absolutely dominant today. There's all a little change in the background, potentially the 41 and the so as they now head up back towards the bus stop chicane, they're absolutely nose to tail, second, third and fourth. What's that timer looking like? 35 seconds still. So when Arthur Way comes round, he'll be starting the penultimate lap of the race. All drivers up in that top group trying to find that inside line up at midgets, but it's not working out for either of them. The inside just about the car room, a car's length is given there for the number 11. And the number 11 of Seth Jones squeezes his way through into second place. Ratton versus Jones. What a battle this has been all through the race, and because they've been nip and tuck, it's kept the four drivers behind in with a shout as well. Still plenty of time for moves to be made. Still plenty of time in this race for everything to go wrong. Up back towards the bus stop chicane they come then, and it is still Ratton pushing Jones up towards the chicane. In behind as well, Devereaux now on the back of this train, so we've got second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all in a train. Arthur Way sees the final lap board. But this is the battle we're watching then. Through the last couple of corners into Tollies they come, and the 11 has got a nice little gap here heading onto the final lap. This could save him and give him second place by the time they get to the end of this one. 22 under pressure down the inside, thinking about it there. The 63 of Nikita Roberts started second place, but actually opens himself up to an overtake now. Round the outside goes the 58 of Daniel Barton, takes away fourth place from Nikita Roberts on the last lap. It looked like Nikita Roberts was in the driving seat there to make the overtake, but then overtaken themselves by Daniel Barton. Impressive stuff from Daniel, but as I say, this little gap has really helped the 22 the 11 of Seth Jones. But here comes Arthur Way. What a perfect day it's been for this little young star. 2 fingers over the line, and he's happy with that. Number 1 for himself. Arthur Way has a perfect day here. Late down the inside for third place. This could change the podium spots. It's going to be side by side across the line. They nick in contact, but Oliver Ratton just holds on to the podium spot ahead of Daniel Barton. Well, what a final to kick us off there, ladies and gentlemen. The Honda Cadets always show us how to have a good time, and they certainly didn't disappoint there. Arthur Way, your winner in Honda Cadets. Seth Jones and Oliver Ratton both on the podium there. They should be very proud of their performances, and Daniel Barton trying to just grab a podium there at the last corner. Wasn't quite able to do it though. 6th on the grid, finishes 4th place. He should still be happy with that one. Stanley Keeley was there rounding out the top 5 with Nikita Roberts behind. James Devereux in that big pack as well. Then behind them were Tyler Banks. It was Connor Yu who beat out both Henry Duncan and Kobe Wood. The best novice there. Impressive stuff for Connor in 9th place. Good overtaking for the number 66 there to finalise his result in the top 10. RV Fowl was there in 12th place with Oakley Powter, Max Smith and Arthur Cater there, your 15 runners in the Honda Cadet final. Well, one final is done and dusted. The Honda Cadets are done for the day. We'll swiftly move on to the Rotax Cadet final. On circuit come the Rotax Cadets then for their final. I'm just a tad surprised that Elijah West is starting on the second row here. So what's happened to Elijah West? He must have got a penalty in heat number 3. Let's have a look back. Yeah, Rotax Cadet. Indeed, Elijah West disqualified. Non-compliance for Elijah West in heat number 3. So it had been a perfect day so far. Elijah West winning all 3 heats, but a non-compliance in heat number 3 puts him 3rd place on the grid for this one. It means his closest competitor, Matthew Lilly, takes the pole position here for the Rotax Cadet final once again. 11 minutes plus 1 lap. Here they come then to the lights. I think we'll be going round again. Yes, we will be. Let's run you through the grid then for the Rotax Cadet final here for round number 2 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. It's Matthew Lilly, as I say, on pole position for this one. Ethan Coupland in 2nd place alongside him there on the front row. Elijah West and Oakley Riggs there on row number 2. Oakley, fantastic performance for him. Top novice there on row number 2. Freya Bond and Joseph Cox are there on row 3 with Ellis Honey and Rio Peacock on row 4. Then it's Kieran Ranger and Max Thompson who round up the 10 karts on the grid for this one. I just want to see if I can quickly have a look before we get this race started as to what the championship is saying. I don't think I'll be able to. I'll update you through the race as to what we're doing. No, don't worry about it. Another false start for the Rotax Cadets. They'll go round once again. Let's have a quick look then what the 2024 standings are looking like. Of course, Ethan Coupland was 2nd place in the standings coming into today, with Freya Bond in 3rd place. Only other drivers to be involved were Rio Peacock, 7th in the championship, Oakley Riggs in 9th place in the championship, but sadly for Oakley, I think he was disqualified in heat 3 last time around because he got 0 points on that one. He's had a very impressive performance today though. Let's see what he can do in the final from the 2nd row of the grid, but we're underway and racing. No, we're not. It's another false start then for the Rotax Cadets, and they'll go round once again. But yeah, Elijah West, your fastest driver out there so far today, taking all 3 wins on the road anyway. But he's not been here for round number 1. He's only turned up so far for round number 2. So unlikely to be taking the championship. Ethan Coupland very much could take the championship here from a 2nd place start in the final. Here they come then round the final corner. Will we be able to get it underway this time, I'm asking? Lights are out, we're underway and racing then for our Rotax Cadet final. Into the first couple of corners go the drivers, and Matthew Lilly holds on to the lead of the race, but already Elijah West up into P2. So it's the usual battle between these two as they head down to the middle section of the circuit. Elijah West putting himself on the outside of Matthew Lilly then. They're going to head up towards the bus stop chicane. Can Elijah do anything up here just yet? No. Holding on to the lead for now anyway is Matthew Lilly. Battle for third place. Attempt down the inside there, but thinks better of it. Trying to see if that's Ethan Coupland. Which driver's in third? Down the inside for the lead though. There goes Elijah West. Again, a case of when, not if there. And already by the end of the first lap, doesn't even matter if he gets a disqualification there. Elijah West taking the lead of the race very early on in that one. So as we continue on lap number 2, it's the 31 and the 33 who are side by side, and Oakley Riggs has got through on Ethan Coupland. So fair play to Oakley, the top rated Norris even. Maybe even the top rated Norris, maybe he will be in a few years up in the McLaren Formula 1 team, but he has just been overtaken there at the bus stop chicane. Back through goes Ethan Coupland. So potentially we're looking at a novice getting on the podium here. That would be very impressive from Oakley Riggs. But now he's got another driver to contend with as well. Just behind them, the 24 of Freya Bond looking to get involved with this battle as well. Onto lap 3 they go then. Still West leading Lilly at the moment. Engine notes a drop there for the 82. Not sure if that's a problem for Kieran Ranger. He carries on for the rest of the lap, but potentially just getting a little bit sideways out of the final quarter there. To be fair to your current second place runner, Matthew Lilly, only 700ths off of Elijah West lap time of the last time, and he's looking fast here up into Midget's corner, still right on that rear axle of Elijah West, and Elijah West knows he's there. Big check over the shoulder, heading down into the bottom section of the circuit now, through Climber and into Tollies. Still West leading Lilly. And I will say as well, the 43 of Coupland now starting to put a little bit of a gap between himself and Oakley Riggs. Freya Bond trying to pile the pressure onto Oakley at the moment. But how much longer will Oakley be able to fend off from Miss Bond? And you just saw through the bus stop chicane there, it was just a little bit tidier from Elijah West. That just gains him a kart length or two on Matthew Lilly at the sharp end of the field here. But still building up that gap on third place and beyond. It was 1.87 seconds between the leader and third place. They come across the line now 2.5 seconds, so nearly 3/4 of a second gained by the leaders then on the rest of the pack on that last lap of the circuit. 7.5 minutes left to go on the timer on the gantry. Good to see that the 82 as well of Kieran Rangers picked up pace once again, back into the 50-second mark for himself, just gaining confidence and pace throughout this race. Same with Max Tomsit as well, they're in 10th position. Freya Bond still all over the back of Oakley Riggs, unable to find an opening just yet though. And it was the fastest up of the race last time around for Elijah West, 47.43. Half a second between them on the last lap. About the same this time around. It was Matthew Lilly's personal best lap time. It wasn't Elijah West's personal best, yet Lilly was still 500ths slower on that last lap. Oakley Riggs now under a lot of pressure here from Freya Bond. And now with Freya Bond potentially feeling like she's being held up a little bit, Ellis Honey in behind in 6th place is slowly but surely closing that gap to those two. Through the bus stop chicane they go now. But Oakley Riggs still doing a very fine job here, holding on to 4th place. So as the drivers head through onto lap number 6, Matthew Lilly. Hey, Matthew Lilly, this could help you. 47.42 fastest lap of the race. He did drop the gap below half a second once again, but I feel like my eyes aren't deceiving me this time. It does look as though that gap has extended once again on this lap. Elijah West just pushing a little bit harder this time around. What's that gap going to be this time? Yeah, 0.6 seconds, not by a huge amount, but definitely West just being a little bit faster on that last time around the 1.1 kilometre circuit. And now, as I mentioned, Freya Bond still unable to find a way through on Oakley Riggs. The number 30 of Ellis Honey has joined them. So it's now a three-way battle then for 4th place, and already Ellis Honey thinking, hey, I want to get past all of you, I'm not waiting around here. Tries to think of how to move down at Winger's Dip at the bottom of the circuit, but can't make it work. Those three stay as they are. After making that move into 3rd place, to be fair to Ethan Coupland, he's been getting faster and faster, drops down into the 47-second mark, but still losing time every lap on these two leaders. Gap half a second once again. Lilly ever so slightly faster than West on that last lap. But we've seen this previously in the heats as well, the two lads at the front trading times, and neither of them being consistently faster than the rest of the field. I just realised what I said, that was a complete lie. Both of them are consistently faster than the rest of the field. Neither of them are consistently faster than each other. They seem to just trade those times backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. So I get excited, the gap seems to close a bit, and then the next lap it extends once more. And I do think that was what's happened on this lap. The gap slightly extended once again. It was half a second. Yep, now 0.6 once again between West and Lilly. Here comes Oakley Riggs though again, still doing a great job to fend off from the two more experienced runners here at Forest Edge. Freya Bond in a bit of a difficult position though, because not only has she got to look forward and think about attacking the number 31, she's got to look back as well and think about attacks potentially coming from the number 30. But those three still line astern as they come up now towards the bus stop. Maybe this is the move from Bond though, down the inside into the bus stop, and she does get it done. Freya Bond finally gets through into 4th place, trying to follow through now into 5th, squeezing down the inside there, but not quite committed enough from Ellis Honey. And Oakley Riggs holds on to 5th place, laid down the inside, with a side-pod-to-side contact there. Oakley Riggs holds on to it though for the last corner, trying to get a better exit. It's the 30, but he's not able to make it work. Now trying to lay down the inside into the first couple of corners. Yeah, that was not on there for Ellis Honey, and luckily Ellis backed out of it early enough there, because that would have been a straight T-bone with Oakley Riggs. And I do love a steak, but not at this time of day. Leaders held up ever so slightly. Interesting. Coming through on Max Tomsit there to put a lap on the driver of the number 16. I would say that Elijah West was held up ever so slightly there through that part of the circuit. I think that gap has dropped maybe to 0.4 or so. Yeah, 0.45 between West and Lilly now. As you can see them heading through the Haynes Loop in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. And Freya Bond now, of course, after being released from behind Oakley Riggs, now starting to put in personal best lap times is Freya. Doing a good job there in 4th place. Of course, starting a little further down the order than maybe she would have hoped, due to that spin in, I think I want to say it was heat number 2, where Freya had that little spin. Now in the background, probably the closest battle on circuit now. Rio Peacock and Joseph Cox there, we saw them battling in heat number 3, and now they're battling again, this time in the all-important final. Through they come then, 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. I think we can assume probably 3 more laps of this circuit, because the leaders are so far ahead than everyone else. Actually, it's going to be a close one, I think, as to whether it's 2 or 3 more laps of this final, but Once again, bit of deja vu here. Elijah West seems to have extended the gap once more at the front of the field. So that gap continuing to ebb and flow between our two leaders. Back up to nearly 0.6 of a second that time around. But Lilly just not quite able to find the answers, and I will say Elijah did extend the gap that lap, but it was only by 1/100th of a second. A 47.75 for West, a 47.76 for Lilly. Impressive stuff, but they come through the bus stop chicane. Timer is about to hit 0, so when Lilly and West come through, they will see the final lap board. There's a bit of Tokyo drift there at the final corner for the 82. Kieran Ranger just testing the edge of grip there, out of Tollies, but here is Elijah West, sees the last lap board, and I think something will need to go catastrophically wrong here for him to lose the lead. That gap extending to 0.9 of a second as he heads on to the final lap. And in behind, the rest of the field, all sort of on their own now. To be fair to Oakley Riggs, he's not been dropped at all by Ellis Honey. And actually on that last lap he was a little bit faster than Ellis ahead on the number 30. But coming into the final section now, up through midgets they come, down into climate, and what a day for Elijah West. It doesn't matter where he starts in a race, he always seems to come through and win it. Round the final corner comes Elijah West, and he takes the win in the Rotax Cadet final then. Matthew Lilly has to settle for second, and a good drive there in the final for the 43. Ethan Coupland takes third place in the final. I do think he'll secure the championship lead going into round number 3. Freya Bond, a good race from her there in the final to get back to 4th place. Same with Ellis Honey in 5th, and same with Oakley Riggs there in 6th place. Your top place novice driver, Rhea Peacock and Joseph Cox, come across the line very close together there. Around 0.3 of a second separate them across the line, with Kieran Ranger and Max Tomsit, the 10 finishers there in the Rotax Cadet final. But the cadets done and dusted them for the Rotaxes. It's the Rotax Inters that are coming up next. Right then, out on circuit come the Rotax Inters then. Let's have a look at their grid for their final coming up next. Now you will see, if you're looking on results.alpha timing, you might be a bit confused thinking, hold on a second, this is race 29. We just had race 27. Where's race 28, the Junior Rotax B final? Well, the Rotax Juniors are still in judicials at the moment. So yeah, the lovely people in the judicial team have their work out for them. So a big shout out to all of them down there, working very hard here on a Sunday afternoon. But we skip straight forward to race 29. Let's run you through the grid. It's Trenton Stoneman, perfect day for him so far, 3 wins out of 3, but can he make the win count in the all-important final? It's Ethan Cousins who lines up alongside him, with Daniel Wisniauskas and Warwick Milam there on the second row. Warwick has been the closest challenger,
but has had some penalties through the day that puts him 4th place on the grid. James Finley and Louis Barker are there on row 3, with Konstantin Krastev, Oscar Stotley King and Elliot Dimolo rounding out the field. But here they come then 2 by 2 to the lights, and we're underway and racing then for the final. All drivers getting very squeezy there through the first couple of corners, but all managing to make it through just about. We've got 2 drivers still side by side as they head into Johnny's. The one driver heads out in front. That is just about Warwick Milam, I think, heading out ahead of James Finley there in 4th place. They head up though, and already Warwick Milam alongside Warwick Milam down the inside of the 43 takes away the place then. But up and under, it's a 3-way battle here for 3rd place. This is super close. Back down the inside goes the driver, re-overtaken there. So James Finley getting involved here with the top group. And this is all perfect for Fenton Stoneman. He's already starting to pull away in this battle for the race win here. So the Rotax into final. It's looking pretty good so far for Fenton Stoneman. As I say, he's taken the win in Heat 1, Heat 2 and Heat number 3. Carrying on into the final then. It's looking pretty good, but Warwick Milam has now been released there in 3rd place. And he's now pressing on towards the front of the field. He has still got Daniel Wisnauskas though in between himself and Fenton Stoneman. Still a driver to clear before he has clean air. And already Fenton Stoneman starting to extend that gap. It was 0.6 of a second after lap number 1. We'll see what it is as they come through Climate now. Then into Tollies and finishing the lap, squeezed out wide. There was the 17, that's the 43 of James Finley trying to fight his way through. Tries the up and under, almost gets alongside into the first corner, but thankfully backs out of that one. Could have been a big crash through the first couple of corners there, but luckily backs out at Parsons, does the 43 and the 17 of Ethan Cousins holds on to 4th place. Warwick Milam, new fastest lap of the race. He's all over the back of Daniel Wisnauskas. Thinks about it into the bus stop, but just a little bit too far back this time. Great exit though. Covers the inside, does Daniel Wisnauskas, but opens up the corner once again, and that's his opportunity. That's Warwick Milam's ticket to 2nd place, and he grabs it with both hands. Now he's got only clear air between himself and the leader of Fenton Stoneman. On to lap number 3 we go then. And Fenton Stoneman now takes the lead of the... Fenton Stoneman has got the lead of the race since the start. He now takes the fastest lap of the race, 44.62. So although Warwick Milam makes that position change, he's lost a bit of time doing it. Up to the bus stop they'll come once again, and there is a sizable gap between these two. Warwick Milam and Fenton Stoneman have had great battles throughout today. I will say though, when there's a bit of gap between these two, Warwick Milam just seems to find some ridiculous amount of pace, so we could still see him chase down the leader here. They're side by side for 5th place in the background though, down into Climate. These two drivers going absolutely at it, and that was the 46 of Louis Barker making the overtake there on the 43 of James Finley. So change for 5th place then. But as we get settled into the final, they all start to create some usual gaps here. So with 7.5 minutes left to go on the clock, all staying as they were. Has that gap started to close? Look at that, last lap. Warwick Milam's first lap in clear air, and he does go faster than Fenton Stoneman. Only about 1/10 of a second, but that gap was just under 1 second when they crossed the start-finish line last time around. The Sodi team there for the number 35. What can Warwick Milam do? Can he bring home the bacon for the Sodi Vitesse team? Fenton Stoneman about 0.5 of a second faster on that lap, so once again the gap between the two leaders extends past 1 second once more. Just tick below 7 minutes on the timer then, so we've effectively still got one of their heats left to go in this race. Plenty of time for the gap to re-close. Now 3rd and 4th place are definitely getting a bit closer as Ethan Cousins begins to chase down Daniel Wisnauskas for 3rd place. What's this gap going to be? Visually, it does look closer. 1 second last time, 0.8 now, 44.19, new fastest lap of the race, and there's a change for 3rd place. Down the inside goes Ethan Cousins into Haynes Loop, through on Daniel Wisnauskas. And now these two, they've got to hope that Milam catches Stoneman. Those two start fighting. If Wisnauskas and Cousins can work together, there's still a chance for them to battle for the lead here. But they need to get in a good rhythm, start putting in some really good laps and work together here. Two drivers not working together. Stockley King about to be overtaken here by Konstantin Krastev. Krastev down the inside, up at the top section of the circuit. Through midgets they went. Trying to get back down the inside is Stockley King, but he's not able to make it work. And the number 13 takes the place, and up and under goes Stockley King. Side by side across the line between these two. Really close down to the first corner, and Stockley King has the move. Great overtake from Oscar Stockley King there to retake 7th place away from Konstantin Krastev. Definitely that gap is closing at the front. It was another 10th and a bit on the last lap of the race. Again, little by little that gap is closing, but with this longer final, don't need to worry quite so much. Does Warwick Milam. Across the line this time around, it was 8 tenths, then 7 tenths, now 6 tenths of a second between the two at the front of the field. But that time quickly ticking down, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 5 minutes on the clock now. Through the bus stop they come once again. Still Milam chasing Stoneman. Nothing they can seem to do to get right onto the rear end of that cart. Onto another lap they go then. What's the gap looking like now? 5 tenths of a second. New fastest lap of the race for Warwick Milam. And look at that. Ethan Cousins in 3rd place was faster than Fenton Stoneman in the lead. If Milam catches Stoneman here, they start battling. Cousins could still be in with a shot of getting involved with the lead battle here. Great to see lots of people in the live chat as well, enjoying the race. Thank you very much for the kind comment. Emma Barrett enjoying the racing, saying good luck to the drivers in the final from Sodi Vitesse. Warwick Milam being one of those who's currently in this race, who's currently chasing down the number 48 of Fenton Stoneman. She also wants to give a shout out to Dalton Hayward, Canis Grau and Aranas Sarkas. They've been fantastic driving all weekend. I couldn't agree more. Brilliant racing throughout the fields here across the classes at the Forest Edge Kart Club. And thank you as well. I'm glad you've been enjoying the coverage, Emma. And thank you very much for the follow. It was a good start from the Honda Cadets, wasn't it, in the final, Audi? Really enjoyed that one. And this one looking potentially to set up for a good end to the final as well. And Chris Barker saying, let's go, Chris. What a race we have on our hands then. How much longer is on the gantry? 3 minutes and counting. It does seem as though that gap between the two leaders has just stopped getting closer. Although I say that, out the final corner was 0.4. Now still 0.4. 0.06 of a second gained there. So again, it really is little by little between these two. What can Milam do? Two drivers. There are still a couple of battles going out on circuit. We've got Louis Barker versus James Finley for 5th place, who you'll see coming to your camera shot soon enough. And then behind them as well, Konstantin Krastev and Oscar Stockley King still absolutely going at it. Both those drivers setting personal bests and still going at it on circuit as they head up through the top section, through midgets. Here you go then. Warwick Milam nearly onto the back of the race leader. Fenton Stoneman must be starting to feel the pressure now. 2 minutes left to go of racing here for round number 2 for the Rotax Inters. But as they come back into my view up towards the bus stop chicane, Milam's close, but not close enough to think about any sort of move just yet. This would be quite the upset, of course. Stoneman has been cool, calm and collected throughout the day. 0 points to his name. He's taken the win in every race. Now on the road, he has lost out to Warwick Milam at least once, but Milam getting himself some penalties. 2 nose-cone penalties across the 3 heats. Made him have a bit more of a difficulty in this final.
starting in 4th place rather than maybe the 2nd that maybe he should have been. But hey, it's his fault for getting those nose cone penalties. Has made his life a little bit more difficult going into this final. But can Warwick Milam upset the Stoneman party? I will say, just visually, that gap seems to have increased a little bit that time. This time around on this lap number 13, we're on at the moment. Less than a minute left to go on the clock, so as the drivers come round, they'll be starting the penultimate lap of this Rotax Inter final. Closing up again, though, through the last couple of corners is Warwick Milam. And the 17 of Ethan Cousins hasn't quite been able to hold on to that pace he had earlier on. To be fair, I say that, just on that lap he was faster than Benton Stoneman, so finding some more pace again is Cousins. Still Stockley King and Konstantin Krastev going at it. Krastev still ahead of Stockley King. Finley and Barker going at it, but Finley has now got through on Louis Barker. So fair play to James Finley, the top rated novice. The top two are super close together though, up at the top end of the circuit. Not quite the ability for a move there for Warwick Milam. They head now down into Climate Corner, through into Tolly's then. They'll be seeing the last lap board. 1,100 metres of racing to go, and the top two are line astern across the line. 35 of Warwick Milam. This needs to be the lap of your life, Warwick. If you've got any chance of going for a move here. Out of Johnny's they go, down into Winger's Dip. Up towards the bus stop would be a good opportunity. Not close enough for Warwick Milam. He needs a great exit here. He does get a decently good exit. Can he pull to the inside? Covers the inside. Does Benton Stoneman? But late to the inside. Late to the inside. They're side by side on the exit. Benton Stoneman. Warwick Milam. Milam's on the inside. He takes the lead of the race into the second last corner. Forced to the outside is Benton Stoneman. But he's going to try the upper. But it's not going to be enough. Warwick takes the win. Takes him to 4. My microphone and it's what an unbelievable end to the race that was. There's potential of it happening. What a move though from Warwick Milam. It's a dead heat across the line between Stockley King and Quickstep. 200ths of a second. That was a good finish between them as well. But wow, he saw it happening continuously over and over the laps. Milam just closing in, and Benton Stoneman checked over his shoulder there on the exit of the bus stop chicane. He knew that the opportunity was there for Milam to go down the inside. He moved to defend, but then reopened the door, and Milam saw the gap and went for it and took the win there in the Rotax Inter final. Really impressive from Warwick Milam, and it was Ethan Cousins who rounded out the podium. A good result from him there in 3rd place. Daniel Wisnauskas finished in 4th. James Finley, your highest rated novice, in 5th place, with Louis Barker, Oscar Stockley King, Konstantin Krastev and Elliot Dimolo, your 9 finishers then in the Rotax Inter final. However, up next, what do we have up next? Is it the juniors or the seniors? It's the seniors who will be coming up first, because the juniors are still being very naughty boys and girls, and they've not been sorted out there for their B final grid. So up next is the senior Rotax final.
That would be good. Yeah, that would be sick.
No, the one that's just finished.
Yeah. What?
You might not explain it with the one that's
Yeah, I thought you might have a... Oh, because of the double... So...
half the time.
Exactly. Interesting, okay. Because I know, Lucy told me before what it's in Kart track, they had that rule on, but everyone's in their own plane and all the girls in too. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so do you see the senior Rotax final in the home plane? Before you get going around the outside of Wilson Hill, two drivers for the third. Came out, finished that, won the race, on the line, he got a great photo like doing that. Yeah, he's both hands off, and that's what they're not saying. Okay, is that what it is? It wasn't down the side of it. Okay. Well, I won't talk about that, so leave that. That's up to you guys. I'm
Right then,
as one final gets done and dusted. We quickly move on to another one, the senior Rotexes. I will say, the one time where I've said hopefully we don't get a red flag, there hasn't been one, so maybe our commentators blessed it. So maybe again I'll say hopefully there's no red flag, because I'm blessing this senior Rotax grid with no red flags. Let's see how this goes though. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think it's down to me, is it really? It's down to the seniors and how well behaved they are. Let's see how this grid goes. Right, we'll try and run you through it as quickly as you can. Aaron Full and Matt Jones are on the front row of the grid with William Gray and Michael Pugh on row number 2. George Hewell and Sam Harrison there on row 3 with Elliot Rice and Ethan Lomax on row 4. Ben Blue and Ian Tate round out the top 10 with Harlan Lewis around there, Matthew Lambert, Finley Patterson, Bradley Howes, Kieran Ives, Henry Stratton, Aidan Blair, James Griffin, Ben Hicks, Elliot Barrell. Good grid for this one. Oh, the other way racing. First time of asking. Yes, we are. Aaron Full leads us up to the first corner. Almost about to the inside there from the 78. I've just realised that the timing hasn't updated for you guys. Oh, it hasn't updated for me either. We're still stuck on the Rotax Inter final on the live timing. So hopefully the people over on the other side of the circuit in the timing are able to get that updated. But I'll keep you updated as best I can. As I say that, there's a crash done at the first couple of corners. 2 drivers involved then. I'm going to struggle to tell you who they are until they come round to the end of the first sector. All going on at the front of the order. So it was the 65 and the 11. So George Hewell with the 11 and William Wayne the 65. 2 drivers from the sharp end of the order there. Going round down at the first couple of corners. So they all went round down at Haynes Street, they rejoined, but way at the back of the action. Is the 28 Aaron Full in the lead? No, he's not. Aaron Full potentially here in 3rd position now. Yes, he is. So through have gone 2 drivers. I have a feeling that it's Matt Jones who now leads the race. There we go. Timing is back on your screens and it is Matt Jones who's taken the lead of the race. Michael Pugh is the driver sandwiching. There he is, the meat in the sandwich between Jones and Full. And then we've got a bit of a gap back to the rest of the gaggle. Heading up currently. Oh, that's a late move to the inside. 22. Very late move. Great overtake though from Sam Harrison. Gets his way through on Lambert. Up into 5th place he goes. 3 leaders working together nicely in this one. Of course, 11 minutes past 1 lap, same as all of the other finals this afternoon. But it's Aaron Full who has that fastest lap of the race, only by a few hundredths of a second. But that's all you need here. Do these drivers work together though, or do they decide to battle? Full with a check over the shoulder as he comes across the line there. So Full knows how much of a gap he has back to the drivers behind. I think that that's going to encourage him here to go for a move. We'll wait and see though, up to the bus stop chicane they come, 3 leaders still as they were. Looking back though, Elliot Rice heading up the next group now in the 74. So he's made some moves to get through. Behind him are Ethan Lomax, Sam Harrison, Matthew Lambert, Kieran Ives, and Paolo Nunes-Aranda as well in that pack as well. Good to see Paolo change to the lead. Down the inside goes Michael Pugh. And through, Matt Jones 6 after him. So Aaron Full can't find a way through the opening created there from the move for the lead. But Michael Pugh, what a move for the lead that was, down at the final corner. Takes the lead of the race. To the bus stop chicane they go then. We've had a little bit of battling. There's already a lot that's goes up. Change to 2nd place. Aaron Full goes for it. Up at the top of the circuit. Down the inside of midgets. Through climate they go now. Aaron Full has looked so impressive all day today. Could this be his opportunity to take the win in the all-important final? Only half a second separating those 3 cars to the front. 47 nearly into the back of the car. That was nice and Matthew Lambert getting very close together. Luckily, Kieran Ives able to chuck on the anchors down at the Haynes loop. Slams on the brakes and luckily keeps out of his way. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are broken away now down the inside. There's a move for 5th place. That's Sam Harrison through on Ethan Lomax. So number 22 making up a place. Sam Harrison now looking forward to the 74 of Elliot Rice. What's happened to Ben Malou in this race? He was out on that number 1, so I didn't see what happened to the Southern Champs winner from 2023. But either way, Ben Malou not making it out of lap number 1 here, sadly. Another driver that was looking so strong throughout today, definitely a driver I would have put in for contention for at least the top 5, if not the top 3. Sadly, we lost one of our top runners from this race, but Aaron Bull still looking very tidy there in second place, looking pretty fierce as well as he closes down on the leader of Michael Pugh. All eyes on Sing. Squirrely down into the Haynes Loop. He can't find a way past Matthew Lambert. Lambert checking the inside line. Too late. Down the inside he goes, down into the dip. That was super close between Lambert and Ives. Who went out ahead? It's still Lambert. So despite showing the D there, the 47 still not able to make it through. And now the 47 of Kieran Ives having to defend here from the 14 of Paolo Nunes-Aranda. Paolo Nunes-Aranda trying to find a way through here. These four staying as they were. Ives finally goes through down at Ainsley, finally gets it done. Ives up into 7th place then. Lambert relegated to 8th. Lambert now on the backside from Paolo Nunes-Aranda. He gets a little bit too slowly though through Johnny's. Has to think a little bit as they head now up towards the bus stop chicane once again. Top 3 still as they were, very close though from football. Not quite able to get alongside this time around though into Climate, and still it's Matthew Pugh who is leading this race. This is such an impressive performance from Michael Pugh. He did get a penalty in the first race of the day. He would have been up and in amongst the top 10, but I don't think we've seen Michael Pugh leading a race yet today. But what a job he's doing, bending off from Aaron Bull. But Aaron once again all over the rear bumper, not able to get alongside for the final corner, and the top 3 still line astern. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left to go on the timing. And it still could go either way between these 2 drivers. Bill Husband looking cheeky as he sits back there, waiting for the opportunity to present itself on Michael Pugh, but they're certainly not dropping Matt Jones. If anything happens between these 2, Matt Jones could be in the driver's seat here to take the win of the race. He gets up into the lead though, down the inside, lay on the pitch to the inside, with the ball. Oh, quite committed enough. He's down on the inside, then they come in to protect the Come start placing Matt Jones. They back on the socket. Matt Jones into the race. You can just see that happening. 2 or 3 corners in advance. Aaron Bull wasn't going to go up that inside line. Michael Pugh wasn't going to give up the corner. Contact was inevitable. That's given a lovely bit of breathing room now to Matt Jones at the front of the field. As I almost called it a couple of laps ago, he just needed something to happen between the 2 of them, and oh did it happen. 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock here. The 87 of Matt Jones needs to keep putting in these lap times and keep a strong head here out in the front of the field, and he could take the final here for senior Rotax over round number 2 of the Forest Edge Club. Still battles going on behind though. It's difficult to know where to look. Good battle over 10th place. Ben Hicks near the tape, Aidan Blair, Paolo Nunes-Aranda and Bradley Howe. So Paolo Nunes-Aranda said it's happened to him, but he's dropped down a fair little bit. He was battling up in that 8th, 9th position. So something's happened between those 2. Oh, back through. Oh, was that all before? Apologies, no. When they rejoined the circuit, Pugh was ahead of Bull. That's still how it is. Across the line they go once more. On to lap number 13. 74 and 30. Rather nice battle. I'll tell you what, I see the Rotax still going at it for 5th place. Great battle down the order result. Just coming across the line now. James Griffin, William Ray, and Henry Stratton battling for 5th place there. For 15th place as well there. That's great to see. Especially with one of our novices involved. It's Aidan Blair, who's top novice in this at the moment though, sitting in 12th place. Round the final corner come the leaders once again. 1.5 minutes left on the clock of your senior Rotax final. And still, I don't know who is going to win this race. I barely got a voice left from the heats this morning. They've been so exciting. And I've got to try and carry it through the rest of these finals because wow, this is fantastic. Michael Pugh starting to put the pressure back on here to Matt Jones. But you've been able to see from the previous battle, no drivers willing to give an inch here. Very close. Could this be the move? Yes, this is the move. Down the inside of the final corner. We continue the race. That's Michael Pugh. 45 seconds left to go then. I think that'll mean 3 more laps. And once again, Michael Pugh returns to the lead of the race. But Aaron Thorpe, more frustrated than he was before. Previously, he just had Michael Pugh ahead of him. Now he's also got Matt Jones who's there with the lead. Matt Jones thinking about it on the inside, but great defensive block there for the leader. Up and under tries Aaron Thorpe, but he's not going to be able to squeeze the door open. Tries it again down the corner, but no room there on the inside. It's the move though. The final corner goes to second place. Goes Aaron Thorpe. He bumped onto the rear axle by the 87. He knows he needs to work together here with Aaron Thorpe, and they have a chance of passing the leader, Michael Pugh. Timer has now hit 0. This will be the penultimate lap of the race, ladies and gentlemen, and you still cannot call it. Can Aaron Thorpe find a way past Michael Pugh over this last lap and half of the racing to the inside? Falls the leader. Michael Pugh is given a defensive masterclass here, holding back Aaron Thorpe. Through they come to Climber. Aaron Thorpe lost that move to the inside, and oh, does Michael Pugh know it? Onto the final lap they come then. Big defensive move from the 78. Thorpe trying the up and under, but no room given from the leader of Michael Pugh. Racing here from the 78. Over the shoulders, they head down into the dip. This could still go either way between these 3 drivers. Pugh leading Phil, leading Jones down to the bus stop chicane. It's still Pugh who holds on to it. Could be still Phil. He's going to be Michael Pugh is going to hold the inside now. 2 shots on the corners. Can Thorpe get alongside? It's the last one. Time to the inside. Side of the cost. It's getting off the line. Oh my God! What an end to the race that was! Less than a tenth of a second between Jones and Pugh. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what an end to the race there. I don't think either of our top 3 were facing in a straight line as they went across the line there. Thorpe down the inside, great move on Pugh. The last corner there forces Pugh wide, they both get a bad exit. Jones tried to dive to the left, they all move over to the left to cover him off. And wow, Full grabs it by half a tenth of a second. Pugh loses out from first to third there on the last corner. But what an end to the race of the senior Rotax final. Unbelievable stuff. Sam Harrison and Ethan Lomax round out the top 5. With Elliot Rice, Kieran Rice, Matthew Lambert, Ben Hicks and Finley Patterson, your top 10. Neil Mateo at 11th, Aidan Blair, your top novice in 12th place. Bradley House, Paolo Luzarando, William Ray, Henry Stratton, James Griffin, George Hume, your final of 18 runners there. Sadly, we lost Ben Ballou after lap 1, and of course Elliot Barrow we lost after heat number 2 with his scary accident earlier on today. But again, I bless the field, there were no red flags, and what a race that was in the senior Rotax final. Now as we come to the end of the seniors, I think we'll be moving from race number 30 to race number 31. But we're not. Oh, we are doing the B final for juniors, fantastic. So juniors up next for their B final, and to remind you, the top 4 from the B final will be getting through to the A final later on this afternoon. but they might get in the way, is only my thought.
Huh?
I might keep one, and if it gets too awful, then I'll give it. Thank you. Thank you. This is my 3rd day in a row, so my voice is... Wow, what a senior Rotax final that was. Unbelievable finish. But we move straight on to our B final for junior Rotax. I believe, at least on the qualifying sheets, should be 10 drivers involved in this race. So let's run you through the grid then for this one. Ben Ward and Harvey Murden line up on the front row of the grid, with Jacob Clay and Josh Spence on row number 2. Rebecca Chalice and Jacob Sinfield on row 3, with Eliza Dush and Matthew Whitmarsh row 4, and Alexander Stepankov and Jack Price on row number 5. I'll say though, the number 26, that is, of Jacob Sinfield has already pulled the car over to the edge of the track just after Parsons, and he won't be taken to the start of the race here. Now I can also see another driver down in the pit lane who hasn't even got the car started, so they won't be joining the action either. So actually on circuit at the moment, or starting the race, will be Ben Ward, Harvey Murden, Josh Spence, Rebecca Chalice, Matthew Whitmarsh and Elijah Dush. As I mentioned, the top 4 go through to the A final here. Only 2 drivers from this race won't make it through into the A final. So whoever are those 2 drivers are going to be absolutely gutted after this race. B finals, 6 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's see the top 4. Who do they make it through to the A final? We're underway and racing in the B final. Good start from the front row of the grid. Ben Ward trying to hold on to it. So gutted for the 26 to be out already. As all false start has now been called. False start called on junior Rotax B final. I was going to say it's so gutting. I can see from the comms box, and you might actually just be able to see on the first corner camera that the number 26, Jacob Sinfield, just sat in the marshal post, gutted, and not only does he not make it through to get another race later on today, he has to sit by the side of the circuit and watch his fellow competitors go around and battle for those top 4 spots. There is nothing more gutting in motor racing than that, allowing to sit down and watch your competitors have fun that you were supposed to be having. But your car decided it didn't want to take the race start. Got to be parked at the side of the track. Right then, second time we're asking, what can our junior Rotax B final do? Can we get it on the way? No, that definitely isn't a race start. Drivers not in formation, and we'll go around again. They're racing. That was a race start. No. Okay, well we are starting. We're starting the B final race. There was Ben Ward gets across the line first. Then he carries on in the lead of the race. Top 2 already starting to break away here, but it's 4th place you need to be watching, and there is a move for 4th place. Down the inside tries one of the drivers, but can't quite squeeze past. Oh, and nearly round the driver defending the 99, almost pins it there, as Elijah Dush trying to hold on to that all-important 4th place, and nearly drops it down a climber, and through slips Josh Spence up into that all-important top 4. 5 minutes set to go on the clock then. We continue on for this junior Rotax B final. Again, the top four continuing to scamper away, trying to lock their place into the A final. Then Ward and Harvey Murden battling out for the lead of the race, but they've got to be careful because it's only going to gain you one spot realistically on the final. So although Harvey Murden is fiercely faster, wants to get through, you've got to be careful because you could quite easily take both yourself and your fellow competitor not only into this race but out of the A final as well. So the 15 of Harvey Murden is in a really tricky spot right now. But he wants to go for the move, but needs to be very careful when he does so. Was looking feisty down over the dip, not quite able to get alongside. A lot of tire squealing go down the dip, so potentially someone around, but all making it through and up into the bus stop chicane. Leaders still line astern through the middle section of the circuit. They come through to finish another lap of the race then. Possible change to the lead, side by side for the lead, down into Johnny's contact. Just as I was saying, chaps, you've got to be careful. You need to give up racing room, and luckily they just start giving up. Who's coming out ahead though? It is Harvey Murden who takes the lead of the race. Inside Ben, you don't need to miss this much. Oh my goodness. The A final, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm going to this is so much racing, interesting, and let's go down the inside into the last corner again. Thinking about it, it's the 40 thing. Big side with both of them as they get to the exit. Sealing the deal is Harvey Murden, takes the spot away from Ben Ward. After that big slide though from Elijah Dush, he is closing down Josh Spence in that all-important 4th place. It looks as though we'll have 3 drivers in this race who don't make it through to the A final. Currently that's the 99 of Elijah Dush, the 42 of Jacob Clay and the 23 of Matthew Whitmarsh for the moment. 2 leaders still very close together here as they head through onto another lap of the race. But this is what we need to be looking at as they come through the final corner. The 24 and the 99. Which of them will make it through into the A final, and which driver will be going home early? 2 minutes and 10 seconds. We have to wait to find out. Battle for 4th place, I was about to say, getting closer and closer. Move down the inside completed by the 99. So Elijah Dush through on Josh Spence. Wide Murden, it goes across the line. Adrian Nicholas. Can't get back through on Elijah Dush, and Elijah Dush gets himself up into those all important top 4 spaces. I was right as well though, just taking a breath to take a little sweet to a sister with my ruined throat from that senior Rotax final. As we continue on for more, move for the lead, I was just about to say, they're battling like it's the win of the A final here. Back through goes Ben Ward. Down the inside he went, up as midgets, and now he leads the race, heading on to lap number 8. drivers now on the last lap of the race. Still Ben Ward with the lead over Harvey Murden. But again, as long as they're still in those top two positions by the checkered flag, they will be in the A final. That's all that matters. Sadly, for Josh Spence, after getting overtaken by Elijah Dush, he just hasn't quite been able to close back in. So winning the race is Ben Ward, Harvey Murden in second, Rebecca Challet in third, and the 99 of Elijah Dush takes that last spot in the A final. The 24 and the 42 and the 23. Josh Spence, Jacob Clay and Matthew Whitmarsh don't quite make it through into the A final later on today. But that was your only shorter final this afternoon. 6 minutes plus 1 lap for that B final for Junior Maxers. So we've only got 4 finals left to go then, and up next it's our joint grid for our 177s and our 177 Masters. Their races have been fantastic throughout today, so this final could be very interesting. They are coming up next. Right then, out on circuit go the 177 Rotaxes and the 177 Rotax Masters. They're going to get their final underway, of course, back to the usual 11 minutes plus 1 lap for the final then. It's Archie Elliott who lines up on pole position with Ollie Hutchings alongside on that front row. Lincoln Bailey Anderson and Joshua Pickford line on row 2 with an all-masters row 3. Chris Thomas and Colin Davis there in 5th and 6th. Adrian Jeffrey and Gary Cox are on row 4 with Toby Chase and Robert Simpson on row number 5. Jake Davis and Sam Ward are on row 6 with Alan Clark and David Simpson on row 7. Daniel Wright and Reece Lewin are there on row number 8 with Ben Avery and Harry Simpson on row 9. Neil Hemming and Daniel Chetziak on row 10 with Ryder Gora, Ryan Silverthorne and Oliver Appleby. Your 23 drivers on the grid for this one. Seems like we may only have 22 as we come to the lights. Then can they get it underway? First time of asking. Yes, they can. 11 minutes plus 1 lap on the target speed and already off on the inside. It's the number 81. It's all gone wrong then for Adam Clark as he drops many positions only through the first corner. But they head down towards Rangers Dip now, all staying line of 7. That's probably a good idea on this opening lap of the race then. Is it Archie Elliott still leading? Yes it is, but Archie Elliott has another driver all up in his rear bumper. I think that's Ollie Hutchings, but we'll wait and see as they come out the last couple of corners. Change from 4th place, dive down the inside, up at Midgets. And yes, get to the 29 in second place. That is Ollie Hutchings, but he's got a bit of time there through the last corner. Good exit with the 56. Joshua Pickford out to third. Thinking about a move for second place now. The 25, diving to the inside there, into the first couple of corners. David Simpson making a move on Toby Chase to 9th place as they head through and continue lap number 2. Already, Archie Elliott starting to put out a nice little lead here. Was the only driver down in the 43s on that first lap, and he's just putting a nice bit of clear air in between himself and Ollie Hutchings. Ollie got a bit slidey through this final section last time around, but a lot more tidy this time. In behind, 16 and 71 close enough. That's Chris Thomas and Colin Davis battling over the win in the Masters category. Late move to the inside there with a dip. That was a good attempt there. The 60 meter Sam Ward on Gary Cox for 7th, but it didn't quite pay off. And Sam Ward has to sit behind once again as they now head through the Muscroft section into the final part of the race. Then already some gaps starting to form here at the top of the order. We still have a good 9 minutes to play out in this race, but it's all just slowly bubbling as we continue here. Almost side by side there. Chris Thomas not looking too quick when compared to Colin Davis, Gary Cox and Sam Ward in behind. He's able to keep them behind, but now is he? Yes, he is. Chris Thomas still at the front of that little train from 5th place downwards. Getting feisty in behind though. I have a feeling Sam Wood might have got through on Gary Cox there. He tried it last time around down at Windsor Dip, but I think he might have got it done this time down at Windsor Dip. Again a bit slidey there through the last couple of corners to the 29 of Ollie Hutchings. He now is under pressure from Joshua Pickford for 2nd place, and not far behind is Lincoln Bailey Arson. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th, very close together now as they head down towards Rangers Tip. But is anyone able to catch Archie Elliott? Another fastest lap for Archie Elliott. 3/10 of a second quicker than Ollie Hutchings in 2nd place. But as Ollie continues on round through the final section, he is holding off the 2 guys behind for the moment anyway. Ooh, very late on the brakes there, a little bit of contact made, front to rear. The 75 of Lincoln Bailey Arson, but just outbroke himself there, no malice in that little bit of contact. And the 63 making up places, that's Sam Ward. I think he's now got through, he's got to the front of that little train, he's up to 6th place. Now looking ahead to Chris Thomas, but Chris Thomas has benefited nicely from those 3 battling in behind as Chris Thomas has a good 2nd or so lead to them and continues to hold that Masters win for the moment. He's in 5th place overall and he's watching ahead to that 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle. Lincoln Bailey Arson, is he making moves in this mid pack? He's doing his best to. Still at the back for now though. Times is breaking a little bit better that time into the final couple of corners. And as they come through into turn 1 and turn 2, follow each other line astern. Still in the background as well. Really close still between Ward, Davis, Cox, now Simpson and Jeffrey getting involved in that battle as well. Toby Case all on his own seemingly in 11th place, and then further back than that we've got Avery versus Davis versus Lewin. Hemmington there as well, and so is Clark. Then Simpson, White and Simpson are far behind from that as well. It's very, very close throughout the field, but a little bit of gaps just between these big gaggles. And battles still going on. 6 minutes left to go on the timing. And Archie Elliott is doing a fantastic job here. From the pole position, he made it as easy for himself as he could, taking that front row start. But it's not as easy as it sounds to convert that pole position to a race win. But at the moment, he's looking pretty comfortable. 1.5 seconds, the gap in the lead. Sam Ward, 42.28. The only driver to go faster than the leader on that last lap. But I will say, The leader, 42.31. Second place, 42.36. Third, 42.32. Fourth, 42.31. They're all within half a tenth of a second of each other at the sharp end of the order. There's the move for second place. Down the inside, Joshua Pickford finally steals away second from Ollie Hutchings. And the 75 of Lincoln Bailey Arson. They say maybe there's a chink in the armour here of Ollie Hutchings, and this is the time to bounce. Oh, Ollie, a little bit deep there into the bus object, got to be a little bit careful. Almost went into the back of this, opens up the opportunity to the inside. Almost close to the apex there was Lincoln Bailey Arson, and he can't find a way through. So they continue on to another lap then. 4.5 minutes left to go in this 177 final. And with that little bit of battling between second, third and fourth, they've opened up ever so slightly. Then look who is there, the 16 of Chris Thomas. He had the fastest up of the race on the last lap, 42.27, and he's closing down that battle for second place. Just should have been around the outside down into Runders Pit there. That was very impressive. Who were those two drivers battling? The number 11 I think involved in that one potentially. There is no number 11, so I definitely should not be trusting my eyes, especially this late on in the day. Oh, a bit of a bump there into the final corner. The 80 gets a little taste of his own medicine earlier on in the day. But that wasn't too fine there for the 22. He takes the brace from it as well. Reese, Fu and Ben Avery there, but definitely with a bit of help from contact there. I think that's what's getting come through to us in here to get a little contact warning for him. Chris Thomas, fastest again on that last lap, 42.2 for Chris Thomas. But still, second, third and fourth, not quite able to close in on your leader. He's just got to manage this gap in the lead of the race and make the most of it. 71 to get by the move, but 63's rear bumper is hanging off. 63 will be getting a mechanical flag, and into the pits he comes before the mechanical flag even needs to come out. So Sam Horn, at one point, the fastest driver in the race, had not been seeing the mechanical flag, sadly for him. Ollie Hutchings still doing a good job to fend off from Lincoln Bailey Arson at the moment. Just as I say that, Lincoln Bailey Arson gets very close through the last corner. Yellow flags down at sector 1. We've got another driver off down in sector number 1 on the exit of Haynes Loop. Who is that that stopped at the side of the circuit as they come out to finish this lap? Of course, Sam Ward out the race, he pulls the pits, and it's Alan Clark who's has picked up. The number 81 that gives up the ghost with only 2 minutes left to go in this 177 final. Bailey, Lincoln Bailey Arson gets so close to the back of the 29 into that final corner. He just needs to find a way to convert that to achieve his end down the inside, but it's not happening just yet. Your leader though, Arch Elliott, we barely have to speak about him in this race. He's been doing a cracking job out there in the lead. Has about 2.5 seconds of gap ahead of Joshua Pickings. Joshua Pickford and Ollie Hutchings there mixed up. Pickford ahead of Hutchings, head of Bailey Arson. Bailey Arson, there we go. What did I just say? Down the inside of the final corner, he finally makes it work, and Lincoln Bailey Arson moves his way up into the top 3. Attempted the up and under there into the first couple of corners. Attempted the overtake from Ollie Hutchings, but it didn't work, and he sits back in 4th. And his problem is now Chris Thomas. He's been looking so fast through this race, and Chris Thomas is now on the back of this little gaggle as well. That overtake has given a nice little breathing room to Joshua Pickford in second. And he'll also be hoping, we probably won't know it, but I'm telling him that he's hoping that Chris Thomas gets involved in that battle, continues to slowly stride us down and giving him more breathing room to the number 56. 20 seconds left to go on the timing as they cross the Southern Shine this time around. That'll mean next time over the line we go on to the last lap of the race here, and the last lap of the day for the 177 Rotaxes. What a race it's been for Archie Elliott. Continues to ever so slightly, lap on lap, extend that lead out in the front. And I think he's going to be quite lucky here as well. I don't think he's going to catch any back markers. Maybe one more lap and he might have done. Round the final quarter, he's going to start the last lap of the race. 54, gives himself a little, let's go, taps his sides, let's go on, we've got this race in the bag. He set his personal best on the race. Did Archie Elliott extend that gap, past 3 seconds down with Archie. Chris Thomas though, still in the lead of the Masters. He's got around nearly 3 seconds gap over Colin Davis and Gary Cox. Colin in second, Gary third, all in the Masters category. Where is your leader then? He's coming down into the final few corners. Archie Elliott from pole to flag. What a win for number 54. Hands off the wheel, he's across the line, goes onto the wire, but it just about goes away. Oh, Joshua Pickford, then Goodbailey Anderson rounds out the podium places there. Less than 2/10 of a second separating Pickford and Bailey Anderson across the line. Lisa Hutchins, I said Lisa again, sorry Ollie. Ollie Hutchins finishes in 4th place. With Chris Thomas there rounding out the top 5, and your winner in the Masters, Colin Davis and Gary Cox there round out the podium in the Masters, with David Simpson and Adrian Jeffrey and Toby Case there in the top 10. Jake Davis and Robert Simpson behind with Reece Green, then Neil Hemming, Ben Avery, Daniel Wright, Harry Simpson, Dennis Petziak, then Ryan Agora and Ryan Silverthorne finish off 20 finishers for that race. Sadly, Sam Ward and Adam Clark not seeing the checkered flag in that one. That's it for their final then. The 177s are over and out for today's action. We've got 3 more finals to come, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is the finals for the Formula Blues. Formula Blues out on circuit then, getting ready for their last race of the day. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Formula Blue final. Once again, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. It's Anthony Clear, of course, who starts on pole position for this one. He's won, P2 and number 3 today. Pretty impressive performance, but can he take the all-important final? With David Watts, his closest challenger, alongside on P2. With Stephen Rose and Callum Johnson on row number 3. Joey Foster in behind. David Good alongside, I believe, then Leanne McShane and Paul Alexander rounding out the 8 cars on the grid for this one, I do believe. Yeah, we've got one driver who's pulled over to the side already here, and is that the O-plate car? It looks like he may have got it going, but this was the closest challenger all day to our number one of Anthony Cleal. We're going to be going round again. False start flag is shown. But yeah, the O-plate of David Watts, I did wonder where he was. Out at the exit of the pit lane. Finally gets it started, and in a plume of smoke, that Formula Blue comes to life. And the O-plate of David Watts will rejoin the pack, retake his second place on the grid, and the whole field will carry on, and we shall get 12 minutes plus one lap of action started for our Formula Blue grid. As I say, Anthony Cleal, what a day it's been. Anthony Cleal, it couldn't have gone, I was going to say, it couldn't have gone much better. Couldn't have gone any better for Anthony Cleal. A win in every race so far. David Watson have been close, but not quite close enough to take the win. Could he do it here in the final? Not too long to wait and see. He heads to the start finish race, and through in the first couple of corners he goes to number one, holds the inside line. Zero gets him rather slidey and up the inside, takes the position. Is that the number 7 who squeezed through? Yes, it is. So Stephen Groves up to second place already. Number 0 fighting Milo already down at the inside. The wind just dips, so second place changes one more. But what a perfect start that is for Anthony Cleal. But others battling behind, he doesn't care about that. He pushes on to head towards the checkered flag already. 12 minutes in this final then. Already a move down the inside, changed for third place. So is that Joey Foster getting through to third? Yes, it is, the number 6 through on Stephen Groves. Into the final corner they come then, and on to lap number 2. 7 and the 6 still going at it down through the first couple of corners, closely followed by Callum Johnson on the 72. We've seen some good battles there as well between Leanne McShane, Paul Alexander and David Good as well, so hopefully that continues into this final as well. So I was sort of finding the order that we've seen throughout the day here in the final for Formula Blue, and 4th place and versus 5th place. Stephen Groves and Callum Johnson, your closest battle on circuit at the moment. The number 72 hounded him in, and wow, what a late move in the last corner. That's going to be one of my overtakes of the day there. What an overtake with the 72 on the number 7. And Callum Johnson takes away 4th place from Stephen Groves. Great move there to move himself up into the top 4. I will say as well on that last lap, fastest lap of the race goes to Joey Foster. 2/10 of a second quicker than Anthony Cleal in the lead of the race. Smashes the curb there through the bus stop chicane. But where's this pace come from Joey Foster? If he can continue this throughout the whole of this 12-minute final, maybe we can see someone that isn't called Anthony Cleal with a race here in Formula Blue. And the final corner they come once again. Still just less than 9 minutes on the clock in this one. Good battle going on there between Leanne McShane and Paul Alexander. Paul Alexander shook this again the upper simply not quite working out, and Leanne McShane is in the first couple of corners again trying the up and under with the number 4 there of Paul Alexander, but again it doesn't work, and he goes straight in the back of Leanne McShane through that section of corners. Already on the back of David Watts is Joey Foster. When is Joey Foster going to think about a move here? There, already down the inside. There he goes to second place. Right against David Watts, the third, up at Midget's corner. So although it was the fastest lap of the race taken by Anthony Cleal on the last lap, it was matched by Joey Foster. Understandable. I was going to say understandable that Joey Foster was slow on that last lap. He went for an overtake on that last lap on David Watts and still matched the lap time of Anthony Cleal. This Formula Blue final could get very interesting. What can the number 6 do here over the next 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap of racing? fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Anthony Cleal, once again matched by Joey Foster in second place, but he needs to do just a little bit more than that. He needs to be going faster, not matching. There's still 1.2, 1.3 seconds between first and second place. What do they like on this time around? Joey Foster, new fastest lap of the race, a little bit faster than Anthony Cleal. I think that's giving a bit of a second wind to David Watts as well. David Watts only 100 slower than Anthony Cleal on that last lap. So the top the top three still within a second and a half of each other. It doesn't look like it's going to be closing in fast enough for anyone to challenge Anthony Cleal's perfect day here today. Still 6 minutes left to go on the clock then, and all stays as it was. An issue there into the first corner nearly causes quite the incident there. The number 4 of Paul Alexander, his car gives up the ghost and he pulls back into the pit lane. We heard it pop and bang as they came past the start line, and Liam McShane nearly went straight in the back of him, just because of course the car immediately started decelerating, no longer having too much power, whereas Liam was still in full champ, nearly went straight in the back of him, but luckily both Liam and David in behind managed to avoid, and they are now effectively gifted 6th and 7th place respectively. Second and third, still close to each other, still slowly closing in on the leader, but not quite quickly enough, I don't think, sadly. 1.3 seconds now that gap between the two leaders. We've got someone in the race, and it's someone from the top 3. David Watts is out of this race. The O-Plate car didn't look like he was going to make it to the start, as he was struggling to get out of the pit lane. He did manage to get it going in the end, but sadly he falls over to the side of the track just before Tollings. You'll be able to see him on that camera in the top right hand of your screen. But gutting for the O-Plate there, he was very much on for a third place finish and a bit of silverware to take home with him. But sadly, he won't be seeing the checkered flag in this race. Through they come then to finish another lap of this race. Still Cleal leading Foster, but again, a tenth of a second gain by Cleal that last lap. Still 1.3 seconds the gap though between our two leaders, and that now means that Callum Johnson is effectively gifted a podium place here, and he is about 5 seconds off of second place, then a further 4.5 seconds ahead of Stephen Groves in 4th place. So if he can just keep it on the road here, he's almost guaranteed a cheeky 3rd place and a podium for his efforts. as we head into the last minute of the race, and that gap at the front just slowly but surely being extended by Anthony Cleal. It looked like maybe we might have a fight on our hands between Cleal and Foster. Showing great pace in the opening part of the race was Joey Foster, but really, I should never have doubted Anthony Cleal, should I? What a perfect day it's been. The driver number one, of course, that number one denoting championship win last year. The 2023 champion seems to be pretty dominant for 2024 so far as well. Of course, Formula 2, a travelling championship, so they won't be here for, I don't believe, any more rounds of the Forest Edge Kart Club this year, but great to have them here for round number 2. But it does seem as though Cleal will continue to dominate. Timer has hit 0, so next time Anthony comes round, he will see the last lap board. No real battles going on down the field either. Closest really being Leanne McShane and David Good. We've seen them have a couple of good battles, no pun intended, through the rest of the day. But in this one, David just not quite able to get onto the back of Leanne McShane. They're both setting personal best lap times. 45.2 for Leanne and 45.4 for David. And as I say that, Joey Foster also sets a personal best on that last time of 43.4. A good few tenths of a second quicker than Anthony Cleal. Below 2 seconds. And Anthony has now seen the last lap board. So they're on the last 1.1 kilometres of this Forest Edge Kart circuit. But as I mentioned, what a day. A win in heat number 1. A win in heat number 2. A win in heat number 3. And I don't think I'm going to give you any money for guessing what it is in the final. Here comes the number 1, round the last corner, take the final. Great race from Joey Foster to finish in P2. He didn't just take that P2 because the O plate fell out of the final. He got there on his own merits. Finishes P2, and it's Callum Johnson on the 72 that takes third place. Stephen Groves comes across the line in 4th, and coming out of the final section now, and Dave Good. There'll be our 6 finishers in that final. Sadly, we lost Paul Alexander on lap number 7 and David Watts on lap number 8. 2 more finals left to come then. Next up are the Supercars, and we'll finish out the day with our Junior Rotax A final, which is sure to be a pretty crazy one. Up next though, the Supercar final, and I've been told a slightly shortened final compared to the rest that we've been used to. I do believe 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So Supercars, their final, race 32 of the day, is coming up next.
So nearly there. So nearly there. Oh, thank you. Kill me now. 7 minutes of it.
Pretty sure my girlfriend and her dad called them Formula 2. Didn't know actually why.
What's the word for them? The grid's better, they're more entertaining.
Yeah, any sort of good.
Usually 20 or 30 of the best.
Apparently everyone's stopping what we're doing now. Especially with the direct drive as well. That really Rotax. Yeah, so I'm in the car and they're like, behind my stuff.
rules in place.
But probably one.
On site.
Boris Edge, Kart comes stream. Alongside him on the front row is Spencer Chappell. Spencer Chappell, I believe, is currently a championship leader. Took a race with this morning as well as Aaron Powell. I think Powell got 2, Chappell got 1. Matt Ulmer and Aaron Mayle are on row number 2 with Ross Cornick and Sam Gillis on row 3. Ashton Limp and Mark Smith are on row 4 with Callum Smith and Daniel Hammett on row number 5. Graham Payne and Richard Cornick are on row 6 with Matthew Duncan and Daniel Buckland on row 7. Ian O'Rourke and Fraser Everett round out the 16 karts grid for this one. But of course, like always, the supercars will come round and we'll start from a standing start with these geared karts. Will anyone have an issue? We did see in heat number 3 they were dropping like flies in the supercars. Hopefully all the drivers have remedied whatever issues they were and they're back on the grid here. Could we see a similar thing happening again? Potentially. Some drivers dropping by the wayside during this final, and could that open up opportunities for drivers who maybe won't be going into this final expecting a top 3, a top 5 result, sneaking their way in thanks to misfortune from other drivers. The 0 alongside the 25, they're getting themselves into their grid order, getting the little revs on the cars. Awesome, let's go then. Look into the lights, amazing. What a race! So into the first couple of corners. Williams started the 23, shuffles the overlays down into the second race. Aaron Powell is about to shuffle another way to get back fast. On the middle engine, not 7 minutes on the lap. 6 minutes plus 1 lap for this final, so 1 minute extension from their heats earlier on today. Already pressing out ahead though in the lead though is the 25 of Spencer Chappell. He's found some extra pace here in his supercars, and off he flies towards the end of lap number 1. But still, the overlay of Aaron Powell also gets in. But attempts to move there down into the first couple of corners. The 43. Sorry, Aaron Mayle. They were over the back of Ashton there for 6th place. The middle section of the circuit. So one driver pulling to a hold down at Winger's Dip. So the drivers are 2 drivers off and down at the bottom of Winger's Dip. So who hasn't come through then is Richard Connick and Daniel Buckland, who have come together down at Winger's Dip. So they'll be out of this final already on lap number 1. Of course, Bamberg flag conditions effectively like a safety car if you compare it to Formula 1 racing. These supercars much more exciting than Formula 1. Also speaking about Formula 1, no one's mentioned any results in the chat today, which I really appreciate, because I'm on the performance stream, not the nicest. I'm waiting to go home and have a look at that result, but I don't need to care about that just yet. We've got far more exciting racing, as I say, coming up. 2 more finals left to go. Supercars out there, Junior Max Final coming up next. They'll be back to the usual 11 minutes plus 1 lap for their final later on. The Battenberg flag still out as we clear up the issues down there at Winger's Dip for Richard Connick and Daniel Buckland, the 61 and the 42, out of this race on the first lap. Oh, and one driver off as well. One driver off up at the bus stop chicane. I'm not sure how they've made it up onto the grassy bank up there. Impressive job, but there's something's possibly gone there, and that's a high-speed part of the circuit. Luckily, I think it may have been under safety car conditions, so maybe they've simply pulled up there. But another driver out of this race then. As they come across the start-finish line, we're still on the Battenberg flag. I'll count you through, and we'll see who it is that we've lost in this race. It's Matthew Duncan. The 73 of Matthew Duncan is the one off by the side of the circuit at the bus stop chicane. Of course, these drivers don't take the bus stop chicane. They fly straight through up towards midgets at the top of the track. But another driver out of the car, out of the race, hands on hips. He's not happy with that, but sometimes these things happen, particularly with cars like this, which are running on an absolute knife edge the entire time they're out on circuit. Sad though that after 1 lap of racing, we've already lost 3 drivers from this in-kart grid.
Well, the left
running then. Spencer Chappell
has managed to pip Aaron Powell to the lead on the opening lap, and this is really going to help him because, of course, under battle mode flag, unlike red flag conditions, the time continues to tick down. We're nearly down to 4 minutes left in this final, so this is going to be a challenge for Aaron Powell to firstly chase back down Spencer Chapel off of this restart, but also make a move stick and retake the lead that he had. Of course, he had the pole position, and that was stolen on the start line. A better start than Spencer Chapel saw him jump ahead. But Will, the driver's in behind, have anything to say about it. Matt Olnut has been very impressive there. The 36 in 3rd place. Ross Cornick there as well. So Sam Gillis in 5th place. It's going to be close. Green flag is out. We're underway and racing then for 3 minutes and 42 seconds of running. Green flag conditions are out on circuit, and already the O-plate of Aaron Powell all over the back of the 25 of Spencer Chapel. But as I say, a curtailed race now thanks to that Battenberg flag puts the pressure onto the O-plate. 4th and 5th, pretty close on circuit as well. That's Ross Cornick and Sam Gillis, nose to tail as they head down into the bottom section of the circuit. The final few corners now into Tolly's come the 2 leaders, and the O-plate of Aaron Powell all over the back of the 25. When is this move going to happen? The 25 knows that Aaron is close. Spencer defends through sector number 1. This is allowing for the 36 of Matt Olnut to get back involved as well. 2 slow drivers coming across the line there. That was Ian O'Rourke and Graham Payne there. Very slow. I think Graham Payne has an issue. Graham Payne will be heading back to the pit lane. And out of this race goes Graham Payne. We look back to the leaders though. 3 Ryan Stern, Chapel, Powell and Olnut all in a line here. The 25 holds onto the lead though. Round the final corner they come once again. 2.5 minutes still on the clock. Still defending like as if it depends on it if when he goes to Chapel. I think that's not a bad strategy here at Runners Farmstead Country Club, trying to hold on to a lead for the last couple of minutes of this race. Flying down the back straight. Is this a good enough run for the O-plate? He's so close. He goes around the outside. Not quite late enough though. And the 25 continues to hold on to the lead of the race again. The O-plate over the back, the rear bumper of the 25, but can't quite find a way through. And the 36 of Matt Miller is there, ready to get the pieces. Trying to lose through. The 46. Gillis now is looking for Ross Cornick to see if he can grab 4th place away from the number 14. Up from the farthest section of the circuit they go once again then. O-plate not as close as he was last time to the back of the 20. Again has to sit behind and wait for another opportunity. But again, he's in that difficult spot. He is the meat in the sandwich of this battle. Not only has he got to look ahead to the 25, he's also got to think about the 36 sat behind him. And again, through into Haynes Loop. The 25 sticks him on that inside line, said you're not coming through here, holds on to the lead once again. So does the 4th place driver of Ross Cornick as he defends from Aaron Mayo for 4th position. We're playing up closer this time, up towards the far end of the circuit. Will there be a move this time around? Late on the break once again, but can't quite get it done, can Aaron? Only 2 seconds on the clock. And they were very close there. The last couple of corners, they got very close to the pilot. We're getting the 25 as Spencer Chapel comes onto the lead here. There has been a change of the race, so Aaron Mayo has now got through on Ross Cornick. Good move from the 47 to take his way into 4th place. But we still look at these good battling. Still Chapel, losing Powell, losing Nuts. We'll take it. We've had a race win from Chapel. I think 2 from Powell today. Powell's going to win it. They're going to have answers up towards the bottom section. They're also coming on. It's going to be super interesting. It's For the number 25. Spencer Chapel wins the race there in the Supercar final. Aaron Powell, despite his best efforts, has to settle for second place. And Matt Holder, third place on the podium there. Impressive race from him there as well on the number 36 plated car. Good run through the field as well from Ross Cornick. Oh no, I thought that was Aaron Mayle. What happened to Aaron Mayle there on the last couple of laps? Has he pulled over to the side of the circuit? I think he might have done there on the 47, as he's only completed 10 of the 11 laps. So potentially another driver we lost there on the last lap of the race. But top 5 were completed by Ross Cornick and Sam Gillis. And it was Ash Goodliffe and Mark Smith. Aaron Mayle in 8th place, with Ian O'Rourke 9th there, coming across the line to finish the race. Callum Smith, Daniel Hammer, Graham Payne, Matthew Duncan, Richard Connick, Daniel Buckham. We lost all of those drivers from the race there. I think nearly half of the competitors involved in that race didn't make it to the checkered flag. And I said before it started, heat number 3 we saw them dropping like flies. Could it happen again in the final? Well, it did. But all importantly, for the 3 at the sharp end of the field, they kept their carts going. And indeed, Spencer Chapel held those nerves of steel, held it to the line, and takes the win in the Supercar final. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one race left to go here for round number 2 of the Forest Edge Car Club in 2024. Coming up next is the Junior Rotax A Final. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, last race of the day here for round number 2 of the Forest Edge Car Club in 2024. And it's a big one coming up last. Junior Max A final, let's run you through the grid. And let's hope my book sold out for this whole race. Dalton Hayward and Charles Green line up on the front row. It's Zach Burke and Freddie Rurdock there on row number 2. Travis Rose and Danny May Reid on row 3. Sonny Morgan and Dylan Morton are on row 4. For Teddy Cooper and Kenneth Squall on row number 5. Nolan McNicholas and Jaden Sherwood there on row 6. With Miguel Basterfield and Charlie Hume there on row number 7. Joshua Withcomb and Ian Morris are there on row 8. With Aaron Asarkas and Harvey Lee Wintridge on row number 9. Chase Rainsbury and Toby Street are there on row 10. With Alison Chappell and Lucy Lovell on row 11. Then it's Spencer Trayhold and Jonas Inazauskas on row 12. Jacob Clay and Josh Spence on row number 13. Yeah, that's correct. That was row 14. Yes, row 15 is Ben Ward and Harvey Murden. Row 16 is Rebecca Chalice and Elijah Dush. So Ben Ward, Harvey Murden, Rebecca Chalice and Elijah Dush through from the B final. 32 cars on the grid for this Junior Max A final. Will be underway first time of asking. No, we are not. Round again we will go from the start. Cool then for the Junior Rotax A final. This is the biggest grid we've seen out on circuit at once so far today. As I said, 32 cars in total. Of course, we won't have seen all these runners out on circuit from Junior Maxes at any one time today because they've had such a big grid. They had to split the runners between 4 heats, so each runner competing in 3 of the 4 heats across the day. So there may be some drivers who haven't happened to really bump into each other today, and now we're seeing the cream of the crop rising to the top, getting ready to go for this last race of the day. Junior Rotax A final. Round the final corner they come. Let's see if we can get it started. Second time of our
Let's go 2 by 2 into the track.
lights are on. Who takes the lead into the first corner? It is going to be Dalton Haley on top with another crash. 2 drivers off the first one. To rejoin, and they're abandoning their cars out in the middle of the circuit. A race already done and dusted. Change the lead though. Charles Green has crossed through there. The middle section of the circuit. Dalton Hayward. Dalton already looking to try and fight back here as they head down into the second part of the circuit, or the final part of the circuit I should say, into 20s they go, defensive line, up and under, he's trying the 23, sorry the 16, he's got a great hit, it's Dalton Hayward, but no, look at this defence already, young into the first section, Charles Green is already sitting on the anchors here, and putting in the defensive lanes, who's back, Dalton Hayward into the rest of the back. So many drivers in this grid, I don't know who to watch. They're all so close to comfort, but as I say, a bit of defensive driving with a 77 has pushed Dalton Hayward back into the sightlines of multiple more drivers. Freddie Warlock, Zach Burke, and Danny May Reed. I can tell you, it was Harvey Murden who got shuffled out wide on that earlier start, so it was 2 drivers from the B final getting together there on the first corner. Harvey Murden already on this race. Yellow Blankets scored though through the first section. They're underway in racing once again through the first section of corners. However, the 69 of Dalton Hayward unable to find a way through on triple screen just yet. Anyway, still over 9 minutes left to go. What a run up the back straight. That was for Dalton Hayward, but not able to send it alongside. Not able to make a move back for the lead of the race. He started in the all-important pole position, but Charles Green made a great start. Made that overtake early on in the first lap, and has been holding it ever since then. But for how much longer? Dalton Hayward is all over his rear axle as we head onto another lap of the race. It'll be slightly low through the first couple of corners there for Dalton Hayward. Nearly connects the rear bumper of Mercedes on the triple speed ahead of him. He's straight and shifted. 22.05. New fastest out of the race in 9th place. We see Jaden Sherwood and Dalton Hayward passing for the win early on today. Will Jaden Sherwood make his way through the order and start getting involved with these battles as well? They head through sector 3 now. They'll try and get up the live time on my book. I can see the movers then on my live timing. With a change in the mid-back. Bring Nicholas through on Basserfield then in that last lap of the race. As they come through, cross the line again. New lap of the race. The 88 of Freddie Warlock still with them. So Zach Burke and Sonny May Reed. So Jaden Sherwood did make a move on that last lap. He's gone into 8th place and relegated down into 9th. And now, as you can imagine, the staff here overworked with the amount of drivers on track. Lots of contact noise coming in for a lot of drivers. They're going to quickly change over the boards to get ready for the next time around. But again, Dalton Hayward, oh no, he's gone wide. He keeps it on the black stuff, but very wide in the last couple of corners. Under attack, it down the inside. The second place goes Freddie Warlock. It's Zagberg, what is alive? And listen to Newton, you want to run. The dogs are leaving. Is it in the barrier from the outside? Well, what's nice for the breathing room? What has given Charles Green? The one mistake from Dalton Hayward there on the exit of midgets could have given the race win to Charles Green. There's still plenty of time for this to play out. Just less than 7 minutes from the clock. Move for fourth place. It's Jaden Sherwood going through. Yes, it is. Jaden Sherwood in fourth place. That was in behind though. Another driver going side by side into Johnny's. Oh, big wide motor for the 57 there. Zagberg getting overtaken by Teddy Cooper. That was for 6th position on track. But now, realistically, it's down to Freddie Ronald to try and close this 1.2 second gap to the leader. But on the last lap, Charles Green extended that gap by 1/10 of a second. Now that these drivers both have a bit of clear air, what's the pace going to look like? Is the 77 going to be able to hold that nerve in the lead of the race? 41.82 matched again for Charles Green. He extends that gap by another 0.3 of a second. What a performance he's putting in since the start of this race is Charles Green. 5.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Personal best being set by the drivers behind him, but none of them quite able to catch him. Jaden Sherwood and Danny May Reid in 4th and 5th, just a little bit faster. But not only have they got to try and catch him down, firstly, they need to try and get past Sonny Morgan and Freddie World there in 2nd and 3rd place. And can I just mention, Sonny Morgan, your top rated novice driver, in the podium positions here. A beautiful livery on that 30 car, and they are driving the road, Sonny Morgan. Sonny Morgan now all over the back of your 2nd place driver. Sonny Morgan, 41.53. So the Freddie World so behind. It's murder. It's Jaden Sherwood in 4th place. Jaden Sherwood is the 7th place. Jaden Sherwood all over the Sonny Morgan into the bus structure game, but they get it done. Gets a little bit slowly on the exit there, trying to get the power down. Had a good initial exit, lost that bit of traction though, and now can't attack there for 3rd place. But again, the 77 of Charles Green is lapping very consistently out in the front of the field. 41.78, great lap from Charles Green. He extends his gap even further. And if these four in the gaggle behind 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th continue to battle, Charles Green looks to have this one signed, sealed and delivered. So as the four near the sharp end of the order, they get closer down the inside. There goes Jaden Sherwood. He needed to make that move done early on, and he does get up to 3rd place then. Relegates Sonny Morgan into 4th, and Sonny Morgan now in the firing lines of Danny May Reid. Danny May Reid has been very quick today, and particularly in this final as well. But again, that gap extends ever so slightly on that last lap. 1.85 seconds. Now the gap between 1st and 2nd place. But I do want to see if I can find who are our race winners from earlier on today. Jaden Sherwood now looking like he could take Freddie World. But is it going to be too little too late? Even if he does get past Freddie World, he's not got much time here to try and chase down the leader, Charles Green. But Junior Rotax, of course, have had 4 heats today. First heat was won by your current P2 on the field. Just let our heads up low. We can take my buddy Willow. She goes, and James Sherwood is released. James Sherwood into P2. And off he goes, trying to chase down your leader. But as I say, just less than 3 minutes to go on the clock. Is it enough time? Is it enough time? Chasing 4th place. To the outside. Who's Danny May Reid? What's the key to move there? For Danny May Reid. Under pressure once again there. Up to the top of the circuit. Can't quite get back alongside because Sonny Morgan really too late on the base there. Now under pressure from the 57. Zagberg trying to get back involved here. Can't quite get the move done though. So yeah, Freddie World, heat number 1 winner. Heat number 2 winner, Jaden Sherwood. Heat number 3 winner, Joshua Whitcomb. He's a formula. Dalton, Green has lost one race yet today, ladies and gentlemen, but he's in Moxie. He's there, and he's ready to take forward in the bottom final. James Jordan is catching the last lap. It was only a 10th of a second. That gap is over 2.3 seconds here. All James Green needs to do is keep his head over this last stint in this race. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. So they move to the last corner. Nippy guys, without time keeping early. Somebody along the side and carries over the race. It has shot so many positions. Steve Morgan now finds himself behind Roman Nicholas. The Steve Morgan at one point in third place, now down in P11. Now after Jaden Show has been released here, fastest lap of the race at him, but again, still only a 10th faster than your leader, Charles Green. He's still setting personal best here throughout the race. That's on the third place, seriously hotting up. The South Ready Warlock ahead of Dan Reed, ahead of Zach Burton there. In the third place, it does not win. Teddy Cooper, even more, Joshua Edgar, Nicholas DeVille, Nicholas, running at the top 10. Less than 1 minute to go. Up into the muscle section they come then. The leaders getting closer together, but not fast enough for Jaden Sherwood. Jaden Sherwood is of course one of our race winners from earlier on today, but it looks like he couldn't get the back fast enough in this final, and the 77 doing everything he needs to do. He matched the pace of Jaden Sherwood on the last lap. He's coming around Tolly's down to finish another lap. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. Penultimate lap of the race. New fastest lap than Jaden Sherwood though. He's for the final to try and push the leader. He's going to be around. He needs to get this thing from Charles Green. He's not here. It's happened. Now the picture here. He's trying to run the field. Who's going to be on? Who's out of the order here? I'll take my eyes off the team battle. You've got a great battle going on in third place. It's Bingwell, Danny versus Sackberg. They're behind sort of 4th place. Teddy Cooper, Eagle Morris and Joshua Whitcomb. Great battle between these two. Here comes the number 77 though. Charles Green sees the last lap for Jaden Sherwood. Lost time to him in that last lap. I don't think it's going to happen. Jaden Sherwood can do something. Move. So, in the Danny Maywin, Charles Green, the side. Off the track. It's on. I think it was Danny Maywin who was trying to lose a place or two. On the track. In the final section they come then. What a race has it been! They're all at the top! Who the battle today? Who's going to come third? I've got no idea! Here comes your leader, Charles Green! That's a winner today! Oh God! That's this! Just keep going! The junior maxi final! What an end to the day that was! Two drivers crash! Last corner! Two drivers crash! Who is that as well? Reed! Who's in them? Danny Reed and Teddy Cooper! Of course! And the final corner! In the top 6 there, into the last lap, and they are arguing over who's to blame that into. Neither wanting to make a blame, but both incredibly frustrated that that's the way that their Junior Max A final has come to an end. That's a way to finish the day of racing here at Forest Edge Kart Club. Charles Green takes the toss up at the podium. Jaden Sherwood in second place. An impressive fight back from him to get to P2. It couldn't quite do enough to close in on Charles Green. Freddie Worlock rounds out the podium, and they're after the 3 runners to get that silverware. Zach Berg gets P4, Ethan Morris in P5, Leo Basterfield there P6. Great run through the field for him to finish in 6th place. Your highest novice finisher, Joshua Whitcomb, Sonny Morgan, Dylan Morton, and Noah Nicholas. Your top 10 finishes in that one. Rest of the finishers were Charlie Hume, Spencer Trayhorn, Travis Groves, Aaron Asarkas, Harvey Lee Winterich, Chase Rainsbury, Kenneth Rowell, Lucy Lovell, Toby Street, Jonas Lazowskis, your top 20. Then it was Ben Ward, Madison Chappell, Rebecca Challis, Elijah Dush, and that was the last of the finishers. 24 drivers getting to the checkered flag in that one. Sadly, of course, we lost Daniel Reed and Teddy Cooper on our last lap. They were battling right out there in the top 10. The third place was so close, even through that last lap. The drivers getting a little bit too close to comfort, coming off on the exit of climate here. And both drivers very frustrated, and that's the way their day came to end. But sometimes that's just how racing goes. You've got to pick yourself up and move on to round number 3. And speaking of round number 3, that's where we'll have to wait until next, because that's it for round number 2. Racing is done and dusted here for the April round of the Forest Edge Kart Cup. What a day of racing it has been, as you can tell by how ruined my voice is at the end of today. I've been shouting quite a bit. I mean, if you know me well, you know I do shout quite a bit anyway, but what a day of racing it's been, and that's what's been causing me to shout so much today. I hope you enjoyed the live stream, our attempt at a sort of live stream here for Forest Edge for 2024. If you have enjoyed it, of course, make sure to drop a subscription on the Forest Edge Kart Club YouTube channel, where hopefully we'll be doing many more streams in the future. And of course, I'm sorry about the microphone quality of the commentary today, but if you have enjoyed the commentary nonetheless, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and at Ratters Media on TikTok as well. Thank you so much to Forest Edge Kart Club for having me here today to commentate over your fantastic Kart Cup. What racing that was, and I can't wait to be back in future to continue watching this awesome stuff. A big shout out to all drivers involved today. You made it such a brilliant day out there on circuit, and thanks as always to everyone that makes this possible here at the Forest Edge. All the medical staff, everyone in timing, everyone in the judicials, so many people have to come together to this all work, and we did. And what a day of racing it was. Thank you so much for watching this live stream here of the Forest Edge Kart Club down in Winchester. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you very, very soon, hopefully for round number 3, if not later on this season. Best of luck to all drivers involved for the rest of the season, and we'll see you all very, very soon.
Thanks for helping me. Thanks for helping me through it. Telling me what's going on.
I thought I'd make a little less like,
Thanks.
it's
It's difficult to do that, to be fair. I'm quite